Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars we breathe rare. In this urban jungle we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city, we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's pulse beats with all its might. Lost in the chaos, but it feels right. We rise above, reach new heights. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side.
And welcome to today's Order Paper Podcast Marathon. I'd like to introduce to our two panelists who are joining for the first hour. We've got both Claire and Lisa, who are joining us from, I think one's from the Wairarapa electorate and one's from the New Lynn electorate. If we talk about electorates as we go from there, and we'll be going for a big 7-hour marathon. This is our second marathon episode. Process after the Treaty Principles Bill, and I'm glad we have got a good variety of panelists throughout today's show. So Claire, a bit about yourself, who are you, and so all our audience get to know who you are.
Hello, thank you so much for having me, Sam, and I guess it's in the ballot. I am Claire Bleakley, and I have a small organic farm under Organic Farm New Zealand. And I have been interested in the genetic engineering debate for many, many years. When it first started, the first time I heard about it was the GM animals. I was so upset with them putting human genes into animals to create pharmacy that I marched into the lawyer's office and took a court case, and we won it. We were very, very lucky. And from then onwards, when you do something like that, it keeps you very, very interested in the topic. So I am president of GE Free New Zealand, and we have been following this bill and are highly concerned with it.
Okay, and our other panelist, Lisa. And what are you famous for?
Oh dear, Lisa's hummus, which most people have eaten, I gather. And when I was starting the business back in the 1990s, and I was looking at food and everything about food, I discovered about genetically engineered corn and soy and things like that. And I thought, oh my goodness, I'm not going to put any of those ingredients in my hummus. So that's how it started. And then I thought, well, people need to know about this. So I put GM free on, GM free on the pots of hummus. So from way back then, I've been very cautious and concerned about the effects of genetic engineering on our food
Hmm.
and in the environment. So I'm still there. Still
Sorry.
safe.
Okay, well, I can tell you right now, Laura absolutely loves Lisa's hummuses as herself being a vegan. So you can say you helped branch in the crossover to, being, help branch to crossover into being a vegan.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, and considering, I myself do enjoy Lisa's hummuses. I'm trying to remember, which ones do I like to go after? I think it's usually the capsicum one is the one I tend to like.
Well, that was one of mine, because of course it's been sold since then.
Yes.
That was one of mine, and yes, it's my favourite too.
Yeah.
Mine's
Okay,
the
so
garlic and lemon.
Oh, right, yeah.
Extra garlic and lemon.
Yeah,
see, beetroot was another one I liked as well, which, I mean, I'm a bit of a beetroot nut, but yeah, I'm trying to think. I think the capsicum was the first main one, and I use it as an alternative spread to, say, margarine or butter. Well, I can't do butter now. But basically, I use it as an alternative spread as using hummus.
Yes, well, I advertised it as a tasty spread or dip on my radio ads.
Yeah. Okay, let's kick off with the, oh, heck. Okay, I haven't quite set up the shared screen, but that's all right. The great thing is it is very easy to do this on the fly. So we'll kick off with our first submitter, and usually with every bill in Parliament, when you go to select committee assessments, you kick off with the Minister in charge. And I do know, for those who followed with our other previous It's in the Ballot show, when we covered the bill, Judith Collins was then the Minister. Since Luxon's reshuffle, Dr. Shane Reedy has lost health and got science and innovation, I don't know, whatever other policies, and got this bill, which I feel sorry for the guy as doctor, but hey, you've just got to do what you've got to do as an MP. So let's kick off, Dr. Shane Reedy, on your starting old submission.
Oh, now back in. The rest of you that are in here again. We have you here for 30 minutes, Minister. We'll let you speak to that as you wish, and if you're able to provide us some time for questions, that would be helpful as well. Thank you.
Kia ora tātou. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation to join you here this morning. I can acknowledge some of the officials who are beside me here at the table and behind me. Professor Emily Parker, Professor of Chemical Biology at Victoria University and Department of Science Advisor, and Simon Ray, Director of Policy at NB. So submissions closed on this bill last week, a bill that's looking to modernise the current gene technology settings, which is currently under 30-year-old legislation. And this bill fundamentally proposes a risk proportionate response across 4 domains: exempt, contained, environmental, and medical. I think there's reasonably good understanding around exempt, still some work to do. I think medical as well. I think in contained, I think there's a lot of work to do in the environmental domain. That would be my expectation for what these submissions may show as well. The bill's modelled on the Australian Gene Technology Act 2000, and also aligns with our coalition commitments. And indeed, some progress was made under the previous government, including the report for Karanui, which was also leading to make some progress in this area. Finally, just a reminder, and I'll conclude and actually move to questions, that this bill sets out a framework. The detail will actually be in the secondary legislation, and I think we need to keep that in mind as well. But other than that, Mr. Chair, happy to take questions.
All right. Okay. Dr. Vera.
Thank you, Dr. Reedy, and we're lucky to have someone of your...
I have to say, he was very brief on his speech, don't you think?
I have to say, I agree with you.
Yeah, I remember when David Seymour did the Treaty Principles Bill, we were here for 10 minutes.
Well, I'll tell you what, Claire can probably tell you, he mentioned the Australian bill, and this bill is not the same as the Australian one, and Claire would be better to tell you about it than me.
Well, actually, it's called the Australian Gene Technology Act, and it, as Lisa says, it's definitely not the same. There is no consultation with the community. The Gene Technology Act in Australia has a Gene Technology Ethics and Community Consultation Committee that has a really in-depth level of people who can go onto it. New Zealand only has technology advice committee, and it's loaded with people who have, let's say, conflicts of interests. Let's say that they are embedded within the industry, and they also helped to draft the bill, and they also helped to make sure that many of the precautionary principles and things like that are not in this bill.
Makes me think he, with his short speech, he may have not read the bill.
Well, he's only just taken over, so I suppose one could give him half an excuse.
Yeah. Oh, let's see how he goes with his first question from Dr. Aisha Verrill.
Expertise seeing this bill through. I want to start with a really high-level question about the logic of the bill before we dive into what is an extensive area of detail. And it's this. What are we regulating? Are we regulating processes or outcomes and risks? And I see elements of the bill that are trying to do either. And if I, to take a very, the working understanding you get of genetics as a medical professional, core learning that one small change, one nucleotide change, can lead to a total change in a protein's function. Yet parts of the bill seem to be saying, well, we'll view certain processes as low risk because they're similar to what could occur naturally. And of course, these one nucleotide changes do occur naturally. And yet the result of them can be quite significant. So that's what I'm trying to understand there. What are we regulating, the process or the outcome?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. I think parts of the bill do both. For example, we talk about gene editing, which is clearly a process and a technique. But if we look at the exempt category, it's actually to make decisions around the outcome. We say that those techniques that generate an outcome that conventional methods also generate, that will exempt them. So that's very outcome focused. The parts of the bill, as you described, do talk about process. And Emily, would you like to talk to that?
Of course, there's some existing processes under HASNO Act that are exempt, like UV irradiation of organisms, which causes many genetic changes, and chemical mutagenesis is also exempt currently under the HASNO Act. So the intention is to carry that forward into the new Act as well. The gene editing provisions are outcome-based, not process-based.
Yeah, just if I could respond, one, of course, CRISPR has been developed since all of those acts were in place. So I don't find arguments about what the existing law is particularly compelling when we're dealing with a new technology. So continue to try work through this concern as we go on.
So what was the point you were making that CRISPR has come on since HASNO?
Yes,
2012, I think, wasn't it? And HASNO was 94, I think. So I think this is part of what we're trying to update, trying to bring these modern technologies into account.
All right, now I'm going to go to Deborah and then Hamish.
Okay, so Aisha's given her questions.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that Soraya Verrill, her questions were relevant because she talks about proteins. And there's, over 2,000 proteins that have unknown function. So if you're going to feed a body with genetically engineered food and you don't know what 2,000 of the proteins in the body do, then you're not actually sure what you're doing. And science has no idea what over 30% of the proteins in the body do. And I researched all that before I did my oral presentation. So, so that's why we need the precautionary principle on genetic engineering. I mean, it's obvious, in my opinion.
Another, I thought the question of the CRISPR and how they he slid away from the answer and passed it on to his sidekick. UV radiation and mutagenesis are tightly controlled, and you actually have to have approval for your laboratory in everything you do. So he's actually deliberately muddying the waters. It is great that they are they've improved it to allow it into the regulation. However, as Lisa says, they're getting rid of the precautionary approach, which is in the existing legislation, is probably one of the worst things that this bill does.
We'll continue with the next questions from Deborah Russell.
Steve, Jenny.
Just reiterate what my colleague Dr. Verrill said about having you in the hot seat for this one. Some of us, it's a really difficult field for a lot of us because we just don't have the understanding. So it's quite reassuring to have at least some people in this room who have at least some understanding of some of the difficulties there. But one of the things we've been told throughout is that the New Zealand legislation we're not trying to mirror the Australian legislation, but it's very largely drawing from that regulatory regime, which by and large seems to have worked reasonably well. So one of the things I'm unclear on is where our legislation or our proposed legislation differs from what they're doing in Australia and why we put those differences in, what I mean, I'm assuming it makes it better, but could just speak to that.
Sure, look, I'll talk to a few points and then I'll pass that to Emily. You raised one of them in your first reading around SDNs, for example. So Australia does regulate SDN 2. The intention of this bill is not to. And of course, if we look across the spectrum, if we look across the world in this particular area of SDNs, we can see the UK, for example, with the Precision Breeding Act 2023, which was enabled last year, it actually enables cisgenic SDN 3s. So it's right at that extreme, if you like, and it's for animals as well as plants. The EU also looking in short notice to move to SDN 3. We think that's a bit far, albeit cisgenic. It's a bit far for us to go. So we'll sit around SDN 2s and SDN 1s for small gene editing sequences. So that makes us different in that particular area to Australia. We also have some differences around the management of ethics, for example. There is an ethics provision in the Australian legislation being passed to a ministerial council. My understanding is that hasn't actually ever been done. But we don't include ethics inside, we don't embed that in the bill. Emily, other changes?
So one of the differences, and Australia's just going through a consultation period about changes to their Act at the moment, but and some of our advice was from the early consultation on that. So what is different about this proposed bill is to separate out and contain an environment and a medical one. People, there's been quite a big focus of people thinking that there's a big distinction between it. Actually, in my view anyway, it's a transparency thing about where activities are and how they're undertaken, rather than hiding them within a single layer, a single stream. So it actually makes no more difference to the regulation than would be having them in a single stream, but it clarifies them and is a transparency over what can happen under what conditions as allowed by the different tiers of the bill. So we think it spells out, it's a complexity, but we think it is a good nuance for transparency in our environment. Probably the other change, Ministers, the MAC as well, that has been included in this bill, and Australia, of course, don't have
Sorry,
MAC.
what did you say?
The Maori Advisory
All right, thank you. May I have a supplement? Thank you, that's helpful explaining where the differences are. I do want to go back to the ethics one, and it does concern me. When we spoke with the officials, they assured us that a whole lot of the ethical considerations were considered within existing ledge among animal welfare. Obviously, anything we're doing with human beings gets considered by ethics committees and the like. What struck me about that was very much focused on a welfare analysis and the welfare of organisms, of human beings and animals. It concerned me that there wasn't particular attention being paid to other sorts of ethics, so in particular environmental ethics and the sorts of ethics we might have concerns with around ecosystems, and so the ethics of operating with various types of plants. Now, we don't typically worry about welfare concerns with plants, but there are a whole set of other ethical concerns and around ecosystems and the like, and so it concerns me that the focus of ethics was so narrow within this bill that it didn't consider those other sorts of ethical concerns which are well established within environmental ethics and the like. This might just be one tiny space where my own expertise might come to play, but I do. There's some plenty types of ethics that we might want to consider in this space, and yet there is no ethics input in the system anywhere that would deal with some of those sorts of issues.
So two things, you correct me if I'm wrong, Emily, but I don't think HASNO currently has an ethics component to it. So what we do at the moment doesn't embed any legislation in ethical. That doesn't mean that it shouldn't. I'm just stating the status quo, and your point is well made. I don't actually know what the answer is around environmental ethics. Do you agree?
So I mean, someone might be able to answer this, but I draw attention to the definition of environment in this and what needs to be considered, and if you believe if you think that's fit for purpose in managing some of the issues that you're thinking you're raising.
So let me just reframe that. Simon, is there I mean, we know where to point human ethics towards. We have questions. Where would we point environmental questions?
Yeah, I think Emily's right. I think it's about how we think about the environment and environmental risk, and the way in which the environment is defined in the Act, and the way in which harms to the environmental risks of the environment are considered in the Act, and how that would flow through in the risk management framework that was adopted by the regulator.
Can I supplement possibly, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, question, and then I'll go back.
Yeah, thank you. Given the broad...
Okay, how do you find Deborah's questions?
I was quite proud of her as my MP. She lives a couple of kilometres up the road here. Do you want to go first, Claire?
No, you keep going. I've got a few things to say as well.
Well, the whole ethics of it is different in New Zealand from Australia, because if you're going to talk about farming, in Australia, there are farmers there with genetically engineered crops in the environment, whereas we haven't done that here. And if we start doing that, it's going to affect not just organic farms, but ordinary farms. And so that's not very ethical, because you have seed drift from one crop to another. So this is not something that we need here. And we've got the sea around the whole of New Zealand, so we can't get drift from anyone else. So it's not very ethical to put a genetically engineered crop in here and allow it to contaminate somebody else's farm. And also, when you think about it, well, I rabbited on in my little speech about the interconnectedness of life. and about how people don't, how am I going to put this? Well, ecosystems, they have an intricate dependency between species, between crops, mycorrhizal fungi from one tree to another. All of this stuff would have to be taken into consideration if they're putting out genetically engineered crops into the environment. So Deborah Russell was quite right to talk about the ethics of it. And what else did I write here? Yes, she said the ethics looked a bit narrow, didn't she? Yeah. Well, I think that would be a little understatement, but it's correct.
What do you think of Jamie Gray's comment that's on the screen there? Australia has a big infertile landmass in the centre, which limits drift.
Well, there's Claire, you could probably tell more about this farmer in Western Australia whose crop got contaminated.
I'd just like to go back to some of Shane Retty's comments, if that's okay with you, Sam and Lisa, and I will get into Steve Marsh in a minute. Firstly, he said that the Has-No Bill was 1994. It was actually 1996. He then goes on to say that how wonderful it is that New Zealand's only doing SDN2s, where Australia has it as SDN1 and England has it as SDN3. Now, these are basically the types of genetic engineering and what can be removed within the genome. So an SDN1 just tweaks a little bit. SDN2 tends to take out one and can put in a synthetic template so that it makes it what they want. And SDN3 actually cuts the whole thing and puts a whole new genetic construct in. England has not exempted SDN3s. And in fact, if you want to even release SDN1s, you have to report it. You have to say how it's done. It has to be labeled, and it has to be totally transparent for the public. He's actually a bit lying, because he actually said, or he gave us the impression that England exempted it. Firstly, they don't exempt or put into this category animals. It's only plants. But also to actually deregulate and exempt SDN1, SDN2 genetics, what that means is that they will come into the country unlabeled, untested. We won't even know if we are planting it, because there will be no traceability. If we then find that it goes to the export market and one of these countries goes, hang on, we found it, we will be losing a lot. And there was the Organic Aotearoa New Zealand commissioned the New Zealand Economic Research Institute to look at the possible things, and there was a $10 to $20 billion loss of demand for our agricultural products if we introduce GMOs. So by him actually coming on board and showing, I think, as you said, he may not have read the bill. He is actually being totally ignorant. Firstly, he's got the whole thing wrong. And Has-No, the existing legislation, is actually fit for purpose and protects New Zealand. And it does not ban anybody can apply to them for a that can apply to them to do a field trial. And if the field trial fulfills the safety to the environment, as well as the conditions for health and safety, it then goes to a next stage, which is conditional release, which means it's released around the country in small bits to see how each of the country, and then it has full release. Once it's full released, it is still considered a GMO, and it has to be labeled, but it is no longer under the auspices of the Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act. And there is no reason that these amendments cannot be put into the Act.
Let's move on to Steve Abel with his set of questions.
broad nature of the possibilities with genetic engineering and gene editing. It spans across food production, environmental use for perhaps pest management, medical use and application, in containment, precision fermentation for food, animals, plants, insects, you name it. Surely there are a multitude of forms of genetic engineering coming down the line that we cannot conceive of. And it is exactly for that reason that perhaps the Australian version of legislation did have an ethics consideration, because we can't imagine all the permutations and the impacts not just on the environment, but on perhaps agricultural producers for certain applications, or on food types, or on wild animals, on animals in containment. Are you open, Minister, to seriously reconsidering whether there should be an ethics component to the evaluation of the organisms?
Well, that's not part of my current thinking. And correct me if I'm wrong, have the Australians and Simon Manuel, have they ever utilised that? I think it's referral to a ministerial council, I believe, is what the Australians do.
So the Australian ethics provisions are not operative in the decision making. So they have a separate ethics council that advises the regulator on general issues to do with ethics. The regulator doesn't take ethics into account in its decision making.
Right. So when does that kick in?
So essentially what we understand is that we could go, this might be something we could go into in more detail in closed meeting.
I think what I'd say to Steve is it's not currently part of my active thinking, but submissions are so that we can take on a wide range of views and ponder and make the best decisions. So not currently part of my thinking, but it's what submissions and others say.
Excellent. Thank you, Minister, for coming and speaking to the Select Committee.
Okay, it looks like we've got a different member, so let's give a quick commentary on Steve Abel's question.
Well, it was technically battered away. What is actually changing in this Act is that the existing Act looks at protecting the environment, local communities, and everything like this. This Act is going from environmental protection to business protection. It actually is protecting business, and it's also making it all voluntary, unheard of, untransparent, unliable. There is no liability clauses. So if, for the sake of Lisa is contaminated by my GMOs, there is no liability on me or responsibility to keep it there. And as the gentleman who's on the left, I can't remember his name, but he said that it's up to the user to do this.
Yes, that's a worry, isn't it? That it's up to the user, because how often do we hear about businesses that corrupt things a bit, just to be convenient and just to make some money? So that is the most stupid idea I've ever had. And the other comment that I thought was really stupid of Shane Retties is ethics is not part of his thinking. I mean,
I know.
Yeah. Yes, well, enough said there, really. Yeah, but Steve Abel's question was good. You know, there are all these different permutations and everything, and CRISPR and gene editing. There's all slightly different versions, and some of them don't have to be done. I mean, to be able to do them, don't have to be done in a laboratory. They can be done in somebody's garage. You know, they're not so difficult. The difference between gene editing and genetic engineering is gene editing is a more simple process. And so, well, that's one of the differences. Anyway, I'm not that much of an expert, but I do know that, having interviewed a guy from the US on radio about it. And so if we've got sort of scientists doing experiments in their gardens and they get out and things like that, it's drastic. So it's got to be properly regulated, really, really well regulated, and not come out preferably. Yes.
Yeah. Okay, let's see who's on the other side of the camera.
Can we just take a bit of a step back? What's the problem we're trying to fix, and what issues do we have with the Has No Act?
Sure. I mean, the problems we're trying to fix, as has been mentioned by the team here, is that the legislation is 30 years old. It doesn't take into account new technologies. For example, we mentioned CRISPR-Cas, if you want to call it that, as one of them. Secondly, it's not specific to gene technology. It's hazards as well, and we think there needs to be a specific focus in legislation around hazards. We think a risk proportionate approach is useful as a way forward, where it's a bit more blanket under Has No at the moment. So the problems we're trying to fix fundamentally are to modernise and bring us up to date with where other jurisdictions are with gene technology is what we're trying to do with this bill fundamentally. Yeah.
What other jurisdictions? I had Steve, and I had Jenny.
Next.
No, I mean, I just hit us up.
What's the
That did feel a bit like a Patsy question there, but was it a good Patsy question?
Well, it got out some interesting thoughts. It was a Patsy question. However, this thing about it's out of fashion, it's out of date, there has no act, which actually stands for Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act, and it is judged by the Environmental Protection Agency. It has been updated in 2004. It was updated, I think, in about 2012, I might be wrong on the date, where the Sustainability Council actually challenged whether gene editing should be part of GMOs. It was interesting because the staff at the EPA actually said it was a genetic engineering under the Act. And the Act says any new technologies after 1996 should be considered as a new organism. So they looked at this. The staff actually agreed that it was a GMO. However, you have a layered approach. So the staff then repeat to the authority. The authority turned around and said, no, we're going to let it go. The Sustainability Council actually took a case, and the judge upheld the case that these new GMOs the gene editing is considered a GMO. Now, why that is interesting is because he keeps going back to the wrong date, 1994, needing it to be updated. That is incorrect. It has been updated, and we have law to show that this act is fit for purpose. So it's actually probably only 10 years old since all its modifications. And so really this is industry trying to get out of doing environmental and safety testing.
Let's see more from the questions. Looks like we might be going backwards and forwards on a few questions now.
I'll be quick. Minister, there's been a couple of submissions from industry who have pointed out just how exposed we are as an exporting nation to trade and market concerns. The Dairy Companies Association says New Zealand's majority primary sector is dairy, meat, fisheries, wine, forestry, selected horticultural products, export up to 95% of their output, not a level matched in other developed countries. So their concern is that we are highly exposed to market and trade considerations. Our primary industry is uniquely dependent on overseas trade. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade recommended that there should be a trade and market access consideration of legislation. Is that not a very sensible thing to do for a country that is so dependent on overseas exports, where there is clear concern in overseas consumers around genetic engineering?
This is a good question. I think if we look at the Australian Gene Technology Act, it doesn't take into account trade considerations. If we are modelling on that, then they haven't seen it worthy to do that, first point. Secondly...
But we're not Australia, are we?
No, but we are modelling the bill on their Act. It does form the core of how this bill comes to be. But I take your point, we're not Australia, and there's some differences that we've already talked about. Secondly, I think, and the point you're making is we are so dependent on primary sector exports that we're different to others. Because otherwise it would be easy to say, well, look at other vibrant economies that have brought in gene technology, and the sun's still rising in the east. There's still been an organic and a GE-free, a vibrant sector. The point you're making is we're different because we're so primary sector dependent. That's the point you're making, eh? Yeah. Look, I have heard that discussion. I'm still working that through. It doesn't currently sit inside the bill. Again, I'm amenable to submissions and discussions on that, but it doesn't currently sit in an active work stream with me. Yeah.
Modernise.
How do you think?
Well,
questions.
Trade considerations is huge, absolutely huge. It's an advantage for New Zealand to be able to export things that are GMO free or GE free or whatever you're going to call it. It's an absolute advantage. And Fonterra, for example, exports milk to China, I think it is, under a GMO. Or is it the US? Actually, it's the US that's GMO free, because the market is there for GMO free things. And so it's ridiculous to put us in competition with the rest of the world when we have a niche market here.
Yeah. It's pointless trying to race to the bottom. So, more questions, or you got something to say, Claire?
Just very quickly, it's a very interesting thing because in the research we've done with our submission, contamination of the genetically modified crops into landrace of the same, like corn, is rife. So to be able to be organic, you actually possibly need to grow a crop that is not one of the genetically modified ones. Otherwise, you will have to raise the level of contamination that will be allowed. At the moment, New Zealand has zero tolerance for any GMO released in the seeds into the environment. And this and the submitters that go on are actually saying that, yes, of course organics can survive, but it really needs to lift its level of contamination that is acceptable. So that means that we then start to go down the slippery slope of, you start with a 1% contamination and exponentially it will grow year after year if you are growing the GMO crops.
Yeah.
So we can go to another question.
Okay.
Seeing what we do in medicine, can you give us a layman's speak about what this bill will do in terms of medicines and off into the future, some sort of
Sure.
future
I
prophecy?
think, the quintessential example would be Melbourne Institute and their CAR T-cell therapy. I believe you may be meeting with them later today. That's a great example, I believe, of the 3 GMOs released into the environment under HESNO. I think Melbourne's had 2 of those 3. Their initial 2022 application that gave them permission to modify the T-cells, and then their 2024 application that let them go to clinical trials. This is an exciting piece of research, an exciting endeavour, and at the moment we're cutting edge in this technology. It seems like we can point these killer T-cells at precisionally defined cancers, and amongst other things, get less side effects than other remedies and other solutions. This is an exciting thing. We're into phase 2 now. We've enrolled 80 people, enrolled 8 as of 2 weeks ago. This is leading edge. This is sort of a definition of precision medicine, where you can specifically identify a treatment just for you, just for your cancer, just for your B-cell lymphoma. These killer T-cells can attack that. Now, without the advances that we're looking to make in this bill, and Melanie may go over this as well, but some of their approvals took a year to get through. I believe the first approval, maybe it was the second, took a year to get through at a cost they estimate about $250,000. That's not insignificant. They were able to progress, but again, maybe they'll raise other examples of international studies that they wanted to be a part of, and because of our restrictive regime, they either had to pull out or not have to participate, and they've raised the question of reputational damage to our science sector by not being able to participate in those sort of studies. So real opportunities in the medical and health space for what a modernised gene technology bill could do. And I just give one example with CAR T-cells.
Thank you.
Okay. What do you think about Jenny Markov's question?
I actually thought it was very relevant, and it does go to the heart of this bill. And the answer that Shane Retty gave us was that the Mulligan Institute is doing a GMO study. It's in its phase 2 effects, and it's going to look at the health and safety, what it is. So all medicines have to go through clinical trials up to 3 or 4 stages. In New Zealand, we have actually, through the HESNO Act, approved 2 telemycin and Paxlovid. That was a liver cancer drug, which had to be pulled after 18 months because the side effects were so serious, and 45% of the people dropped out. The telemycin was never actually started in this country. The CAR T cells, we'll see whether they are actually safe, but they are different because they use the person's own genetics, and that is genetically modified, and then it's given back to them. And so what we're looking at is an obfuscation of he's really just trying to pretend that this bill will go further than what we already have. But he's not actually realizing that already the medical institutions to put something on the market needs these things. And they all cost around about $250,000 to conduct. So it's actually a moot point, and he's trying to pretend that we aren't doing it already, and this bill will release it. So it's absolute rubbish.
Well, I'll just say, keep it in the lab.
Keep it in the lab. Okay, let's see who's up next.
Thank you. Minister, the submission from we have received advice that perhaps the provisions in the bill could be more clearly articulated to reflect policy intent around non-regulated technology. Are you open to having feedback from the committee on that area?
Yes.
Thanks.
Thank you. Well, we've heard about some of the advances in healthcare. What are some of the other examples, maybe more broadly? What are the economic benefits that New Zealand could reap?
So a wide range of examples. You might want to talk about the containment space, which is your particular area of expertise, because often it's one, not you talk about medical, that's got some visibility, environmental. Clearly, when you go to some of the ag-research stuff and the science stuff, the containment's less visible. Do you want to talk?
So some of the research, precision biomanufacturing, for instance, where yeasts or other organisms are engineered to produce proteins of value. So the output of that process is a valuable protein, for instance. Some of we currently are under significant volume restrictions around that, even when it takes place in containment, and that really curtails activity. We've examples, perhaps the Daisy Lab startup in Auckland in this area, who that has been a huge barrier to success of as well. So there's a whole range of technologies that have come on board, which there are barriers which are disproportionate to risk that this bill is trying to address.
Cameron.
So what do you think about Aisha's? Could you say it was a point of order?
I kind of missed the question, but what I'm just sort of seething at the moment is that the barriers are disproportionate to the risk. And that sort of made smoke puff out of my ears. But what I missed, it's sometimes a little bit hard to pick up when it's a bit fast, so I missed the question.
However, the answer was about precision fermentation. As Lisa said before, that is all contained. But there is a problem of the microbes that are used in precision precision growing. It's all in a vat. How do you dispose of them? And there does seem to be very little, how would you call it, safety or even understanding of how they're going to dispose safely of these microorganisms and what happens if they get into the environment. The other thing is if you are a milk person, if you drink milk, when you have milk, you have a whole product of really good proteins, fats, whatever, right? However, the Daisy Lab is only producing one milk protein at a time, and it has to be added into, say, infant formula or something to make it a better protein. So in a way, precision fermentation is only creating one protein at a time. It's highly expensive. It's dangerous because we don't know how they're going to dispose of their microbes. And vat fermentation actually is rife with bacterial contamination. And so it's all very well. And if we tend to deregulate or simplify how the regulator looks at this sort of stuff, we are actually endangering our environment and the health of our people.
Okay, let's see what I think it's Cameron Luxton's got to say. And just remember, he's got a T in the name.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just had a couple of questions. We asked the officials previously around what the definition of indigenous species around native or endemic or indigenous. And I was sort of thinking about it for a while and received some advice back. It hasn't really cleared it up as much for me. I would wonder what would be the potential of having an exhaustive list of species that are considered applicable to the section of the Act, section 128, where a kaitiaki relationship can be asserted. So is that a possibility in this? What do we think about having an exhaustive list?
I'll pass that to Simon. I asked the same sort of questions, and was indicated that indigenous species means a species of organism that is endemic or native to New Zealand, and that wording comes from Plant Varieties Act 2022. So I also was exploring what does this kaitiaki relationship look like? What does it mean? The question you're raising is whether there should be identified species that sit inside that kaitiaki relationship. Simon, do you want to?
Yeah, so we haven't attempted to do that, largely because our advice from Maori Focus Group has been that it's very difficult to set that out in advance. Sometimes it's contested, and generally speaking, the process of establishing a kaitiaki relationship is done through tikanga. And so what the bill does is it opens up a space whereby you can have a conversation about tikanga and establish that the kaitiaki relationship exists, and then that gets considered by the regulator.
That's fine, but the bill does specifically say indigenous species. So I mean, there's a tikanga aspect about figuring out where the kaitiaki relationship is, but that doesn't change the species that exist on the ground today. And that I wouldn't have thought. Where is the classification? Are we going to allow? Are we going to have the ministry just leaving it open to what is an indigenous species? Are we going to create? Is there
I mean, if you're saying that we need to decide what's Indigenous, native, or endemic based on patriarchy and post-process, is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I might pass this to Emily, because Emily does work with Indigenous species, so she will be able to give you a bit of an idea of the difficulties of describing listed.
Yes, I mean, we're very aware that some of the organisms that even are endemic, the sequence variation is very close to sequences that are seen in other parts of the world, and species in other parts of the world. So it's defining that kaitiaki relationship is important, that connection is important too. So it's quite hard to define specifically what is in that category versus what's not. So the definition of Indigenous takes that into account to allow kaitiaki relationships to be established.
I must say your answer does blow it out even further. Just, like you're basically saying we haven't got any definition, we can't define it. We will leave that up to discussions later on as to what. And so, I mean, when someone reads the word Indigenous, okay, it's fine. It's species that are potentially only found in New Zealand or were here before a certain date, perhaps.
Mm-hmm.
But what your answer is just elucidated as something that we don't even have that as a definition.
So I think the difficulty is there's a very long list of Indigenous species. It's a very large number of species.
So the data capacity being built around the world to store that sort of information, why would that not be something we could do?
But to have that information, I mean, that would be across plants, microbes, animals. That information isn't even available to us.
Right. So species haven't been classified since Aristotle.
Especially in the microbial space, unfortunately.
Cool. We've got 4 minutes left. Steve, did you have another?
Yeah, I've got a question around traceability.
So Cameron Luxon's questions, from some of the stuff that's coming in the chat there, it seems to ignore the treaty.
Yes, this.
Go on, you go.
Go, Lisa. Go, Lisa.
Well, I was just looking at it from a slightly different point of view from the treaty. I mean, the whole thing does ignore the treaty, the bill does, because, I mean, there's people, there's the one regulator, and I think there's allowed to be, and I might be wrong, I think there's allowed to be a committee of Maori that can comment, but they don't have any power. That was my impression of the bill. But just going back to the Indigenous species as such, would it mean then that a genetic engineer could perhaps say, well, I'm going to genetically engineer kauri so it doesn't get kauri dieback anymore? Now, how would that be considered ethical or not? So it's how far do you take that? So I thought actually Luxton's questions were good. Yeah, Claire?
Yes, no, just going back to this thing, we can't type Indigenous species. The problem is we also have endemic species. Now, those are what we have imported, and funnily enough, possums actually are considered in some areas, as we know, we have possum fur clothes and things like that. They are taonga to some people who make their money from it. So what you've got is you aren't considering any of the, I mean, we're leaving it up to the Māori Advisory Committee to actually define what is taonga to them. But we're not looking at the cows, the sheep, all the things that make us an income. And just listening, we do have in our submission that there are 28 species of native bees. There are 51 species of native freshwater fish. Now, what has been found overseas, specifically with the water, is the refuse from the GMOs getting into the water is affecting the aquatic life quite severely. But also there are pesticides that are related to these plants that are also super sprayed, creating super weeds, super pests, and things like that. But going back to the Indigenous thing, what we actually have to do is actually, I think we have got a database of Indigenous species. So it is actually wrong to say this is too broad to bring into the Act, because she's missing the point.
Okay, let's see what Steve Abel's got to say on more questions. I'm going to have a lot of fun doing post-production edit on this.
Minister, the Dairy Association, also Beef and Lamb, and others have expressed real concerns about the responsibility for ensuring traceability rests with gene technology organisms through the supply chain entirely rests in the Animal Products Act or the Commercial Traceability Insurance Schemes.
and that without a regulatory underpinning by the regulator at the start of the process, when a decision is made to release an organism, then the onus and the cost will fall to all of those non-GMO producers to try and account for their status if they are marketing a product as non-GMO. And there's real concern from industry about, frankly, the unfairness of that, and also the difficulty of traceability if you have organisms that are exempt from any regulatory oversight.
Son, do you want to talk to me?
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot of complexity in terms of how traceability works in practice, and there are some decisions to be made about the appropriate place for costs to lie in the system, and it tends to vary from product to product. And I think that's something that I think the Minister's indicated he's interested in what the committee thinks and where the submissions go on that. And I think it's something that will be good for us to dig into in greater detail.
So you're open to tightening that up and considering proper traceability?
Certainly open to discussion, yeah.
Got another one for this time.
We've got 2 minutes, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, one other thing that Beef and Lamb pointed out, that they applied for an extension, the Meat Industry Association, Dairy New Zealand and Dairy Companies Association. They all felt it was quite a rush process, this. They were not able to consult with their farmers, and their farmers weren't happy about that. What is the rush around this when a more substantive, thorough process that allows these very significant industries to properly engage with their members, why is it being so pushed through, and is there not a serious risk of public discontent and industry discontent on something so significant?
So several things. There is a willingness from government to progress this, first of all. Secondly, 15,000 were roughly able to complete the process on time. And thirdly, when I look back at the hazardous substances and new organisms, open bracket, genetically modified organisms, close bracket, amendment bill that came in 2001 was almost exactly the same consultation period, 14th of December 2001 to 1st of February 2002, for a very important bill that looked to add genetically modified organisms to HASNO. So very similar sort of piece of work, albeit the number of submissions was quite less. So at the end of the day, it's actually for the committee to decide when submissions open or close. But I am indicating that we want to progress. It's not actually a call that I make.
Okay, so you're not averse to us taking a bit more time with it?
It is a committee decision, but I am indicating that 15,000 were able to get in on time, and we do want to progress.
All right, we're at time. Hey, thank you, Minister.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for all the
Thank you for what you have
officials.
done, what you brought here as you go through these submissions.
Thank you for being here. I know a few of you are still going to be around to submit, and we'll.
Well, that seems to basically be wrapping up what's happened to be, was it? We had a 50-minute half hour.
Well, that was a really good wrap up with Steve Abel, because he brought up a couple of really good points. One being, he mentioned insurance. Who is going to be responsible if something goes wrong? I mean, that's massive, absolutely massive. And is it going to be the ratepayers through their councils? Is it going? I believe that there's no insurance company that's put their hand up and said, "Oh, we'll insure all genetically engineered crops and other things too." So that is huge. Back to the precautionary principle, please. And then the other thing was industry discontent, he mentioned. Well, I think that just recently there was a survey, and 74% of farmers were not interested in going ahead with GE. So 74%. I mean, normally when there's some sort of poll or something, you're doing quite well if you get 49%. So 74 is pretty good. So they don't want it. So why is it being forced on us? So it's time's coming on. So possibly my last comment is that we need a royal commission to look up into the whole thing. And as Steve was saying, we're rushing it through. There's no need to rush something as serious as this through. So
yeah.
Claire.
Yes. Well, he brings up a really good point. I really like what Steve Abel's questions are. They're to the point, and they've really asked the right kind of questions. However, the country has already voted with our GE-free regions. They're the ones whose councils are protecting our environment and their regional economies. This bill is going to remove the right for councils to place GMOs, but what's worse is it's also going to remove the existing councils' right who have placed these precautionary approaches into their long-term plans. And that in itself kind of is a lie to what Retty said is, oh, we'll have a look at this. The bill is actually is not able to allow him to look at this because of the way that they have changed the Resource Management Act and the right of communities to democratically ask their councils to have a GE-free region to protect themselves from the dangers, from the lack of liability, from the lack of insurance, from the contamination. So I would agree with Lisa. We need to have a look and get rid of this bill. I don't know if you said that, Lisa. Sorry.
Well, so basically, yeah, I did. And the thing is, Jon Carapiet, who's got on a panelist later on, he has tried to get to speak to Auckland Council about this, and they've turned him down. So where's the democracy in that?
Yeah, that's not helpful at all. I mean, how is someone meant to, like, you know, because Auckland Council is quite a vast area, and yes, you have your urban sprawl, but you have all those rural pockets all over the place.
Well, John and I, more than 10 years ago now, got the sort of some sort of limit on GE into the unitary plan, but this has expired now. So yeah.
Can I say the reply that came back was, we will keep it in the plan, but we can't help it if government removes it for us. And as you say, Lisa, they chose not to put their viewpoint about keeping a GMO-free region to the submission process because they didn't have the resources or the time. Now, that is wrong. So I went to the South Wairarapa district council mayor, and he has actually given us a letter of saying that he is highly concerned that the democratic right of his community will not be allowed to do this. So that there are councils who do support and have been able to make their voice heard, like Hastings, like Whangarei.
Well, but look at Whangarei and fluoride. The government is going to make them fine them and possibly send the mayor to prison if they don't put fluoride in the water. Where's the democracy in that?
Well, that's the sort of thing that we need to make sure does not happen in this bill.
That's right.
The other thing too is there is no right, as far as I know, if there is at the moment with Hasno, if they make a decision to release something or field trial it, it can be challenged by the submitters. At the moment, there is no right for submitters to challenge that in this bill. And that there removes the choice, the democratic right, and it's actually a dereliction of duty of care, I believe.
Yeah.
Keep New Zealand
GE-free.
free.
Oh yes. Oh, great to see that popping up again. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's no point trying to move on to another submission if we're about to roll over to our next panelist. But yes, your was it quick highlight your experience on today's panel? You felt like you've walked out with more information than you walked in with?
I think I have been able to voice the concerns I have. I think that this ballot was an extraordinarily good way of running an information campaign. And thank you. I loved working with Lisa and with you. So thank you. And let's keep GE-free New Zealand.
Yes, I'd really like to thank you, Sam, for the opportunity to do this. And I appreciate you, accepting various people I recommended to come in. And Claire, as you can see, was a super informed person. So it was wonderful to have her here to back up the things I say with the actual facts.
Yeah. Steve, you found a whole heap of people I wouldn't have found. Yeah.
So thank you, Sam.
No problem.
Thank you,
Okay,
Sam.
well, we'll get ready to sit there and have a break, and we'll be next up with Marty Robinson, who'll be joining me for the next hour.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, News Guide, the Order Paper Podcast. YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Subscribe to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Who's got the order paper podcast? YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. Who's got the order paper podcast? Podcast.
And welcome to the show, Marty. How are you today? I think, have you got yourself on mute? Phil, the fun part about being on mute, it's the middle key in there to see if you ended up hitting the mute button. On our end, we've not muted you, so it's an internal thing on your end. Try now. Yeah, nothing seems to be coming through at the moment, but I'm not seeing if your mouse is moving or not. That's all right. Just if you want to, just hit just reload the screen into it and see if that refreshes the whole connection. Yeah. Oh well, it's let's just hope we sit down there and get Marty as he goes through the fun part of trying to work restream around as we go from there. You try talking now?
Can you hear me now, Sam?
Oh, perfect! Perfect. This is what. Okay, this now we're running perfectly from here. We're not getting him to guess what lip reading's saying.
Oh, cool! You could actually see me before as well.
Yeah, yes, yeah. I did see you ducking in and out of there. Including, it's actually quite funny watching the number of people who've got the empty chairs who were panelists in the last round of shows and all that. The fun stuff that goes in. We, doing it. I mean, of course, look, you're going to have that for me for 2 hours here, where I sit there and jump out at 5 o'clock. So, the fun parts get to see. So, where are you from, and what expertise in the gene area, organics, that sort of thing, that makes you very interested in this bill?
Yeah. Thanks very much for the introduction. Yeah, Marty Robinson here. I'm from Kerikeri Bay of Islands. I'm an uncertified organic grower, so which puts me in the line of a conventional grower. I've been a grower in Kerikeri since 1980. I've been involved with the GE issue since the Tamarillo trial in Kerikeri back in the early 1990s, and helped form GE or Free Northland, Food Resources for Exempt from Engineering Northland, which then morphed into GE Free Taitokorau Northland. So I've been involved with it right at the start of it. I'm not scientific. I'm sorry that I don't have a Claire Bleakley or someone of that knowledge, or also.
It's all right. It's just commentary.
Yeah. So, who'd be able to give great help. I'm a simple grower, but I have I just been that immersed with the subject for that long that I just understand the logics of keeping GMOs out of food and the environment for a number of reasons, which I'll be happy to explain through the time as we go.
Yeah, no problem. Okay, so now that we've passed the minister, God, we spent ages on the minister and his entourage of speeches there, going through there. Let's kick. My mic has a lot of white noise.
I hope that's not me.
No, that's come from me.
I can hear you clearly.
Yeah, I know. That's what's going through, and it's come on the internal chat, not the external chat. Oh, let's kick it off, and I'll go and play around with the microphone. So next up, it says on my list here is the Dairy Company Association, Paul Goldstone, and Professor Barry Scott. So let's kick that off.
We're going to public session for hearings. We have a number of, as are all submitters, very important, a number of very notable and important submitters here today. And first up is the Dairy Companies Association of New Zealand. Very nice to have you here. We have Paul Goldstone, the policy advisor. We have you here for 10 minutes. You, I don't have your name on the sheet.
And I am not Paul Goldstone.
You may be, but I don't believe you are. Well, I'm Sam Martin, Chair of the Health Committee. We have members around the table.
Still with you,
we have you here for 10 minutes. You may use all that time or leave us some questions. I'll hand that over to you now.
Great. So I'm Kimberly Cruther. I'm the Executive Director of the Dairy Companies Association of New Zealand, and I'm joined by my colleague Paul Goldstone, who is our Policy Manager. DCANZ represents New Zealand dairy processors and exporters. We are submitting in support of the Genetic Technology Bill and recommend that it be passed with amendment. Dairy is New Zealand's biggest export industry, responsible for approximately 35% of all goods exported in the year to December 2024. That was $24.5 billion. Despite being far from markets, New Zealand has built a competitive dairy industry that has been supported by embracing innovation. The potential benefits of genetic technology include lowering greenhouse gas emissions through more precise livestock traits, or better productivity due to better feeding of animals, or improved microbial characteristics for dairy production. Allowing gene technologies in New Zealand also improves New Zealand's scientific capability. However, our exporting success is also underpinned by our ability to provide our global customers with robust assurances regarding the inputs that are in our supply chains.
Can you hear me?
New Zealand dairy products are exported to well over 100 million markets globally, 120 markets globally, and thousands of dairy customers are involved in that trade. The diverse trade is a strength for our industry. It helps us navigate trade disruptions. But it also necessitates working with customers to meet a diverse set of requirements for the markets in which those dairy products are being consumed. DCANZ members have concerns that the bill in its current form will not easily allow them to meet customer requirements for traceability and assurance of the biotech status of inputs in their dairy supply chains. We do not consider that the benefits of gene technology need to be mutually exclusive of our ability to provide trade assurances and enjoy the opportunities from achieving those customer and market assurances. Both can be enabled with 3 amendments to the bill, which Paul's going to outline for you.
We recommend 3 quite specific amendments to the bill, noting our general support that the bill be passed. The first is clause 11, that current bill, the regulator is limited to considering factors of human health and the environment as relevant risks. We propose a 3rd factor be added to clause 11, which is market access and trade. This would allow the regulator, for example, to place controls on requirements for products to be registered for traceability purposes to allow for market access, which worryingly cannot be done
see
at
if
the
any
moment under this bill.
movement at all, Sam. I'm not sure if anybody on the show.
We're having a perfect stream, and we're hearing you perfectly coming through.
I haven't heard anything at all since we the beginning where you talked about the Dairy Company Association and Paul Goldsmith.
It was Paul Goldstone, but yes,
Goldstone,
okay.
Yep.
Yeah, just give it a reboot and see if because there's the screen back to how we were before, with you on one side, me on the other.
You're static. You're still in the middle with the live and the ballot and the tick. So I haven't got. I've got me on the left there.
Yep, that should be right. Yeah, and then when we switch to this one, does that bring the submission?
No, there's been nothing else on screen apart from the still shot of you.
Oh,
sorry. You
give it a refresh and see what happens.
Yeah, sorry, people.
It's all good. We'll
We
continue
note
listening.
that an amendment for market access and trade to be added to Clause 11 is consistent with the advice of MFAT officials. Second, we recommend amendment to Clause 15, conditions that may be imposed, and to add the condition in Clause 15, requirements and practices to enable product identification, verification, and tracing. This is because the current list of conditions in the bill that may be imposed on a gene technology license do not explicitly allow for supply chain traceability for markets and customers. The importance of maintaining high levels of traceability within food systems was underscored by the 2013 whey protein concentrate scare. The ministerial inquiry into that scare emphasised the critical importance of effective full supply chain traceability. Not including traceability as a condition in this bill is a significant oversight that must be addressed. And third, we recommend that Clause 163 to being able to exempt certain so-called minimal risk gene technologies from the regulatory process be significantly amended. This clause at the moment effectively could allow gene technologies, notably gene editing techniques, or SDN1, to enter into New Zealand completely exempted from the regulatory process. It would be very difficult for the dairy industry to provide markets or customers with effective traceability and assurances that there is no gene technology in the product if gene technologies are exempt from any regulatory oversight at all. For this reason, we recommend various technical amendments to Clause 163. Most significantly, we recommend that Clause 163 include clarification that a permitted organism must still be registered by the regulator and conditions can be imposed to ensure disclosure as a condition of sale and traceability. Thank you. We are available for any questions.
Can you please say that last bit again? For 163, you recommend that?
163, we recommend, if you read out full submission, we have a table at the back that lists the different technical changes we want. The major one would be that an exempted, or we would prefer to use the term permitted, organism must still at least be registered by the regulator and potentially have conditions placed upon that.
Thank you. Steve, Deborah, Asha.
Thank you very much for your very clear substantive submission on this. You say in point 110 that the value of New Zealand's current GM-free is mostly because it allows New Zealand exporters to easily meet market and customer requirements, and that you're concerned that proposed liberalisation pathway does not enable management and minimisation of market risks. In terms of your support, wouldn't you want to be certain there was a big, significant benefit to forfeiting that GM-free status rather than, as Peter Gluckman calls it, speculative possibility of GM benefits?
So we wouldn't necessarily characterise it as the benefit of the GM status. The current GM status means that it is easy to provide the assurances and answer the customer requests as to the status of inputs across the supply chain. So it's an assurance issue. Now that benefit of meeting assurance requirements can be maintained and coexistence can be managed so long as there is traceability and the provisions that for amendment that we have outlined.
Have a supplement, please.
I've got two quick subs. Go quick, and then I've got Hamish and Mark.
Do you envisage a time in the near future when New Zealand dairy products, butter or cheese or infant formula, would be marketed as GM grass-fed?
As GM grass-fed?
Fed on GM grass.
So I can't imagine, well, we do market as fed on grass, but GM grass-fed on the front of a label, no, I'm not aware of any market developments that would move towards that. As I say, the assurances are often sitting in the background. It will be organics customers requiring certain assurances, companies who are purchasing products who want to be confident that the way that they are labelling in their market is consistent with the requirements of their market, or that they've done their regulatory due diligence, who will be wanting the traceability.
I'll move on given our time constraints.
Exactly. Thank you. Just supplementing on that question and market access. Australia, and you mentioned here in your submission 4.14 that Australia liberalised their gene editing rules in 2019. What effect did that have on their dairy prices?
On the
dairy prices?
Oh, yes. So one of your concerns is traceability and the price we get for our dairy. Australia in 2019 has gone through its process. What effect did it have on their dairy prices?
Our concern is the ability to meet our global customers' assurances. And as I said, 120 different markets, thousands of customers. We have a very different exporting profile from the Australian dairy industry. So I'm not sure that that would necessarily be a valid comparison to be drawn.
We've got to Mark quickly. I'm sorry, Mark.
Thanks for the submission. I think you raised a number of technical points. Just actually supplementary on that same theme. This is one of the problems we've got, is that what's risk reward we're trading off here in terms of value, and
I'll just say we're at time, so let's just move to
so your company's the ones out there facing the world. So what is the what is the premium? Like, give us something.
Often it's not a premium. There is a premium for organic product that is a niche product. Elsewhere, it will be a requirement to be able to provide assurances as to what's in your supply chain. If you want to be exporting to certain markets, you need to be able to provide your customers with confidence that the product you're supplying meets their domestic requirements. As we've outlined, there would be a barrier to doing that if there isn't visibility of what the status of products within the supply chain. So we're saying it's not here, it's the ability to trade, it's not the GM status, it is actually the ability to continue to manage the assurances for the products you're supplying, which may be of a range of different GM status in the future.
Thank you. That's quite clear there. Thank you. Hey, unfortunately, we're at time, and I know.
Now, did you catch, once you rebooted, did you catch much of what was said there, Marty?
Yes, about the confidence of supply. Yes. As opposed to the fear of contamination. So we have it. I mean, we have to give assurances, or organic certainly has to give assurances that they are not able to be contaminated by wind, by rain, by any means that their product is going to be contaminated. It's the same there's a more exacting market overseas, as we've been seen as has been shown by shipments that have been rejected by the markets, because although they were supposedly assured as contaminant free or GM free, there have been contaminants found in it, and whole shipments have been rejected. I don't know the exact cases, but
I remember one a number of years back with it was in China with dairy solids. But
yes.
This is going back. I remember it, but I remember the minister was Nathan Guy at the time.
Yeah, there was also a shipment of yeast, I think, that went to Japan early in the piece. Once again, that was contaminated and the whole shipment was rejected.
Yeah. Okay. We will head for the next submitter, Ag Research.
We'd like to keep asking questions, and lots of people have questions. But thank you very much for coming in here and for your submission in person.
Thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Sorry, Deborah. I'll try and just in going forward, because we don't have that much time, I'll try not to allow us, if you get one question, just have fun. All right, next up we have Professor Barry Scott.
Tēnā koutou katoa. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the Select Committee on this bill. By way of background.
Good to see you, Barry. Good to have you here. Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity to present. By way of background, I was Professor of Molecular Genetics at Massey University for 30 plus years, carrying out research and teaching in gene technology, and I've been closely involved in the regulatory framework, initially as a member of the Environmental Risk Management Authority, under which the current legislation was involved, and that was 30 plus years ago, but also recently as co-chair of the expert advice panel for the Royal Society on Gene Editing. And one of our outputs from that was a paper on the regulatory and legislative framework around gene editing, and it's very important to look at that. The current legislation and regulatory framework is simply not fit for purpose, developed 30 years ago, and if you look through the publication from that Royal Society Gene Panel, you will see there are many serious deficiencies that need to be addressed, and it's important to see those addressed in this bill. The current legislation is based on regulation of gene technologies rather than the outputs. And just want to emphasize, when it comes to medicines, we don't regulate on the basis of how they were made, but on the basis of safety and efficacy. And I would posit that we should do the same around the outputs from gene technology. I strongly support a regulatory system that has at its heart a risk assessment that is proportionate to the risks involved. And I would point you to the regulation of low-risk GME in New Zealand in laboratories. It's simply over-regulated, a huge compliance cost, and I would say quite unnecessary given the risks associated with that. So proportionality to risk, I think, is very, very important. I note the model, the bill is based on the Australian model, which has been in place for many years and has worked well. I think we have the opportunity here to improve on that and develop a system that takes into account the unique situation of Aotearoa New Zealand. I support a regulatory system that is underpinned by robust scientific evidence, not opinion. It's absolutely important that the system is based on that sort of evidence. I think New Zealand's missing out on many business opportunities, and I would direct you to Nikki McDonald's wonderful article in 2022, the story of a young entrepreneur absolutely frustrated with the hurdles associated with trying to develop a new fermentation type technology in New Zealand. Well worthwhile reading. And just by way of some final general comments, I'd talk about trust building. While this is not directly addressed in the bill, I think it's really, really important that the public has trust in the institutions that administer these regulations, i.e. the EPA, MPI, and Food Standards Australia and New Zealand. If those agencies don't operate at the highest standard, then public confidence is undermined. And the other point I'd want to make is around ethics. This crops up all the time when I engage in public speaking around this topic. While not directly addressed in the bill, absolutely essential the regulator take ethics into account. So just to wrap up, I support this bill. I think it's an opportunity for New Zealand to go forward and build on what Australia established many years ago. Our current system is simply not fit for purpose.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your submission. We are on time, actually, so we don't have any time for questions. I'm sorry, but...
Oh, it's a shame there's no questions from that on that submission.
Yeah, especially when it comes down to the comparison that we're in line with the Australian system, when it's obviously we're not going to be having any deep look at gene ethics, whereas they've got gene ethics in Australia. They also have regional differences in Australia. You know that Tasmania is GM free, which we've established from the Bombay Hills up to Cape Reinga, which is maybe 40% of the country's population, certainly not the area. So they're picking and choosing the winners a little bit.
Yeah, no, it certainly does feel like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay, let's see who our next submitter is.
The committee today.
Interpretation.
Yep. Go ahead, Pato.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next up, we have Agri-Search, Dr. Richard Scott.
Okay, we're up to Agri-Search now.
Dr. Marty Bradley. I'm Director of Strategy and Comms, and Richard Scott is here with a number of hats on. So he's a lead scientist in this area of gene technologies. He's also Agri-Search's biological compliance facilitator, and he's been involved with NB's technological advisory.
Well, good morning to you both. It's great to have you here. We have you here for 10 minutes. It's good to have you in person. You may use that time as you wish. I'll hand that to you now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. So we'll just give a high-level statement, and then we're really keen to hear questions from the committee. So Agri-Search is one of 7 Crown Research Institutes. You're also hearing from our colleagues from Plant and Food and Scion today. We have a long history in working with genetic modification and gene editing, and our current focus is very much on modifying pasture species used here in New Zealand to look at increased productivity, options to enhance animal health and welfare, and also to reduce harm in the environment through things like trying to get mitigations of greenhouse gas emissions. Under the current legislation, our research has been primarily done in the lab. Where we have wanted to field trial some of the work that we're doing, we've done that in the US and in Australia. So we are supportive of this bill in providing that high-level framework under which there'll be more detailed secondary regulations, and we think that it'll help future-proof New Zealand and also bring us in line with the rest of the world. And so taking that tiered evidence-based approach, I think, is going to be really important when you're thinking about potential amendments, and that having the higher risks or unknown risks scrutinised by a well-equipped regulator will be key part of that. And so we believe that the bill will help accelerate innovation here in New Zealand, and we're looking forward to opportunities to be able to trial some of our R&D in real-world conditions here in New Zealand. At that point, if our R&D is proved to be successful, then we think it's up to the industries and the regulator, not us as scientists, to decide whether those industries and New Zealand want to use those technologies. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. Carlos, Steve, Deborah.
Just now you mentioned about field tests and you want to do it in New Zealand. So, but you also said that you have been doing it in other countries as well. Can you give us a little bit more information? What kind of safeguard have you implemented when you're doing all these field tests?
So when we did a field test overseas, we've had that basically it was a small area, probably half the size of this room, and it had a wire netting fence around it, approximately 8 foot high, to keep some animals out, and then a strip of bare earth around it. That was effectively the level of containment that was required, so nice and simple there, and the gate was locked or something like that.
Thank you.
Steve, and then Deborah or Asha. So,
Yeah, thanks for being here. You highlight at the start of your submission the value chains that you assist in producing that contribute to economic growth and beneficial environmental and societal outcomes. We've heard from industry submitters that they would like to see trade and market impacts taken into account, and you're working directly in, you highlight your work in white clover and ryegrass. These are things that would be significant in those things. Would you be supportive of that being a consideration? Not one that you have to make, but one that should be made, given the objective of protecting the economic value of existing farm production?
We believe that particularly industries would be in a good place to make that consideration. It's, I think, one of the things that would be useful to consider is when that consideration needs to be made. And so one of the challenges is early in R&D and through field trials is that an appropriate time, or is it when a decision is being made whether to adopt that technology for general use or farmers decide they would like to adopt it, that you look at the market and trade implications then?
Asha.
When crops are considered for a risk assessment, can you describe the type of scientific information that might feed into that and how reliable it is compared to the actual risk when the crop is then in the field?
So you're talking about the field trial assessment. There's a set series of questions within an application, and that deals with things like ability to maintain that organism, whatever it may be, in containment, considers the modifications that you make, what effect it would have on the environment with those modifications if it was to escape. So those are some of the things that are considered. Also part of that application is the benefits, costs and risks based as well, outside of the science considerations.
Under the current PESNO Act.
Yeah.
How much uncertainty surround those assessments?
These assessments are done to the best of our knowledge. So you're using knowledge from published papers to basically support anything that you're saying in those applications.
If I may, just one more. The concern is that crop starts growing outside where it's meant to and takes off and becomes a pest, right? So how are you able to assess that from the information you have at that juncture?
And that's taken into consideration as well, is that does that change? Does the modification allow it to grow faster or become a weed, if you like? Weediness is part of that consideration, or potential weediness.
Can you explain to the committee what effect the current legislation is having on our scientific, especially in the ag research space? What impacts our current legislation is having on development and future technologies?
I guess in my experience, it's been the imbalance between real risk and what does it have to be applied in terms of containment and processes around that to take place. That adds costs. It also adds excessive or a lot of time as well, because to maintain that containment, cost to build the infrastructure, you have a limited space, therefore you have to stagger what you're trying to do, and that lengthens out the whole process. Okay, that's the sort of example.
And you've heard, we've had to field trial overseas because the process to go through approval here is resource intensive.
Yeah, we don't have much time left, so I'll go to Deb. I know Steve's got one as well.
Thank you. I visited Palmerston North the other day and saw that containment lab. It's amazing. But you were talking about conducting field trials overseas with a fence and a buffer zone and things like that. Which country was that in?
That was in the US.
In the US. Would you have been able to do that type of trial in Australia?
Yes, we do have we have trials in Australia at the moment. I don't know.
Because we've been told that this legislation is going to look like Australia's. Okay, so I just want to understand what the containment rules are like in Australia, and could you operate under those rules?
Each case is different, so it depends on your species that you're taking into Australia.
Yeah,
so, yes,
we are trialling in Australia currently.
Last one, how do you practically stop a self-replicating grass like a ryegrass over the course of years and decades? How do you stop it from spreading? I mean, we haven't managed to do that with any other introduced grass species, so we're practically not going to be able to do that, are we?
Practically not.
Yeah, so it will spread. If we release a genetically engineered ryegrass, it'll eventually get all over the place.
But the point of this is that it will be, if it is going to be released, it will be safe. So that's the key point.
So no contamination of those who want to grow without GM, but you're saying that's okay because it will be safe.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if it from the perspective of safety, it will be safe. That contamination issue that's going to be dealt with by processors or industry. So we're not saying that. We are saying that according to this bill, and it deals with safety of the environment and human health, if it is released, it will be safe.
We won't be able to stop it spreading. That's what you're saying. Sorry, we won't be able to stop it spreading.
I honestly cannot. I cannot say we can.
Thank you. We're out of time. So thank you very much.
I have to be honest, that camera was doing my head in how it was dip down, back up, dip down, back up, dip down, back up. But some very good questions from the, what's it called, MPs.
Yeah, I'm really happy with that, how it's been honed in at the end there, is they won't be able to stop contamination or spreading, stop spreading. Now, two things that come to mind with me is we're always quite happy to do business overseas, except when we're told that we're not allowed to do it at home. So they're quite able to do trials in Australia or outside New Zealand, which if they're quite happy to do them over there, let's do the trials over there. Let's see the mistakes happen in environments that are sympathetic towards it, but let's keep our country free of potential contamination of a neighbouring property and risks to our overseas markets. We should be Australia, United States, Canada, Brazil. They're big commodity producers. We should be aiming for that niche production. Now as I say, keep the trials overseas. Keep our areas and all of our regions clean and GM free.
Yeah. Okay. Let's roll on to the next submitter, which I think. God, I can't keep up with the list of the.
I'm just going to say one more comment on that. He says real risk, but he's only talking the obvious. Eat this and you're going to die. But it is going to have a real risk to our economy. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, exactly. And if it gets in the wrong places, it can literally devastate someone's livelihood.
And is irretrievable.
Yeah. Okay, next up is Okay, it's Dr. Elizabeth, was it Heeg, Chief Executive of the Forest Owners Association, I think. Health Select Committee notes are nowhere near as good as Justice Select Committee.
Thank you.
Just my little moaning.
Next up for 10 minutes, we have the Forest Owners Association. We have Brendan and his colleague. Did they have enough names?
Okay.
Sorry, what is your name?
Kia ora, I'm Elizabeth Haig. I'm the CEO of Forest Owners Association. It's lovely to be with you here today. And Brendan is our Director of Biosecurity and Risk.
Yes. Well, wonderful. We'll have you here for 10 minutes. Welcome to the I'll hand the time to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So Forest Owners Association, this may be our first presentation in front of the Health Select Committee, so it's lovely to see you today. We represent the commercial plantation forestry sector. Our members represent 1.2 million of the 1.8 million hectares of commercial forestry in New Zealand and about 70% of the annual harvest. So the short version of that is we're the sustainable timber people. And that's the subsection of the forestry sector that we look after. So the Forest Owners Association supports the Gene Technology Bill and the new Gene Technology Regulator as it adopts a pragmatic, risk-proportionate, evidence-based management approach that will be more enabling for low-risk technologies and allow these to benefit New Zealand while still regulating higher-risk activities. The proposed bill will ensure that the regulatory framework is modernized, future-proofed, and adaptable, and will enable the regulator to take account of potential future changes in technology and approaches. The existing regulations and how they have been applied are outdated and restrictive, to the point that they are a barrier to development and application of modern advances and innovations in genetic technologies to the benefit of New Zealand's environmental, economic, sociocultural, and human health values. The application of genetic technologies, and in particular gene editing, presents many opportunities for the New Zealand forestry sector, including progressing currently stalled research into sterile and low spread risk Douglas fir or other important plantation species to enable this high value timber species to be grown in areas where it is no longer favored due to its wilding risk. And I think there's been a good documentation of the millions of dollars that are spent from both the public and the private purse every year in addressing that environmental harm issue. And the access to gene technology could really help us address that in a very efficient and effective way. With that, I will hand to Brendan to talk in a little bit more detail about our recommendations.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity. So we have, I guess, three general comments. One, we strongly support and recommend that the bill remain focused on setting a high-level enabling legislative framework that the Gene Tech regulator can work with, and that the detail be captured within the secondary regulations as well. This will ensure that the bill is enabling, future-proofed, and that as technology and evidence evolves, any resulting changes can be more efficiently addressed through the regulatory change process rather than the legislative change process. The Forest Owners Association also recommends that consideration be given to separating out the food and fibre, and our interest is in forestry where appropriate, as these will likely have quite different risk profiles and concerns, and therefore regulatory and administrative requirements and associated costs that go with those. And this, in our view, would align with the risk proportionate approach that the bill is aiming to deliver and avoid a one-size-fits-all approach that is evident in the current legislation and how it's applied. We would also recommend that consideration be given to the merits of maintaining some form of register and an efficient way of or record of what is currently proposed to be unregulated. Genetic technology applications, as this may provide some insights into the uptake and use of this technology, while also contributing to the evidence base of how this is being applied and its safety. But as noted above, this should be considered as part of the supporting regulations rather than the bill. And those are our general comments. Thank you.
So thank you. Happy to take any questions.
Yeah, Cam had his hand up.
Yeah, that'd be quick. Yeah, thanks very much for submitting. What sort of benefits do you think could be seen for what currently we have plantation forests covering, or forest covering large areas? What sort of benefits do you think could be imagined to be used to support environmental outcomes in areas downstream of those forestry areas?
Yeah, look, there's probably a bit of a range of opportunities there. So we talked a bit about the wilding risk. While forestry is not the main contributor to that, it certainly is a contributor, and that's something that we would like to have the ability to manage with the species that we grow. Improved pest and disease resistance and resilience is an area we're certainly interested in. I suppose that gives us the ability to deal with climate change and the changing pest loads, disease expressions that might arise, and also the associated treatments that may need to be used for those.
Quickly on how would you expect genetic technology to help with the wilding pine issue?
Well, there's a sterile variety of Douglas fir that's currently at Scion that's been developed in containment that we could actually work on deploying relatively quickly in the broader scheme of things if it was legal to do so.
Okay.
And obviously that could go through the risk assessment. But I guess with some of the changes that we're talking about, including if you're looking at improving timber properties, one of the first things we would want to do is make those varieties sterile, most likely, because you also don't want to share your awesome genetic developments in that space unless they're licensed. And so if we're looking at sterile trees, in a lot of ways that de-risks some of the concerns you might have about containment or coexistence with foresters that may not want to use those technologies.
Thank you.
Just to clarify on that question, that's a solution for stopping Douglas fir from spreading, but not a solution for existing wilding pines.
Correct.
Yeah.
We're not looking, well, at this stage anyway, we wouldn't be looking at like gene drive technology to make the trees that are extant sterile. I frankly don't even know how that would work. I have a PhD in this stuff.
Yeah.
But what I would say is it would be for any new deployment of species. So we've seen a real decline in the planting of Douglas fir, and several nurseries close over the last few years with the regulation through the National Environmental Standards for Commercial Forestry because of the risk and the risk management around wilding spread. So
it's very useful for us to understand that even gene drive technology, which is still, as Blackman might call it, relatively speculative, it hasn't really been done. It's a theoretical technology. It's not a solution for the existing wilding pine or any other wilding plant species.
Well, I would just caution that we don't know of any applications of it now.
Yeah.
That's not to say, I mean, when you look at the development of CRISPR technology, for instance, people are figuring out new things that you can do with those wonderful little molecular scissors all the time to do some very smart, management of different issues. So I wouldn't want to preclude that some very smart boffin somewhere could come up with a way that we could do that effectively. But at this stage, we don't know of
And with all your knowledge, you can't think of a pathway to doing that.
Not at this stage.
Jenny.
Thank you. Mine's a little supplementary on having talked about pine trees. It's been raised with the committee through submission about the possibility of cross-industry effects. For example, the example that's given, pollen from a genetically modified pine tree found on an organically grown apple. What are your comments about that in terms of that cross-industry link?
Well, if we're talking about having sterile trees, I would anticipate they wouldn't produce any gametes. So there shouldn't be pollen, I would think. But I guess in terms of that coexistence piece, we are certainly interested in working across the food and fiber sector, and we have a meeting with our colleagues to talk about any kind of risk management that they would want to see in place. And that's something that we would be happy to continue working through across the primary sector. I guess my concern as someone with a science background is there's a lot of misinformation in this space. Like when I say a sterile tree, people get concerned about, well, what if that tree was taken back to its native range and then spread? If it's sterile, that shouldn't be a possibility. I think it's really important that we have a science and evidence-based conversation about the real risks in this space, and then work through those risks in a systematic way. Same with any development around gene drive technology, is I think, do we have applications for that right now? Not to my knowledge, but I think we should take an evidence-based approach to how we work through the possible development and application of those technologies, because climate change and climate adaptation are very unforgiving, and we need to use all the tools in our toolkit to try and address the pressures that we're going to experience at an increasing basis from pest pathogens, et cetera.
Thank you. Thank you for being in here today. Appreciate your time and for your submission.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
That's interesting hearing about the trees. If you want to chuck yourself in, Laura, because you're an expert in the field, jump on in. And that is the host for the next hour. But I don't mind if Laura jumps in early. Oi.
Hello. How's
Hello.
everyone doing today?
Now your picture has to disappear.
Have you got audio at least?
Yeah. Oh, now we got a picture.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so my comments on this is Douglas fir is not a big tree that makes up the bulk of our industry. It's radiata pine. So it's a very specific use of CRISPR tech gearing towards Douglas fir. I don't know what the market demand is for Douglas fir, but I know that there is a significant market demand for radiata pine, and that's where most of the issues are, is the wildling radiata pine. My counter suggestion to that submission would be to focus gearing towards mixed plantation, so transferring away from radiata pine and embracing more of our native species like totara and kauri, which is going to be a lot more better for our environment, because a lot of our fauna in our ecosystem rely on our native plants. So it would be better off going down that route. And also, a lot of our native trees have got fire retardant properties, such as our native honeysuckle. So it's worth going down that route. You know, got nice thick bark, and you got all that stuff on a lot of our native species. So yeah, it's worth going down the route of native plants over GMO. And also, I don't know what the price difference is between a GMO sapling versus a native sapling. Like, I don't know how much more expensive it is for a person to plant a whole bunch of GMO Douglas pine versus planting a plantation of mixed natives.
Just an answer to that question, Laura, and thanks for coming in. Yes, I agree with you about the use of natives. We've wiped out all of our natives and planted pine in over 200 years, of course.
Yeah.
But it is considerably more expensive to plant a totara seedling, but that's because it hasn't been given that economy of scale that has been gifted to the forestry industry. To the pine industry, so it's starting on a back foot, and they tend not to subsidise anymore. But I'd agree with you. Plant the appropriate tree, and get rid of all your once you've got rid of all your wilding pines, which is going to take from now till
about 50 years or so.
At least, then perhaps consider sterile varieties, but even then, you're still going to have pollen contaminating other crops. So you are going to have cross contamination. You can't have coexistence. And if you get those traces, it may be substantially equivalent, but it's patently different, and it is traceable.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to point out too that people go, oh, it's wood. We don't use wood in food. Well, actually, we do. We use pulp wood in food, but it's cellulose as a thickener. So
I use wood for serving plates for the waffle trees. Because they're biodegradable and they meet the Wellington City Council Festival weight standards.
Yeah, but we actually do use wood pulp in New Zealand as a cellulose thickener. So it's like, okay, a lot of that is probably coming from radiata pine in New Zealand. I haven't looked too deeply into what trees we use for that. But yeah, it is used in food production as well. So that's something we can't overlook. I don't know how much of it we export overseas. I haven't looked into that. But I do know that we do produce it here in New Zealand.
I also see in the comments in the chat there, honey, pollen, bees. Yeah, if you get that into our honey
goes
industry.
on.
Yeah,
and thank you, Michael, for putting that in and all that sort of thing.
Point.
It's great to actually have you part of the audience, because you're pumping out facts, and I'm learning things. Because I mean, gene technology, as I say, it's a minefield to me because it's just not my area of expertise. But I'm learning so much from these people, and from people like you, Marty, who have been in the field for longer than I've been alive.
Oh, goodness me. And I also see in chat there, I do have totara seedlings. They take time. It takes longer, but crikey, it's better to wait for 10 years and have a successful outcome, or 10 extra years and have a successful outcome, than to have this potentially unforeseen consequences, which could cripple large areas of our industry and export markets.
And like you said, honey production. That's a big industry here in New Zealand, and also carbon credits.
Yeah. Oh, we'll go to the next submitter, who will be later in the show's panelist, Linda Grammer.
All right, next up we have Linda Grammer, who's joining us via Zoom. Linda, very good to have you here. Sam Uffendale, Chair of the Health Committee. We have members around the table. Appreciate you making a submission to us. We have you for 5 minutes. I'll hand that time to you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to be heard. And my name is Linda Grammer. I'm a horticulturalist, orchardist, and nurserywoman, and a long-term member of Rural Women New Zealand. Our farming family and forestry family has valuable enterprises on the West Coast, in Northland, and in Auckland regions, dairying, dry stock, avocados, and forestry. I'm the coordinator of a local land care group. There is only one aspect of this undemocratic and extreme bill that our farming family supports, which is ethical medical research in the laboratory. This bill is not in alignment with the Australian regulatory regime. The Ministry for the Environment has clearly opposed some of the Ministry for Business, Innovation and Employment's contentious proposal to exclude ethical considerations. And I can read out that passage if necessary. Even the purpose of the Gene Technology Bill is deeply flawed in our view. We wish to see the adoption of a purpose more similar to the Australian legislation, which states, the purpose of this act is to protect the health and safety of people, to protect the environment, to provide for primary production, market access, and trade by identifying risks posed by or as a result of gene technology and by managing those risks through regulation and registration. I've been involved in the formulation of the submission lodged by Horticulture New Zealand, and I wish to note that we have grave concerns about specifically the undemocratic clauses 248 to 253 of the bill, which would essentially strip local councils of their authority and jurisdiction for outdoor GMO experiments and releases. I was formerly farming in Northland for 28 years, and I'm very mindful of the excellent precautionary and prohibitive GMO provisions, policies, and rules in all the council plans, operative plans, from South Auckland to Cape Reinga. Those provisions were put in place in keeping with the wishes of local constituents, including farmers and primary producers. Just wanted to quickly note that we also have grave concerns about claims of alleged safety and precision of gene editing, which is certainly not the case. We also have farming family in Canada and the US. There is robust documentation overseas of unintended, unforeseen, and undesirable adverse impacts of gene editing. For just one quick example, the MIT Technology Review detailing the discovery by the FDA that the genome of the gene-edited hornless cattle contained a stretch of bacterial DNA, including a gene conferring antibiotic resistance. So very quickly, strenuously oppose the removal of the precautionary approach, ethical considerations. I note that many of the farming sector and industry submissions clearly state that the select committee must take the time to get this right, considering the significant risks. And I have a quick list here. What is needed to meet the needs of primary producers, the farming sector, is economic risks and benefits of field uses of agricultural GMOs. These must be part of the risk assessment and economic net benefit test. And I won't read out the entire list because I would welcome questions, but if there is additional time, I have a few more things to say. Thank you so much.
We've hit 11:26. So, Linda, thank you very much for your submission. Thank you for running it through with us and for taking the time to present to the Health Committee on today's first hearing of submissions. Kia ora.
Now, sorry for while I ran downstairs. Here's what I serve my waffle trees in.
Oh, there you go. Yep.
And that is all wood to be biodegradable, and it meets the packaging requirements to do Newtown Festival.
Yep. So Newtown Festival, do they require GMO free?
No, I don't think they do actually. No. But they do require compostable packaging for single use.
Okay, yeah. So your GMO would fall under that category, but yeah, it's more my concerns, like in the last submission and in this one. We're going to tie these two together. More again, like what Marty brought up before, is economy of scale. You've got all these costs associated with GMO saplings and whatnot, and I just think that we're probably better off as a country to go towards economics of scale when we're talking about native trees, focusing our priority around that. Because it benefits other sectors other than forestry to go down that route. Yeah.
Marty.
Linda, thank you very much for her submission. She's sort of, I would call her the eco warrior princess for her absolute energy into this cause. This undemocratic process. Just listening to the submission from the kiwi fruit group, who haven't even canvassed their members to know whether they should go ahead, and yet they're saying, yes, we're in favour of it in principle, without even testing their members. So it's just the speed with which they're doing the gene technology bill is obscene. They haven't even got together all the submissions before the hearings process has been started. So how can you really gauge all the information that's coming in, and then should be started the process of hearings, and then it must be an extended process rather than crushing it through. Why the speed?
I mean, if you go through the regulatory impact statement and you go down to page 9 of that report, you can see that one of the limitations that they faced, the people that were doing all the research for this, was lack of time. They didn't have adequate time to consult everyone that needs to be consulted across different industries. So they had a very narrow scope.
Yeah, that speaks for it.
Yeah.
Really. In
Oh,
space.
we've got one submission left before I hand over the reins to you for the next 2 hours. Beef and lamb.
Yep.
Thanks, Sam. We'll should have time for questions at the end. Look, thanks for the opportunity to present today. Beef and Lamb New Zealand is a farmer-owned, levy-funded organisation that represents the interests of up to 20,000 red meat farmers. Now, the relevant activities that we undertake include our beef and lamb genetics. We have a trade policy team, an environmental policy and management team, and quite an extensive research and innovation program. The point of difference for the New Zealand farming systems is that, from our international counterparts, is that we are extensive farming systems and we export more than 90% of what we produce. We have only had a limited opportunity to engage with our farmers around this bill, but we did undertake a survey some months ago that would suggest that farmers are broadly in support of a reform, but have some questions and quite limited knowledge. I think for the technical part, I'll hand over to Dave Harrison, who's our policy focus.
Thank you, Kate. Just following on from Kate, and based on, I can't see you when I've got my glasses on and I can't read. It's all right, I'll deal with it. But look, broadly speaking, look, we're supportive of the need for a reform of our genetic technology regulation framework. And as Kate has said, most farmers are broadly supportive of that as well too, although it is quite a divisive issue amongst the farming community and something that a lot of farmers are very passionate about on both sides of the spectrum. We support the reform because look, the current framework we have is old. It has been around for over 2 decades. And we are seeing movement overseas with our competitors and with our trading partners to reform their regulation of genetic technology as well too. We think it's important that we don't fall out of step with our competitors and with our trading markets. So broadly speaking, look, we're supportive of reform. We do have some concerns with the bill nonetheless, and which we've covered in our submission. And I think the first one I'll point to is we understand the risks that will be assessed in terms of the nature of the risk. But what isn't clear to us is the approach that will be taken with respect to those risks. And given that the support from our farmers is broadly saying, yes, look, we are happy with a new approach to gene technology as long as risks are managed, we feel that there is an important need to be greater involved in how those risks are going to be applied. And we recommend that detail on how risk will be applied and broadly speaking, appetite for risk is undertaken before the bill becomes fully operable. We also, as Kate said, we export roughly 90% of what we produce, 90% of our lamb, 85% of our beef. And so the perception of our markets is hugely important to us. This doesn't factor in the bill, but we think that it's naive not to consider it at all. And that's a tricky one for us in terms of how you do it. We're not convinced that the regulator is necessarily likely to be the most qualified person to be making those judgments. But at the same time, we don't think that market impacts and market risks can be excluded from the framework altogether. So I think there's more work to be done in terms of how we manage that risk as part of the reform process. Another key issue for our farmers is coexistence. We know that there will be some farmers that will be adopters of technology, others that will not, others will want to be organic and be a wide spectrum. So how do we enable that coexistence to happen in practice? And importantly, where does the cost for that lie as well too? And that may change over time depending on the level of uptake of technology. If you've got a relatively limited number of people choosing a technology that has a traceability system in place to enable coexistence, then you can argue that the minority, I guess, should bear the cost of that system rather than the majority. But that can change over time. And I guess our key point is that needs to be thought about and needs to be considered, and we don't necessarily have the answer right now. And so, look, just in conclusion, look, we're broadly supportive of the need to reform the technology, and we want to be deeply involved in working on further detail. And I know others in the primary sector will be in the same position as us, as we manage these risks around coexistence and manage risks around trade.
Thank you, Dr. Vera.
Can you please explain what traceability means in this context? We're familiar with it from food safety, but in those situations, we're dealing with known, well-established microbiological risks to public health, and also, we know a wide variety of producers' product is involved, those economic risks. But in this context, what is it that traceability might offer industry?
If I use an example that's currently, it's less of an issue than it used to be, but hormonal growth hormones are something that are permitted to be used in livestock in New Zealand to accelerate the growth of a beef animal. But the European Union decided that it would not allow the import of animals that have been treated with that. So despite evidence that it would pose no food safety risk, the European Union wouldn't allow it. So it's effectively what we've had to put in place is a system that ensures that livestock that's destined for the EU can be traced from the farm through to the product and through to export as well too. So look, that's an example of a system where it was used widely and then became used very sparingly, but the cost of the entire system was borne by everybody for the small number, a handful of numbers that were actually using the technology. So traceability in terms of differentiation of product, essentially.
So the counter might be organics. So for someone to be a registered organic producer, they want the ability, because we know that, broadly speaking, most of our farmers are in support of a reform, but this is a really big issue for a small number of farmers. So the ability for them to coexist as GE-free and for that to be traceable through the supply chain is something that's quite important to them.
Cam.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there's a bit of speculation around that there'll be, a lot of commercial benefit, economic benefit of allowing genetic technologies to be used in New Zealand, including agriculture. And this raises a question when you talk about burden of cost on who that should like. I mean, if this wasn't to go through and the opposition was to build would be so strong that there was such limiting factors on the use of it, do you think the cost of people who wish to use this product should be paid for by the people who wish to stop it?
That's a very interesting question.
And you're so early, like you say in your submission, early in the consultation phase, do you think you could take that as part of your consultation that you do with your members?
I think, look, the question of a key point in our submission is that these questions haven't really been addressed and haven't really been discussed. So in terms of where cost liability should fall for people who want to benefit versus people who don't, look, it's a conversation we need to have. And like I say, I don't necessarily have the answer now, but it's something that we need to work through in terms of the detail of the bill because it's hugely important.
Okay, we're going to go. Steve, one question, then Jenny.
In your survey, you found the concern of your farmers for the reputation and the long-term impacts of gene technology on the environment was either very concerned, moderately concerned, or slightly concerned for around 80% in both those categories. As part of a solution to the market access and trade risk, what do you think of the Dairy Companies Association of New Zealand proposing there be a market access trade advisory committee made up of a membership of Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, officials from the Ministry of Primary Industries, and representatives with significant experience? Do you think that could be a solution to the market and trade risk assessment?
I think that's a better solution than passing that decision making onto the regulator. I think the important thing is to ensure that you've got people with the knowledge and experience of that are able to make an informed assessment of the market risk, and they're the ones who I guess should be advocating for that risk. So look, there is absolutely some merit in terms of what DCANs are proposing.
Right, Jenny.
Sort of on both of those last two questions, you mentioned a large number of your stakeholders are generally supportive of new technologies coming in. Can you let the committee know what you think would be any potential market trade-offs should this bill go forward?
What do you mean by market trade-offs?
Well, you've got obviously an organic market with premium pure products going up into the world. Then we have this new technology being developed. There will be a trade-off.
Yes.
What do you see those could potentially be?
Well, I see if there is value in differentiation and value in having non-GM and organic product that's sort of reflected in a market premium, then people will pursue that, and the commercial side of it will look after itself. But there are any number of trade-offs associated with these new technologies, and there is potential for climate mitigation or climate adaptation. There's potential for a lot of kind of environmental benefit, not just commercial benefit to come from this. So there's trade-offs all over the place in terms of this.
So I think that, like, as a farmer, we need more tools in the toolbox, and this is one way to get those tools. Interestingly, when we surveyed our farmers, the thing they were most in support of was tools to mitigate climate change, to address pest and disease management, animal welfare issues. So it wasn't necessarily commercial concerns, that it was solving all of those other problems that exist in their environment.
Thank you very much for your submission. It's very good to have you here. Thank you.
Okay, what do you think about beef and lamb submission?
I've got two, if I can come in there first. I've got
go.
two concerns. Is they are happy with it, but they've got concerns. In the same way as the kiwi fruit, they're happy with it, but they've got concerns. Let's address all those concerns first, because they are probably more hidden concerns, those unforeseen consequences of the contamination of totally unrelated products. So we were talking before about honey or for honey exports. That's one of those concerns. And then they talk about potential and promises of it's going to do this, it's going to do that, of it's going to reduce our methane emissions when there are already good management tools that can do that. So it's speculatory in one respect, and they're quite happy to go with speculation. And that's where I come to, let's slow down the process. The other one is don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Has been effective to date. Let's have a look at that, properly address that, rather than throwing it in the rubbish bin and starting again.
Yeah. Where I sit, I mean, I've been a vegetarian and a vegan for many years. I am opposed to utilizing GMO technology on animals unless it's to benefit the quality of the life for the animal. But then again, I come from a biased perspective. But yeah, I do agree with you, Marty. Like you said before, we're a small country. We should be focusing on premium products. And also, America is one of our biggest markets. Now, I know Trump's already cooked the economy over in America, but we still do rely on exporting stuff to them. And they're also our biggest organic sector. I mean, our biggest organic markets when it comes to exports. We do about 86.8 million worth of trade with them, followed by China, which is 81.8 million. And also, like you said, it's right across the board. So you got GMO grasses that could be impacting honey production, could be impacting, organic farmers down the road who may want to do GMO-free dairy or beef. That's going to impact them. So yeah, there's a lot here to be concerned about.
Yeah. Oh. Oh my God, I love this. You get sent a last minute email. Hi there, can you please send me the restream link to join? It's in the fucking run sheet. Yeah, the thing is, it might not be quite so quick and easy for that, but that's our next panelist.
We'll talk a little bit, shall we, Laura?
I'm going to be a one-person show.
It does feel like that, yeah. Yeah. Well, Marty, thanks for joining us. I think you are the most northern panelist to have appeared on our show.
Well, thank you very much for having me, Sam. I've much appreciated. There was a little bit of complications getting in, and I guess that's the next issue is our telecommunications servers really do need a serve. And thank you very much for coming in alongside there, Laura, as well.
Yeah, and I think I've already found your solution that could help temporarily. Get yourself a Huawei Spark router, and then get a 4G indoor to outdoor extended aerial that you put in your house, but you put the outdoor aerial on your roof, and that at the tallest point, and that might just boost the local coverage around your house for these sorts of things.
Thanks very much for your advice.
Yeah, but I don't know. That's just me guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Shall we roll over into the opening credits?
Yep.
Hard-hitting questions where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. When no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. 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 Where no candidate can butt in or dodge the question. Because every candidate has to answer the hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions. Hard-hitting questions.
Hey, and welcome back, everyone. My name is Laura, and this is Sam, and Sam's going to be hanging out for a little while with me until we have our next panelist.
Yes. I don't know what's happened to John. Yeah.
John, I believe in you.
Yeah, he sent me asking for the link, say, hi, I'm in the studio. Is anyone there? It's like, well, no, you're not in the studio because we would see you, and we don't see you in the panel on the side.
He's probably done what I did when I earlier, where he typed in Restream into his search engine, and he's probably tried to get in that way rather than clicked on the link that's in the email It happens. It happens.
Yeah, and it's interesting just seeing how even that you put it into the run sheet, how many people are missing it.
I mean, yeah, just you might have to give a demo, Sam, on how to.
I've given a screenshot of like what each step looks like when you're signing in.
I don't know. Open up the email and show us what you got to click on.
Yeah, I know. It's quite intriguing actually, just watching that. Yeah. I've emailed him the link, Michael. It's just basically, I've emailed him the link again.
John, you'll turn up when you turn up. That's all right. That's
exactly.
all right.
Now you found out where you're starting off on your list.
Let's have a look. Yeah, I've got Laura panel screen. So let's have a look.
And you've seen your list of.
Wow. I don't know why that automatically plays every time I click that, but okay, list. Thankfully we've got the name down here. Current submitters, Seed and Grain New Zealand, so we can just read that and go, okay. So our current submitter is Seed and Grain New Zealand. So let's have a look.
I think that's at the end of what it is. Oh heck, you're on the wrong panel.
Am I on the wrong panel?
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah. There's one that's earlier.
Hold on, guys. We did a time jump. Is that the right one? Panel 3?
Yes, that's the right one. Yeah, that sounds a lot better.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, yep. Okay, we're there. All right. I don't know what the submission is, so it's a bit, it's going to be a surprise. Let's check it out.
And I think we finally found Jon.
Oh, I'm sorry, guys. I was sitting in a room by myself somewhere. I don't know quite how that.
So Laura's told us what happened. Actually, you tell the story.
Look, no worries. As long as you can hear me. Thanks very much for letting me join you. I have been watching a lot of them, but I missed the last few minutes because I wasn't here. But look, so sorry about that. I'm quite excited to join this panel, so I'm looking forward to seeing what's up next, really. But one of the things I just wanted to say, so as a by way of introduction, I'm Jon Carapiet. I'm like the spokesperson for G3 New Zealand for many years, mainly taking a consumer rights and kind of like sustainability angle without being an expert and scientist. I am a trustee on physicians and scientists for global responsibility. So I deal with scientists, but I'm not an expert. I wouldn't mind talking if some of the science comes up, talking to a little bit about what I know, but I guess that's the issue. Ordinary people have to trust these guys to get it right. And what we're hearing is even the experts are saying, you haven't got it right and you're rushing this. So a lot of the issues about the bill are not in the bill. And in my own submission, I've said like taking precaution out of the bill entirely means that people reading it won't know it's gone unless they think, hang on, didn't we used to have precaution in this bill? That sort of thing. Anyway, kia ora, and thanks for the chance.
Yeah, and I will now take my break.
Okay, all right. See you, Sam.
See you later.
See you, Sammy.
Yeah, no, thank you so much for coming. You're a lot more of an expert than I am. I mean, I'm literally just a loggerhead. I come from the forestry sector. I used to swing around a chainsaw for a living, so that's my background. But yeah, again, like you, I like to read scientific data and stuff like that and do my best to get through the papers. But yes, so you're probably going to be taking the lead on a lot of these submissions.
Well, I'm pleased to. It'll be interesting to see what's in them because I haven't seen all the submissions. I have seen a lot of them, and one of the dominant messages I get from is that a lot of New Zealanders of different kinds, farmers, mums, are really speaking up for what they've been speaking up for 20 years, which is you've got to have the right to choose, and to have that integrity of the food system taken away. I mean, even Fonterra's complaining about it. So.
Oh, okay, that's interesting to note.
Yeah, I think all the major companies, not all of them, sorry, many of the major food companies, especially the cuisine groups as well, and the restaurateurs and the chefs, that they're all saying, look, this is something we've built for 30 years or more, the reputation non-GE, and you've got to be cautious and protect that, whatever you're doing.
All right, okay, let's go into the first submission.
There's a singer up there. That's all right, grab one of those ones.
Okay, I don't know if everyone caught that, but we seem to be having a doubling with the audio. I don't know if that's on our end or if that's on their end.
Let's keep going and see if it goes away.
Yeah, let's see if it goes away.
That's all right for everyone of those songs. That's all right for everyone of those songs. What's on my lip? We're late. Good morning, Oz. Sam, Chair of the Health Committee. We've got a couple of other members here and online.
Okay, this is going to drive chat absolutely nuts with the doubling audio. I don't know if it improves. Let me just skip ahead.
As well, other members here and online as well. We have you 5 minutes. Thank you for your submission. You may use that time as you wish. I'll hand that to you now. Thank you, Oz.
Morena, can you hear me okay?
Got you.
Okay, all right. It's on their end. Okay, all right. Let's try and get a proper timestamp. Okay, this is going to be really interesting. Hang on, John. I think it is on their end. I don't think it's on our end. Bear with us, chat.
I'm speaking to you from Pumarehu in Taranaki. I'm one of the kaifakahaere of the Pariaka Mara, the Pariaka Community Garden coast of Taranaki. Been growing foods for about 20 years for the community. This year we grew 2 tons of potatoes, and they still don't have a social license. On the hearing on Thursday, I was listening in a little bit.
Okay, all right. I think there's a problem with the actual video, so we might have to go into the next one. Let's have a look. Just going to check. Okay, not that screen. Nope.
I mean, while you're doing this, Laura, so in case anyone's watching this, and thinking, what are we doing? Oh, here we go.
Oh. Okay. All right. So, Stacey, are you able to play the video from your end? Stacey's our back of house IT person. But yeah, carry on, John. If you have anything to say.
The observation. I mean, these guys both. You know, there's the select committees had to split into 2 groups, A and B. So obviously not seeing everything, and half the time I think they're not even saying they've read the submissions. There's so many of them. So I think some of the other commentators were saying this is a really problematic process because they haven't even got time to ask questions, let alone have them answered. So it's a kind of bit of a sham. And I'm not saying it's not done with kind of like this is what Parliament does, and they go through. You know, the guy, Mr. Vetti said at the beginning, 15,000 people got a submission in over Christmas. We always do it like this. I mean, we don't care. But it's such a major bill with such major hidden little hooks that it does need more time. So to be fair on the committee, they should be saying, look, can we tie hold for probably 6 months, maybe someone has said a year, to have a proper conversation and a proper investigation to what these risks and benefits are. Because as other people have said, there's not, the one thing you'd think, if it's all about the money, then they sure would have done this one. They would have sure done a economic analysis to show how much money is going to be made. And they haven't. And meanwhile, therefore, they've not done that. What I guess you could call the opportunity cost, because it's not just about how much money we make now from GMO free, which is kind of like huge, as one of the studies suggested, and therefore to be lost. But what's the opportunity in the future of being able to meet the global demand for non-GMO, clean, safe, natural food? And that's even much bigger. So then, it'd be interesting to see. They do come up in some of the submissions, but that's my basic feeling is this is a hospital pass to the health committee, excuse the pun. They should stop it and say, right, we've heard the submissions. We're kind of overwhelmed. We're not a royal commission, we're just a select committee, and we can't cope with this. I mean, they should have the guts to say this is actually overwhelming. There's a complexity of the issues, and the implications for New Zealand's future really deserve a commission of inquiry.
Yeah. While we're still figuring out the IT stuff, I would like to know about your submission.
Thanks.
I would love for you to go over your submission, because I briefly looked at it before starting the show, and I was like, I would love John to talk about his submission.
Thank you, Laura, because I did look, some lady said I spent like 78 hours writing her submission. I put a lot of effort in, and I think a lot of New Zealanders did, because they're thinking, hang on, this is big. This is the chance to speak up and share the information with the committee. So I made my personal submission, which was calling them out, more or less what I've just said just now. The market growth for the non-GMO sector globally is so significant. We're talking 10, 12, 14% a year in places like India, where our Prime Minister's just been. So we've got to protect it. So it's just purely on the money thing, for the marketing branding thing. But before I did my personal submission, which got 5 minutes, I was given 10 minutes to talk for Brand New Zealand. And Brand New Zealand is something that exists now, and it always has done in a way for the last 10 or 15 years. And the way I described it to the committee was, it's a bit like a kind of collective, in our imaginations kind of thing, but along the lines of the team of 5 million. And it's something that's shared. It does vary from person to person, but there's some common themes. And one of them is that love of nature, protection of nature. Again, not perfectly manifest, but kind of that's the vibe. Fairness. And I talked about how this bill does the opposite of that. It's not fair, because it transfers costs onto the consumer, onto the organics industry, onto the non-GMO producer, onto our exporters, for the benefit of a particular group of companies and experts. And so that unfairness, I think, is not very New Zealand. Not protecting our exports today. Brand New Zealand's G-free, organic, non-GMO. And even if it's none of those, clean and green and ethical and sustainable to a degree. I guess the point is, even if it's not true at 100%, we're not 100% pure. That's the direction we need to go. And I did see one submitter actually jumping away from the Brand New Zealand submission, but I'd love it if people looked it up, because it really is quite a nice little submission, in my view. But what somebody said was we're missing this whole debate is being missed. It was an article a few years ago, actually, but the debates about the sustainability and using all the tools in the toolbox to address climate change, to address sustainability challenges. Now, we're not using the tools we've got in the toolbox now. And that's my fundamental issue. So to rush into like new tools when you're not using the ones we've got now is a problem, because the chances are you're not going to use the existing tools, are you? You're actually replacing things like agroecology and organic production and native, seed planting, huia paracore. All of that is actually going to be sidelined. And this is the new version. And that's really problematic. So again, one of the things for the committee to say, let's stop and let's have both an inquiry into this, but also where's our national food strategy? How does all of this fit into that? We're not talking about medicine. I think most New Zealanders, and I'm on record of saying this, I think most New Zealanders support things like insulin being made in the vat, in the lab, so that's not the debate. So it's about the outside use. And I guess the nub of it is technology's changed. I'm looking forward to hearing Professor Jack Heinemann from the University of Canterbury later, because he has been the independent global expert on this sort of thing, certainly in New Zealand. And he wasn't consulted in developing the bill, but he did speak up in presentations for the Institute on Biosafety, or Centre on Biosafety. And he makes a really good point. And so let's get to the video. But people keep on asking, what's the difference between mutagenesis that has been scrambling genes for years with some plants? Not most of them, but some. They're scrambling genes to find a new version that's better. And he said, well, the difference is efficiency. CRISPR is like hundreds, if not 1,000 times more efficient at making the change in an organism. And so that makes it different. CRISPR can get to the parts of an organism that ordinary mutagenesis can't actually change. They repair themselves. So it's a very powerful technology. And so you keep on hearing these arguments. Usually lay people like myself, why are you complaining about GE when you didn't complain about the mutagenesis? And it's like, well, number one, it's a fake non-scientific comparison. And number two, no one was given a choice. And maybe mutagenesis should be more regulated than it ever has been before in its products.
Okay, so one of these, no, you're good, John. I think a potential problem that might have been happening when playing the video is, have you got speakers on? Like, have you got your speakers on and stuff like that? Because we might be getting
mine. I'll mute me.
Yeah. We'll see if that works. So Stacey, if you want to take it away, let's see if this works.
With the Health Committee, we've got a couple of other members here and online as well. We have you for 5 minutes. Thank you for your submission. You may use that time as you wish. I'll hand that to you now. Thank you, Oz.
Morena, can you hear me okay?
Got you.
Tēnā koutou e nea ko mihi ka koutou na me mo tēnei komiti. Na me mo te whare paremata tēnā koutou tēnā tātou ko tēnei mihi atu nei kia koutou mai taranaki whiti mai ana te rā. Rangi moko puna no reira tēnā tātou kia kaha kia maia. I'm speaking to you from Pungarehu in Taranaki. I'm one of the kai whakahaere of the Parihaka Mara, the Parihaka Community Garden on coastal Taranaki. Been growing food for about 20 years for the community. This year we grew 2 tons of potatoes for Te Matatini to support the pohiri, to support the ropu staying at the marae. Our life is revolves around kai, revolves around food. I'm a kaiako at te whare wānanga o Awanuiarangi teaching 27. I'm a kaiako at te whare wānanga o Awanuiarangi teaching 27 students in organic hua parakore marakai activities. So I consider myself to be knowledgeable on this kaupapa when it comes to genetic modification. I'm utterly opposed to the bill as it stands. In my hand, I don't know if I can turn my camera around, but in my hand I'm holding a bunch of seeds for you today. This is a variety called turtle beans, a bush bean variety that we've been given about 15 years ago by our friend Sam. We've been growing it out every season since. It's an old variety. Turtle bean suggests it's from the Turtle Islands, that big island also known as America. It's a bean very dear to us. It's yum ass. It stores well. It grows really well in windy conditions because it doesn't grow too tall. It's prolific. The seeds are small, but they swell up once you cook them. To us, this is a taonga. A taonga we've been looking after for these years, and a taonga we don't want anyone to tutu with. A taonga that's been developed by generations of seed growers from the Americas and then brought to Aotearoa, New Zealand. This is one of four bush bean varieties that we look after. Our concern is that the introduction of genetic modification into the environment means that those of us who look after seed, who save seed for the community, have no more the ability to look after these taonga. We're at the mercy at that point of corporations who have patents over these taonga for corporate profit. That's why I'm holding these seeds to you. I've got buckets and bins and buckets of seed surrounding me, because seed is what the Mara is about. We look after these bean seeds, but we also have other lines of seed that we look after for the community. My point to you is that I don't believe the same corporates who are pushing this agenda like they did during the Royal Commission of Inquiry 25 years ago. It's the same crew pushing this, and they still don't have a social license. On the hearing on Thursday, I was listening in a little bit. The discussion was that only if we could do a little bit of GE and then the corporations could gain a social license. That is absolutely a ridiculous statement. There is, just like with the nuclear issue, no social license for genetic modification in this country, and we should ensure that our environment stays pristine like it is. We have an opportunity here to keep GE out, given that we're an island nation, so we should keep doing that. We're in a meta crisis. We have the climate crisis, social crisis, the biodiversity loss, and obviously political crises across the world. We should not go to these solutions pushed by corporates for corporate interest and corporate greed. Instead, we should be looking to small-scale farming. I'm not surprised that big corporate farming lobby groups are pushing this. However, the world is dominated by small-scale growers like us, people who grow kai on a couple of acres, maybe a couple of hectares. That is, by and large, the history of farming across the globe. It is small growers that are doing everything for biodiversity. It's small growers that keep lines of seed alive, and that is why we are defending this nation from genetic modification. It doesn't matter whether it's SDN1, SDN2, whatever it is. We don't support the release of genetically modified products into the environment. Finally, my last point is this. I'm surprised that this government, who's been talking a lot about localism and the devolution of power, is actively in this bill preventing local councils from having a say around genetic modification and the release of genetically modified organisms into regions. At the moment, my understanding is at least 2 regions have made use of those provisions. To remove those provisions goes against what you tell us that you stand for, and instead you're siding with the corporates and with corporate greed. Those are my words to you this morning. I hope you listen carefully to the many great submissions that follow me today. People like Health, Organic NZ, people like Hua Parakore, people who know this field inside out, rather than just listening to the corporate lobbyists.
No, thanks,
who have a financial gain to make. Kia ora tātou.
Thanks, Oz. We aren't listening to wealthy corporate lobbyists. This is intended to get better health, and environmental, and productivity gains throughout. It's not what it was 20 years ago. This is gene editing. Look, we're at time, but I just want to say thank you for your submission, and all the best to you all down there in Taranaki. Kia ora.
They are just listening to the big companies. At least, to be fair on Sam, right up to the select committee started, the bill has been written by those companies and designed and informed by those people. It's not had a really inclusive kind of conversation with Marty or with growers or with farmers or with exporters or the community. So, but to be fair, that's right, Sam and the committee are hearing this stuff. So it's really on their shoulders. Do they hear it? Do they just listen and cut people off and say goodbye? Or do they actually integrate it? And do the officers and the support staff behind them reading this stuff, do they actually listen and take this on board? And it's problematic. The last comment that Sam makes is oh, this is gene editing. It's not, it's 25 years on. Let's be really clear. Yes, the technology has evolved. It's actually very similar technology, but slightly different, more targeted. Absolutely. What's not changed is the environment and nature. And they can do these things. They can do almost anything they want, quite simply with this CRISPR technology. But what the impact onto the natural system and the complexity of nature has just not been considered. And in New Zealand, this bill goes much further. It's not just in gene-edited plants that Sam Uffendale seems to be suggesting. It's just a little bit of gene editing. Yeah. It's microorganisms, it's fungi, it's viruses and animals, much more inclusive or expansive than any other regulatory system in the world. And microbes and bacteria and fungi are very impossible to control. So to open that door for these exempted, again, I'll go back to the point I made earlier about this, the things that are not in the bill. So what the conversation from ERS was they're planning to exempt from any regulation, and it's going to be left up to the companies for what they call this SDN1 and SDN2 changes. Small little changes that have been done, arguably almost like they could have happened in nature. But as Professor Heinemann says, it didn't happen in nature. It's a different process, similar but not the same, with different risk profiles. So I actually loved what ERS was saying. He was highlighting the really big thing, because it's all about the money. If I forget to mention that at any point in any of this of the submissions in my time with you, just remind me, oh no, John, it's all about the money. It's all about the money and the patenting of life forms and the patenting of seeds and the prevention of access to diversity of natural seeds, stopping people saving seeds ultimately, not immediately, but in the future. That's kind of the trajectory that this bill takes us on. It does give in to big powerful companies. The guy is 100% right. And of course, diversity is key, the opposite of monocultures. And of course, there are scientists who will say, oh, no, we could do stuff to help poor farmers and even local farmers, our farmers. As someone mentioned earlier, the most recent Farmers Weekly poll showed that 75% of farmers are saying the GE thing isn't probably going to help us do exports and do what we need to do into the future. So I think that's a good sign, because they must want, I mean, seriously, they must want something else than what they're getting, which is more artificial inputs, more licensing fees. They should be looking to what the organic farmers have learned globally but locally, and starting to shift and be given that support, which is why we need a food strategy, which is why Urs is absolutely right. Seed saving, local diverse communities growing food. And that's not all. I mean, we probably need a bit of everything in a way. That's what diversity is about. But what you can't have is unregulated genetic engineering in the open environment and that direction at the same time. You've got to find the middle path, which is probably to keep GE in the lab and in containment, and use those other systems-based improvements like organic, like agroecology, like, marker-assisted breeding that doesn't genetically engineer the animal, but can show you the best way to go. All the tools we've got, like omics, full genome sequencing, all of these tools are getting cheaper to regulate this stuff. Yep. So to deregulate it and to exclude from regulation is really not necessary. It's cheap as chips to make sure that this is what you say it is. And that's what, again, Professor Jack Heinemann says. It's not just gene editing. It's just gene editing when you've shown it's that. It is shown to be what you think it is.
Yeah, I mean, these mutations, that you're looking at, like with, and I've got my notes down here because I did a bunch of reading for the show. Yeah, SDN1 and SDN2. That's not really occurring out in the environment, right? It's a highly selective process that requires a laboratory. So you get a whole bunch of controls in place. It's not just random mutations left, right, center. It's a selective process. But I think
to be fair, Laura, that's what they're saying. So that's actually the arguments, that this is going to be in the lab. It's going to be regulated, even if it's just the companies. But one of the debates that we'll go on to the next video, because it's not all about me having to say, but I'm happy to have this say. One of the debates is that it has to be in this lab, and it's not going to be anybody who can do a bit of CRISPRing. Well, that's not the case. I mean, you can do CRISPR kits. You can get them online. As Jack Heinemann explains, Professor Jack Heinemann, people in their kitchen, if they were to get one of these kits and play around, they're not experts. They're not controlling and stopping contamination of things they didn't mean to gene edit. So those little kits can accidentally gene edit things like your common cold or something else that's floating in the atmosphere. That's my understanding. But it's got much cleverer than that. And I was challenged by this. At the end of my personal submission, the chair of the committee said, "Oh, but Jon, you seem confused. I mean, what kind of technology can genetically modify a plant in the environment?" And I said, well, what they've developed are these new kind of pesticides, which are active gene editors. So they are the thing that gene edits in the open environment, usually combined with nanotechnology and microscopic carbon particles to penetrate the cells, to survive in the environment, and to gene edit. In some cases, it will be a plant or it might be a particular insect. And I managed to just get out before we cover it off. And the problem is, it's not about them being genetically modified. It's about accidentally gene editing another plant or another organism or another insect. I didn't say you genetically modify that insect, but you've destroyed its potentially its life by gene editing it accidentally. So this is the kind of nasty little games that some of the questions being asked are kind of playing. And it's a little bit unfair when I say, it's saying to people, oh, why are you unhappy about GE? Because some plants were done with the mutagenesis 20 years ago or something like that. That's basically the argument. It's really trying to position the public as misinformed, confused, stupid. How can this technology exist? It does exist. They don't know. These experts don't know what's going on in America and patents that have been applied for and the pipeline of new products that are being envisaged in the world. The fact that in America, you've got modified soil microbes being marketed to the world or to their farmers, whereas in New Zealand we've got great scientists like at Lincoln University researching naturally occurring fungi in this case and doing a product based on nature, working with nature. But once you say, oh, we can just genetically engineer this and have a patent on it and really ratcheting up the battle against nature, once it's in the environment, once this pride of this new technology that you can do so many things with, they seem to have forgotten they're not experts in ecology. They're experts in gene editing in a lab. And once you go into nature, then you've got to have these different experts like
Heinemann. Yeah, because now you're in an uncontrolled environment. And I didn't know about the CRISPR kits that you could buy online. That's like, okay.
Christmas is coming. I mean, don't worry, it's a few months away, but you might get one. No, it's outrageous. To be fair, in this bill, somewhere deep down to the back end of it, there is a line that forbids the sale of gene sequencing machinery, actually. It does say you have to have a license to have it somewhere. I might have got the details of the wording wrong, but essentially I was, well, that's an amazing good thing in this bill.
Yeah. So going over the regulatory impact statement, the things that they said they're not going to regulate for is the things that they deem to be minimal risk. And I don't know if the CRISPR kits fall under that.
Well, the kits don't. Well, as I said, I think they've got this to say you can't sell them. We have to have a license to sell them. But the problem is the outcomes do. The outcomes are kind of like uncontrolled wherever they're being used. And I guess the point is that absolutely, professional scientists like Professor Jack Heinemann in a lab doing it. But as I say, even that is not enough once you take it outside of the lab where you've got nature to deal with or not. And that's the issue. They don't want to deal with nature. They're happy to damage nature if it doesn't seem really obvious that they're doing that. Whereas precaution is the thing that is really needed when you're talking about these really advanced technologies entering nature. And we're talking about GE, nanotechnology, synthetic biology, AI, combinations of these things, clever stuff, way ahead. I mean, AI is much cleverer, will soon will be, than any of the scientists who are debating this. And so then you have to say, well, what are the guardrails around really clever AI designing a really clever microbe that could do something really clever in nature that we all want to stop climate change, for example, and it making a mistake. And so precaution's always been that do no harm kind of thing that has been the social license, actually. It's been the underpinning of the social license to date. You're not trying to do harm, that's great. To take that away, which is what that RIS, that regulatory impact, and to be honest, not just in there, but some of the documents that released from the ministry meetings and the OIAs, the Official Information Act documents, they showed that there was deliberate direction to say, drop precaution. And as somebody said earlier, it's not just the regulator at this top of this bill will not have to be precautious, but they're actually taking away the right of other people to be precautious, like councils. Now that's really, really wrong. It really is. And I've challenged the Auckland Council, not to much success. So if anyone's watching this in Auckland, please contact Mayor Wade Brown and please contact your local board, because what happened over 15 years ago is that, less than 10 to 15 years ago, is that councils got together on the current law, let alone the new one that takes away these protections, and said, look, we could be up for costs. There was a company that went bankrupt 20 years ago, and all the sheep, the GE sheep, had to be destroyed at public money. And so this, and there's no there's no requirement for any company to prove financial fitness in this bill. So it really opens up little startups to do anything they want and maybe get away with something without having to be liable. And so councils, including Auckland and Northland and Hastings, they put in these precautionary principles. In some cases, to actually stop GE, it's not banned, but there's some extra. You've got to have a record of it. You've got to put a bond down for it. You've got to apply for it. All of these extra precautions locally. But I haven't been arguing with the councillors. In fact, I wasn't allowed to argue. I was banned from speaking because they said it was like not on. The Auckland plans are not part of the remit of the Auckland Planning and Policy Committee. And I said, well, how can they not be? That's the plans. It's not. It's outside of our remit. You're not allowed to talk. It doesn't matter. It does matter in a way, because it's sad that democracy is being mistreated so badly.
Yeah.
I was just asking them to look at what was in the plan and defend it. And that's what they refused to do at this stage. So if you can contact anyone who knows the mayor, and also, as I say, local boards, to say you've got to defend democracy. This is not about protecting GE-free zones. This is about stopping liability and costs being imposed on ratepayers. That's certainly the angle I'm playing with the councillors in Auckland, because it's all about the money, Laura, and that's why I thought, well, I would point out that, where's ACT on this? Why isn't ACT speaking up on this, saying you've got to protect the rights of people not to be contaminated? You've got to protect the rights of ratepayers not to pay out for some company that's gone bankrupt and polluted the environment.
Yeah, I mean, and we see too, like in the regulatory impact statement, just to tie it back to the submission, Māori were not really consulted about this.
Worse. The committee they've been given has got no decision-making power at all. They modelled it on a current committee and say, but before you model it on the current committee that's in the Plant Variance Act, take away any power while you model on it. Take that model, but give it no power. So I did see a slightly, aggressive kind of comment, Maori getting a special treatment with this committee. I didn't answer it, but I did want to mention, look, don't worry, they're being shafted as much as anybody in this bill. No one's getting away with it except the big industry people who wanted it.
Yeah, I mean, you can't say you're going to uphold the Treaty Waitangi and then not consult Māori. It's like this. How does that work? Okay. Exactly. So with that, shall we watch the next video?
Please, yeah, I love it.
All right, Stacey.
Go to order.
Stacey.
Next up, we have Michael Kay.
Just up in.
Yeah, Mike, absolutely. Great.
Do I need the microphone? I'm ready to go.
No, you've got a big voice anyway.
Yeah.
So we've got you here for 5. You heard the spiel at the start of the last
Sweet
one.
as.
So all yours.
All right, kia ora everybody. The basis of my submission, I realise there's a lot of people that are well better at speaking to the very science of gene editing, and that you've heard from them, and I hope that their words can be. I want to decode what an uninvested scientist really is. Okay, so and how important science is, because science is very, very important to me. Public science for public good it's just so important. You do not need this committee. We don't need to put a committee of people or a government in such an awkward position on something if you have functional science. So my submission, I said about the DSIR, we fully funded it, we subsidised it, we put everything into it. Nowhere near as much money as what we put into GE. We have put so much money into this for very little tangible thing that we can see right now. Okay, so anyway, look, so we've got with public science, what we can do is we can have all of the facts laid out onto the table. What are the risks, and people can then make that assessment. That from proper facts. What you've had in this committee is people that haven't come in and said, look, I'm personally, I stand to benefit from this because I have shares in the patent. Now, I believe that we lack the laws in this country to make sure that we can deal with what we've done. We've thrown a lot of money, of public money, out into this thing, which is called GE, which is like the new gold rush. The gold rush in this sort of technology started when the American government put $1 trillion out to Silicon Valley to create all of the things
that were going to be these great assets. Then the commercial people got on top of it, and you created Google, and you created Apple, and you created all this thing. All great, okay? That's what we have today. But that horse is bolted for GE. It's so bolted. And what's happening is you've got all these people coming in to say, look, we want one last bite of the cherry. And you've got to say, when is enough enough? When have they had enough money? My second point for this committee is that as a regenerative farmer, I'm no different to any other farmer that suffered under this lobby. The methane thing that we're trying to address with GE isn't anywhere near as big as it's been made out to be by the very same lobby that stands to benefit from being able to sell these GE methane reducing tools. It's a terrible, terrible outcome. So what we have in our soil, we've got misanthropes in our soil. The GE lobby around the world's noticed this. They want to synthesize those things and then sell them back to us, what we already get for free. We would have a lot more misanthropes in our soil if we can phase out urea, because urea ruins these. The DSIR was asked by this government to tell us whether or not it was worth us spending all the money to extend the industry to make more urea to put on dairy farms, and they said no, it's not. It's a waste of time. You get enough nitrogen from clover. You get, and as far as the methane problem goes, if you want to call it a problem, we can get all of that reduction from Sanefoin. Sanefoin's drought resistance because it's got a 2-metre taproot. It's full of safe tannins. It will reduce any methane that you want to do, and plus it will boost our production. That's what we want to do. We want to boost our production. Our scientific community in food and all that sort of thing, it's meant to be looking for an advantage for all of us, not for trying to mint products that supposedly we're all paying for as taxpayers and farmers, and then all of a sudden a very few select people jump on it, put a patent on it, make a startup, and then sell it overseas. You know, like if we'd sold Fonterra overseas, we'd be a poor country. It can't be, what's the worth of it if we don't even value it that much that we can't keep it here?
Thanks, Mike. We're getting very close to time.
Yeah, sorry. No, if there's any questions, sorry, I didn't mean to.
No, you're right. And thank you for your passion and soil health and regen ag and all you're doing in that space, and for your comments and for presenting in front of the committee today. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
If we have time, yeah. Thank you, mate.
Good.
Great comments. I mean, he really called it out.
Yeah, I mean, I was just looking at prices for genetically modified seeds compared to conventional seeds, and see if I can quickly share my screen without crashing the stream, because that would be very funny. Actually, I'll send it to Stacey. Stacey, can you put this on the screen for me, please?
I think Mike made some really important points, actually, and it came up earlier in one of the videos that Sam was looking at from Ag Research, I think. No one in the committee asked them, so how did those trials in America go? Because they keep saying, we had to go to America. It was a tiny little patch, to be honest. It was ridiculous. It sounded ridiculous anyway, the way he described it. After 20 years, so no one asked, how do those trials go? Oh, you're doing them in Australia. No one asked, how do those trials go? How have the trials gone for 20 years, guys, on the Ag Research grass? When, as Sam was implying, we know that mixed forage can reduce methane by 30%. So we know the solutions, well, at least some of the solutions, to do the very thing that they're claiming this project has spent millions doing. What have you got there, Stacey?
So this is the seed price index and USDA crop price index by genetically modified status between 1990 and 2020. You can see the price difference here. Seed price index for non-GM crops compared to seed price index for GM crops. And you can see the difference, how much more expensive it is to use GM crops.
And ironically, I thought you might have been throwing up another chart that came up last week, which was the canola price discount for GM canola. It looks like, I'm not quite, but it looks like the opposite of that graph. Imagine non-GMO being up there and the G canola being at a significant discount week in, week out in the farms of, I think it was WA, Western Australia. The other thing that Mike, the submitter just then, so he's really saying a lot of money's gone into this, and it's, so, and I think it's very important that people understand that the whole science system is designed to make money from patents. So the science is guided towards these product outcomes rather than a system solution outcome. So all our farmers, like he was talking about, have not been so we can fix this problem up by doing a little bit of this and a little bit of that, like mixed forage. The other thing that I thought was very important is that this mention of the Silicon Valley, this mindset of computerization, technology as a computer kind of thing. And I think it's really important to just note that it is very much the tone of our time, actually. You know, everything can be done with the technology and we can work it through. And the problem is that nature is much, much more complex than we can currently have the capacity to understand. So we're always playing a game with our relationship with nature, and the technology is ratcheting up that game. It's ratcheting up the battle, the potential conflicts, and it needs to be managed. It needs to be regulated. It needs to, the liability and responsibility needs to be clearly put on someone, but not the public and not nature.
How much do you think, having been looking at other different countries and how they do GMO stuff, how much do subsidies play a role? Government subsidies?
That's a great question, Laura. So as far as I can tell, and again, I'm not an expert in the subsidizing of American farming, but it tends to be going through to the big corporates who are funding the GM monocultures, putting it into ethanol, putting it into animal feed. So it is a machine of, you know, and buying the chemicals that go with it, like the Roundup. So there's a little bundle of subsidy that's, whether it's visible or invisible, it's definitely going on. And there's also other subsidies. There's a law going through various versions of it in different states to protect Bayer, Monsanto, and maybe other companies from being prosecuted for doing things that they shouldn't have done. And that's an interesting little, you know, push the liability out of their jurisdiction effectively. But I think today it was $2 billion in Georgia. Bayer were charged with a fine. It was a mixture of a fine and compensation of $2 billion in one case in Georgia for the effects of Roundup, which expanded dramatically when they brought the GMO seeds in. And the courts are certainly believing that there's a link.
Yeah, and I imagine the subsidies too, probably going to vary from country to country. I haven't looked at Australia in terms of whether or not they subsidize, but I'm just trying to figure out a reason why GE canola is going down in price. Do you have any insight to why that could be happening?
People don't want it. I mean, all the major manufacturers have excluded GMO products from, certainly they have to be visible and labeled from the food system. So this goes to the very heart of what's going on here, Laura. The fact is that we have got labeling, and the labeling has allowed GMOs to be influenced by market response, and the market said that we don't really want them. So when they get labeled, people try to avoid them. Sometimes they're labeled and people don't avoid them, but there's not many of them in the New Zealand market because of that reason. In America, they weren't allowed that choice. So the whole project called the Non-GMO Project was created to allow people to say, oh, that product is non-GMO. But what this bill, and it's actually not just this bill excludes all these products from the regulations entirely. But there's another process, which is the food standards process, which has already started this and said, oh, and we're not going to call these GMOs anymore. And let's not label them either. Now, there's been a big pushback on that over the last few months in Australia and New Zealand. But meanwhile, this bill comes out. Unfortunately, the EU seem to have just gone backwards a little bit on their suggestions of regulation, but that's always an ongoing debate. So at one point they were going to have much better regulations of GMOs and gene editing, but now they're looking like they may not be as good as they need to be. The fight is not over. This is just be really clear, this is a global debate. And little New Zealand is being targeted because we have got a strong non-GMO policy. I didn't finish that point. All the supermarkets, like, you know, if you go to Woolworths or you go to New World, and it's a Pam's product, but both those major supermarket brands have got a non-GMO policy for their products, including the fresh vegetables that come from New Zealand. Now, the food industry in Europe has said, well, look, if you don't trace and label these new GE products, the price of food is going to go up. So we do need to have the supermarkets speaking up for not only their GE-free policy for their own brands, but kind of commit to not stocking gene-edited products unless they're labeled, to voluntary labeling them once they come online. I mean, we might be talking a year or two away. It could be tomorrow. It could be imported from somewhere and we say, oh, hang on, we didn't expect that. Well, the supermarkets need to be prepared to stand up for the consumer. The consumer definitely wants the right to choose. I mean, we're talking about 80% of people surveyed say, and I'm not talking about GMOs, old-fashioned food, because, you know, the argument is, oh, that's the old GMOs, transgenics. This is new gene editing, non-transgenic. the issues are much more complex than that, and often they use transgenics in the gene editing process, so it's not even pure as they describe it. But the point is, if you don't trace it and therefore don't label it, the consumer can't influence the market, and the market fails. And that's what this bill tries to do. It tries to create market failure by taking away the public's right to choose. And 80% of the public support the right to choose. So no select committee or anybody should take that right away.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I agree. That's this government in a nutshell. It's like create market failures and then get a bunch of investors in to, sell a solution that wasn't required in the first place because, we already had the existing framework that, sure, it could have done with some improvement, but it didn't need gutting.
No, and that's one of the calls actually, is to why haven't they just reformed the HASNO Act? And there are calls for an investigation into the fact that they were directed by powerful ministers to say, don't look at HASNO, ignore HASNO, that's going. This is the new one, write a new one. Here's your guys, here's the industry experts who've all got vested interest, if not all, most of them, who's definitely have got patents in their names. And they'll be really helpful to work out exactly what industry needs to do this. Now, I mean, in a way, I think it's completely immoral and unethical, but in a way, okay, fair enough. This is the industry bill, but call it an industry bill, say it's an industry bill, written for industry, by industry, and then get all the experts and the public, like we're doing now, to say, oh, well, this is how it should look. Now, that select committee process isn't that, it's not a national debate. It's not a, coming together to talk about a national food strategy. It's not the farmers have been quite clear, the ones that I've watched anyway. They're saying the guys up top who we're paying our fees to every month or every year, they're not representing our voice. And I thought, oh well, maybe it's just their mates. But when when Farmers Weekly put that last week's survey out, saying 75% of farmers do not think GE is going to improve our exports or our reputation. That's a lot of my mates. And I really did think, oh, maybe 30% of farmers understand this issue, maybe 50, 75% of farmers are now waking up against a lot of long-term propaganda saying, oh, this is going to solve your problems, mate. You just have a little bit of GE and it's all going to go away. Well, they're not buying it, and neither's the consumer, and neither's our export markets. The problem is our government's bought it. So we've really got to stop this bill.
I think we got one more time.
Yeah,
I think we got time for one more video. Sorry, I got that back to front. All right, Stacey, we got time for one more submission, because Jon, you're cooking it, bro. You're doing a good job with the commentary.
Yes, we will do that. So now we'll move to Concerned Farmers New Zealand. We have Mike Williams, Nick Collins, and Dr. Ruth Williams. Good to have you here. We've got you for 10 minutes. So thank you for coming to present to the committee. You may use that time as you wish. If you want to leave us time for questions, you may, but hand it to you now. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for hearing Concerned Farmers New Zealand. We are farmers. Mike and I are sheep and beef farmers from Banks Peninsula. I've also been a veterinary surgeon for over 40 years. Nick is a sheep and beef farmer from the King Country after 30 years as a dairy farmer. Concerned Farmers was formed just over 2 months ago, and we are here representing over 150 farmers and growers who are concerned about this bill's rushed process, the lack of involvement of farmers and growers in decision-making, and how the bill relates to the field use of GMOs in primary production. We support the bill in regard to medical and contained uses. However, we wish to address the high-risk field use of GMOs in primary production with the committee. And by field use, I'm referring to outdoor trials, commercial cultivation and farming of GM plants and animals. There are 6 issues we want to draw the committee's attention to that the committee absolutely must take the time needed to get right with farmers and growers. Economic risks and benefits, traceability. Farmers, growers and the food sector must be involved in decisions on all field use of agricultural GMOs and what conditions should apply if approved. Maintaining New Zealand's sovereign decision-making ability based on our unique conditions and strategic objectives as a high-value food exporter, financial accountability and segregation. Moving to farmers, growers and food companies being part of decisions on all field uses, and taking grass as the GM grass as an example, a GM field trial could be approved without the need to consult with the end users, that is farmers, the very ones who are going to have to make this work and the very ones who will bear the cost if it does not. This is not acceptable in our opinion. The bill must ensure that farmers, growers and food companies are part of decision-making around field uses, including outdoor trials of agricultural GMOs, by making all field uses licensed activities, removing the regulator's discretion to consult, and requiring hearings, not just written submissions, as a more effective way for farmers to participate. Good decision-making must involve those who will be most affected. I hand over to Nick.
Thank you. Concerned farmers are alarmed by the lack of economic analysis behind this bill.
Making sure the business case stacks up is basic to any viable business, let alone decisions which have the potential to impact every New Zealander. As a farmer, one of my non-negotiable goals is to align positive economic and ecological outcomes. What the Select Committee can and should do is to make sure that economic risks are part of the risk assessment. Officials say that it places unnecessary burden on scientists to recognise market and trade risks in decisions about GMOs. But this regime has got to work for food and fibre producers as well. Excuse me. And you've heard repeatedly from farming that economic risks are key, that as a country we can't make good decisions about field use of GMOs in our productive lands unless we factor in market and trade issues. As farmers and growers, we have worked over many decades to produce food and fibre which is respected, trusted and valued here and overseas. As an exporting nation, consumer is king. Our marketers and exporters are leveraging off our current status in farming systems to secure market access and add value to our products. Trust carries value. The bill must set us up well so that we can make decisions that don't see the global point of difference we have worked so hard for thrown out with the bathwater. So we urge you to listen to farmers and growers on this bill and ensure economic risks and benefits are part of the risk assessment. Thank you.
Good morning. I want to draw the committee's attention to 2 points that must be addressed in this bill. First, it is essential that all GMOs, including gene-edited ones, are regulated for verification and identification, and also for segregation and traceability in the supply chain. I think you've heard that from just about every major primary sector body, so I'll leave that point there. The second is around contamination and the cost of compliance for non-GM producers. Many farmers are concerned that they're going to have more costs just to stand still. We've seen no work on this, and there's nothing in the bill or the process to date to give us confidence that the government has understood the issues or intends to spend the time working with farmers to get it right. We're told coexistence works overseas, so it should work here. Apart from a grass developed in the US for golf courses, which escaped from field trials and is now a major contamination headache, we're not aware of any GM grasses grown commercially anywhere in the world. And with grasses used so differently than crops, New Zealand will be heading into the unknown. I heard a submitter tell you that grass seed that spreads only 24 metres. There's many ways that grass seed can travel well beyond the paddock that it was planted in. You know, you've got wind, birds, on sheep's back. We cut bales of hay all around the countryside, and it contains a lot of grass seed. Non-GM supply is not just for organic farmers. Many conventional farmers are already supplying GM-sensitive markets. For the last 15 years, every year we've been signing a supplier declaration to actually state that we haven't been feeding any products that contain GMOs to our sheep and cattle. This is a requirement for premium markets. Coexistence will be very difficult for pastoral farmers with GM grasses. These grasses, they will be the hardest test for this bill, which is why the committee must address the 6 points that we've submitted on. Thank you. Happy to try and answer any questions.
No, thank you very much. And we still have a bit of time, which is fantastic. Steve, you had a question.
Cora, yeah, thank you very much for your substantial and very clear submission. You must be greatly concerned that non-GMO farmers are going to be expected to prove that they have not been contaminated by GE. In this version of the bill, the regulatory impact statement made it clear that the cost of avoiding contamination will fall to the non-GMO farmers. What do you think about the fairness of that, aside from the practicality of managing traceability and so-called coexistence?
Well, initially, and it may be forever, that a lot of that is actually going to be the majority of farmers.
Exactly.
You don't know what the uptake is because we don't actually have the products here to use at this stage anyway. So yeah, look, it's totally unreasonable to expect those costs should fall for someone not using the product.
And kind of supplement. Yeah. And how do you feel about the idea that the government's even countenancing that that's a reasonable position to take, that all existing farmers who are non-GMO farmers are going to carry the burden of cost for protecting themselves from the potential handful of farmers who are using GMO, ryegrass or other products?
Well, I see it's quite an issue especially with the exempt varieties of gene-edited crops or grasses, because our markets actually they want to know whether there's GMOs in what we're actually marketing.
Yeah.
So I think for us to actually pretend they're not there or hide them under the table is just actually going to be asking for trouble.
Yeah.
Detection methods, some may be hard to detect at the moment. Detection methods will improve. I mean, I'd be liking it to drug checks, in sport. They thought they'd get away with it. There was a need. So the detection methods improved. And I have no doubt detection methods will improve in this field as well.
We've got 1 minute left. I'll just move over to Deborah quickly. Here's the question.
I know I don't look like it, but I was born on a farm, but have family farmed around Pongamomina and through the King Country and things like that. So it shouldn't be. Look, if I put a gloss on it, on your submission, it seems that you would be okay with the use of gene technology, provided it's very, very carefully regulated and it's all regulated, not just without something. Is that correct?
I think it's unreasonable to expect any contamination.
Yeah.
The testing that you talk about, from a non-GMO perspective, that could be on a regular basis. Because we're selling product that has trust and integrity. And do we test once a week? When you look at the potential contamination. So to answer your question,
it costs a lot to do that.
And I think in the RIS statement initially, they weren't able to give any indication of cost, but it implied they could be substantial.
Right.
And our understanding is, a lot of these tests are quite costly, even though they are still under development.
Yeah.
We're at time.
Okay, all right.
I know Carlos has got a question too. Thanks.
Yeah, okay, no worries.
Apologies to both of you. Thank you very much to the 3 of you for coming in and presenting this discussion. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, so we've got a couple minutes left. John, take it away.
Can I? I mean, so they said a lot of things. There's no point in repeating. A couple of things to like springboard off, though. So they're talking about traceability and making sure the contaminations falls to someone being liable for it and stuff. And they're talking about plants and animals. Can we just remember, you can't do this with microbes and fungi and yeasts that could also be released into the environment under this bill. So, I mean, you can definitely spot most big animals, and you can probably do something with the plants. But once you're talking about allowing unregulated SDN1, no, I mean, it'd be great when Professor Heinemann comes on. I don't know if anyone knows what an SDN1 and an SDN2 microbe or fungi might actually be like. I mean, I think it's a pretty big kind of universe of that, like a little change that could be done like this in a microbe. Anyway, so so it's all very much bigger than they're making out. If you want to know about the GE ryegrass and the farmer earlier, we have solutions. The mixed forage, the organic farming. The article to watch is from a media newsroom, and it's called "The Grass Isn't Greener." And it was published about a year ago. And they did ask the question, how have the trials with the ryegrass gone? And it hasn't gone well. And in fact, one of the issues was a new allergen suspected in the plant. So they withdrew the application and were going to fix up this new allergen. We don't want people to think, they've got a new grass in New Zealand, it might have a new allergen in it. I mean, allergens throughout the food system are absolutely the likely outcome of this exclusion from regulation of a whole range of gene-edited products, because they can be assumed to be safe, but they can't be assumed to be safe. So this is the big bad. This is the pretense that the scientists know what they're doing, that these things will be safe for humans and they can be ignored entirely, and that they know what's going to be safe for the environment. But they're going to be ignored entirely and unregulated. That cannot stand. So they won't be. I mean, to be fair, they won't be. I can promise you that. If they are, then we can all go home and just give up on everything. Because if you don't allow regulation of gene editing in the open environment, which is what this bill does, you're on a pathway to disaster. And especially with the final thing, I know we've run out of time, the mandatory approvals by 2 other agencies overseas with an allow mandatory approval here. One of the themes is the medical uses and the vaccines, etc. But the other one is just any old plant or animal or microbe that an overseas approved person, a couple of approved, might end up being used here automatically. Complete nonsense, guys. We've got to fight this bill.
John, thank you so much for coming on today. It's been an absolute pleasure to have your insight. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. And with that, guys, we're going to move on to the next segment.
Kia kaha. All the best. Thanks a lot.
Parliament's buzzing, it's time to get loud. Under the dome where decisions are proud. Voices clash, echo through the halls. Policies rise as the gavel falls. Bills on the table, debates in the air. Legislation crafted with care. Voices of the people, voices of the streets. Echo in chambers where the leaders meet. Tick-tock, the order paper's hot. Debate and discuss changes what we've got. Every word counts, every vote too. New Zealand Parliament, this one's for you. For you. Dynamic urban rhythm in the flow. Every
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Today I've got 2 very special guests with me, Professor Jack and sorry,
Soraya.
Sorry. Thank you so much. I was like, oh my goodness, I'm going to butcher her name. Thank you so much, guys, for coming on. It's an absolute pleasure. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Soraya, go please.
Okay, my name's Soraya Bradley. I'm an artist, so I'm completely out of my depth with Jack here. But I live on a regenerative farm. My partner's a regenerative farmer, and as you can see behind me, are a whole ton of books on regenerative farming and trees and different things. So it's been quite a passion of mine to follow the regenerative farming and natural farming process, and I'm pretty concerned about this bill. So yeah.
Awesome. And Professor Jack.
So I'm Jack Heinemann. I'm at the University of Canterbury. I am a director of the Center for Integrated Research in Biosafety and have been for all my career a genetic engineer and have a long time interest in biosafety. And so, Soraya, you're not out of your depth. You and I just swim in different ponds, right? So we both have our special places here.
I mean, hey, I got a background in forestry. I can chop things up. So we're all in the same boat. Okay, so with those introductions, shall we have a look at the submissions? I think Stacey's got a video loaded up for us. Thank you, Stacey. Okay.
Okay, next up we have Midlands Holdings Limited with Simon Herbert. I don't know if I pronounced that correctly.
Yeah, exactly. Come in.
Excellent, thank you, Simon. Joe Townsend and Richard Bowman.
Yes, Richard's not joining us. So good morning, everybody, and thank you for the opportunity for us to talk about our submission on the Gene Technology Bill. As we've outlined, Midlands is a family-owned, export-orientated company based in Ashburton. The company established in 1990 after the challenges of subsidy deregulation and drought, with the mission to improve farm gate prices to the arable farmer. And we thought we seek to add value and new crop opportunities for our farmers. Today, Midlands is a group of vertically integrated business units. We have over 100 highly skilled full-time staff. We export to more than 40 countries, and we create revenue in excess of 100 million New Zealand dollars. We're a significant player in the high-value vegetable seed export business, and we're one of New Zealand's largest honey exporters. Our company has invested heavily to promote the New Zealand brand. We've developed premium offerings to discerning customers. And I'd like to hand over now to Simon, who will talk us through our concerns with the current bill.
So following careful consideration, we'd like to express several concerns we have with the proposed bill and the risk it represents to current export earnings in the agricultural sector. We agree with the purpose of the bill to update and future-proof the regulation around the use of genetic technologies. This is long overdue in New Zealand, and however, we are very concerned that this bill falls short of what would be truly beneficial to New Zealand's primary sector in its current form. This appears to be a very rushed process, and for the risks that to the economy and the environment, we feel this is wrong. Firstly, why has there not been any economic analysis done on this proposed bill? Our economy is driven by exports from the primary sector, and the proposed bill fails to account for the risk the use of these technologies is to current export earnings. These should be covered in an economic impact review. This is a significant omission currently. This bill will no doubt lead to both customer and import country sanctions in key export markets, particularly Europe. Currently, arable export earnings are heavily reliant on high-value seed remultiplication into the European market. Communications with our current seed customers have shown this bill will result in a complete loss of some productions for European markets, as well as have significant effects on seed exports to Southeast Asia. In our view, we will never be competitive in producing GMO soy, canola, or corn seeds into the commodity markets. Yet in contrast, we have inquiries every year from offshore seed companies looking for us to produce GMO-free seed for sensitive markets. The compliance costs, as has been covered in other submissions, are likely to be significant and must be considered in any economic impact report. Even under our current non-GMO regulations, 22% of our $30 million worth of honey exports currently require a non-GMO statement. Based on the current bill and its current form, we would expect up to a 50% reduction in export earnings from the arable and honey sectors. The risk to market access and trade must be included as part of the assessment criteria for the bill to proceed. Secondly, any changes to New Zealand's gene editing regulations must be timed very conservatively and be based on the status of regulations of our major high-value trading partners. As an export-driven economy, New Zealand must be a follower in regard to the regulation of new technologies, not a leader, to protect our market access. New Zealand needs to allow the regulations in these markets to settle in prior to changing our regulations in order to protect these markets. Europe is heading down this road, but they're not there yet. If we lead, we lose the market. Thirdly, we strongly recommend that the New Zealand government does not permit the outdoor release of traditional 20 to 30-year-old genetically modified production plants and organisms. In many jurisdictions, there is a zero tolerance for GMO contamination of seeds for sowing. You can eat it, you can wear it, but you cannot plant it. Coexistence between GMO and non-GMO farming systems, especially seed production, will be extremely difficult to manage, with many unintentional risks and consequences. As an example of this, white clover is a globally important pasture legume. New Zealand is the world's largest white clover seed producer, supplying up to 50% of the world's white clover. Any GMO or GE clover field released in New Zealand risks this market being closed due to cross-contamination by pollinators. The same can be said for high-value brassica seed crops, including canola for Europe and other vegetable brassicas exported throughout Asia. Any release of a GMO forage brassica, particularly a forage rape or turnip species, would pose a real threat to our GMO-free brassica seed business. The old-style technology of modification offers little value to the New Zealand economy, and in an agricultural sense, generally promotes poor agronomic practice, such as the overuse of agrochemical. In regards to our apiary business, beekeepers are powerless to prevent GMO pollen contaminating their honey. Beekeepers cannot control where the bees forage and will not know the GMO status of their crops surrounding their hives. Pollen of GMO maize or brassica contaminating high-value Manuka honey, resulting in positive GMO test results, is a real possibility. It would highly likely that New Zealand honey exporters would need to put a mandatory product may contain GMO statements on honey products to ensure it meets importing country regulations. And many of our markets target high-value, health-conscious consumers. And even if we meet the import regulations, the value to these customers is likely lost. It's a very big concern in the Manuka industry. Both physical and genetic contamination of high-value primary industry products, such as seeds and honey, will derail New Zealand's export earnings to GMO-sensitive markets. And most of the risks we've detailed to current trade markets can be extensively mitigated by not allowing the use of traditional transgenic technology and by regulating gene editing in line with our high-value trading partners rather than developing world-leading regulation.
And I'd just like to finish by saying we finally would like to urge you consider the impact of this bill in its current form on our local rural community. Not only do we create jobs, we support others. We literally have hundreds of nights accommodation in our region from our international customers. This creates demand for hospitality and tourism add-ons. We need cleaning stores, we need the government for agencies, and we need research institutes. We're just everyday people working really hard to sell the New Zealand brand, and we deserve a slightly better bill than currently in front of us. Thank you for your time, and we look forward to any questions.
Thank you for your time as well. We've got 2 minutes. Steve, you can jump
What is the huge potential worth of us as a nation, or unique ability of us as a nation, an island nation isolated from the rest of the world, to maintain that non-GMO status and continue to be able to provide non-GMO seed to the rest of the world?
Well, we think that would come out in the economic analysis if it was done for this bill. We are fortunate with the country we live in, its isolation and its climate, and we're able to provide food, fibre and seeds for a large part of the world where they cannot do it for themselves. So up until now, we've gone very well without having any alterations to the bill. We don't wish to stand in front of new technologies. Both of us are researchers and we like to see how we can be innovative. New Zealand farming is innovative. That's why we're world leaders. So I think we just need to strike a suitable balance to make sure that we can supply customers that really need our product with something that they are happy with and are prepared to pay us for.
This balance is not struck in this bill.
Not in its current one.
Great.
But it's a step in the right direction.
The bill is a step in the right direction. Yeah. No, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in here. Really appreciate it. It's good submission.
Thank you.
Got it.
All right. What did you guys think of this submission?
I agree with it mostly, apart from it's a step in the right direction. I'm not sure how that follows. When I was writing my submission, I contacted our insurance company. So say we export some beef and it turns out that it's been contaminated with GMO ryegrass and that somehow affects the protein, which Jack will be able to explain that or tell me that I'm completely wrong in that. But I said, so what happens if China rejects our meat because it's contaminated with GMO? And the insurance company wrote back with incoherent babble because they didn't really understand what I was talking about. But essentially what would happen is that we wouldn't get paid from the meatworks, and they would also charge us for dumping the contaminated meat. So instead of getting $20,000 income, we'd lose that $20,000, plus we might be charged $20,000 for the disposal of the unwanted meat. And it could negatively affect other farmers who have been in that export lot. And so then we could be sued by those other farmers as well. So that's the worst case scenario on a practical level. And this bill just provides nothing in terms of what the regulatory or protection component is on just a beef farm that's regenerative. So am I completely on the wrong track?
No.
I think a dog agrees with you.
Even the dog agrees, yeah. I think that I think in some ways it's more complicated than even you just presented. And the issue is that and in your last panel, I caught a little bit of the last panel, and this was being discussed as well. They are making it possible to use gene technology by in places and on organisms for which we've always traditionally done it in a containment facility. And the importance of that is it won't just be that your cattle might be grazing on GM forage. Worldwide, that is already a phenomenon where cattle graze on GM forage, and under certain jurisdictions, you can distinguish between the cow being genetically engineered and its food being genetically engineered. I know that's not everywhere, but somewhere, and that's some step towards this. The threat to your business, though, is even more complicated than that. And the reason is because it's not just that the biotechnology has advanced and become more efficient, and we call those gene editing reactions the most efficient of our gene technologies now. It's that the way in which we apply those gene editors has changed also in the last 15 years. There's been a revolution in the chemistry and in the development of biological vectors that are used to deliver these gene editing tools into the cells of living organisms. And we can do that now with such efficiency that you don't need a laboratory. And you can package gene editors as pesticides to spray them from airplanes onto fields.
Whoa, right.
And they won't distinguish between a plant, a cow, a microbe, or a fungus, or a human being. Those chemistries don't know the difference. They're able to carry these gene editing tools into the cells of anything. Now, the most difficult of the organisms may still be plants, but they're still very good even with plants. And that's what's new since Hasno. We've always been able to do gene editing. We've had gene editing tools for bacteria, fungi, and animals since the late 1970s. So this is just hogwash, this idea that suddenly gene editing is a brand new kind of technology. But the tools for delivering it efficiently have changed a lot. That means that your cattle themselves may be detected as genetically engineered if spray drift from the use of gene editors as a pesticide has contacted the flesh of your cattle while they were outside. And that residue may still be detectable in their cells after they've been slaughtered and sold as meat. Also, all the microbes that are on them that may contaminate the product, but be fully acceptable in most trading regimes, could also have been altered by the gene editing tools. So it's not just that they may have had a history of eating a GMO, it's that they may be in real time actual GMOs or contaminated with actual GMOs that are inseparable from them because of this unregulated use of the gene editors outside of a containment facility.
So if you have the soil microbes, as best as I understand it, we only really know about 0.1% of what is in the soil life. And we already have these amazing antibiotics, and even that dreaded ivermectin was only discovered in one place in the world, which was in Japan, outside of a golf course in the soil. And we don't really even know what's in New Zealand soil, and we're risking contaminating all of that. So we might have all of these amazing antibiotics and medicines in our soil, which we're not currently studying, that are not only going to be destroyed by the GMO efficient sprays that we're going to get. Is that what I'm understanding?
Well, we would have to use quite a lot of it to stop all the, to change all the microbes because there's so many, right? So that's a possibility, but it's unlikely. But what we could generate are brand new kinds of traits in soil microorganisms, in insects, and in fungi, in all sorts of things that are difficult for us to track and exist in high numbers. And the difference between what happens in nature, where those same kinds of things might arise by chance somewhere in the world, in some period of time, usually measured in hundreds of millions of years, where you get a single mutation that has an important effect, and then it amplifies into a population of organisms with that trait. That's how it happens in nature. The difference between that and what we can do with gene technology is that we make an entire population of them all at once and in the same place. So we overcome one of the most important barriers to the evolution of harmful organisms with a technology. And that's what's so different about how nature does it. Nature can produce harmful things to us, but it does so at such a low frequency. Even though it might seem like it happens a lot, it's really a low frequency on a global and temporal scale.
I mean, most mutations are neutral.
And the vast majority are neutral or deleterious to the organism. Yep. The difference is if we're going to make something that's inadvertently harmful, we do so at scale, because that is what makes it a technology.
Right. I didn't even know that there were sprays that could alter the genetics of that. That's wild. I mean, I was looking up papers and whatnot. It's like, if you heard about, I don't know if you've heard about this from the Nature scientific reports, the potential for CRISPR gene drive to eradicate or suppress globally invasive social wasps. I don't know if you're familiar with that paper, but it looks over the potential use for it here in New Zealand and in Europe. And it's like, okay, I've just learned something new.
Yeah, a lot of a lot of the advocacy for the GMO has been to eradicate pests like possums or rewilding pines, and they've sort of tried to talk people into, or farmers particularly, into trying to get rid of incorporating GMO in order to get rid of pests, but they don't really know what it's actually going to create once they introduce it, because it doesn't end there, and it's sort of like we're standing there with people about to introduce gorse and possums and rabbits and saying, please stop, and they're just sort of barreling ahead.
We're industrializing changing genomes, and therefore we're at the cusp of making the next and most important pollution for the future. Just like the production of plastics from fossil fuels that was achieved in the early 20th century is now one of our most important pollutions. We are on the verge of the next. That doesn't mean, though, that everything that could be invented or used will be useless or of more harm than good. But I think what we need to do is see this bill for what it is. There's two kinds of things we're talking about. We're talking about the production of an organism that after it's made, in release, it causes a harm. And that is a form of technology, but that's just one form of gene technology. The other technology we're talking about is how we make organisms that are different. It's the process by which we make change. And the process is a mutagenic process. Gene editing is a highly mutagenic tool. And its use outside of contained facilities means it's mutagenizing lots of organisms all at once and creating new traits with an unprecedented efficiency because they're targeted. The targeting is sold to us as some kind of safety benefit, but it's not a safety benefit. It's an efficiency gain for industry, and it increases the potential at which an undesirable product is made and then made at scale. So the idea of using a gene drive is there is some acceptance of this in the sense that if you've produced the organism with the first genome carrying the drive, and you've done that in a contained facility, and you can fully describe the organism, then you could probably test at least some of the possible ways in which it could cause harm before it's released. At least you could try. But what's really different between doing that and what this bill allows you to do is that you can make things, possibly not gene drives, but all sorts of other kinds of mutant phenotypes that will never be tested or described before they're released. They may not be what you intended to make. They may not even be in the organism you intended to change, but they will be already released because they won't be made in a containment facility for which all those organisms would have been destroyed had they not been what you wanted and not been in the organism you wanted it to be in.
Yeah. So basically out in the environment, you don't have the same controls that you'd have in a laboratory to manage those mutations and to test those mutations. You basically just got a free-for-all out in the environment.
That's right. And can I say not laboratory, containment facility?
Containment facility.
The HAZNO Act defines a laboratory as a van with a running water source.
Okay, I'm not talking about the van with the running water source. Containment facility. All right, are we ready to look at the next submission?
Next up, we have Sandra Gowdy.
I think I can get coffee.
Oh, God.
I'm going to get a question. Can I get your coffee, Sam?
Good morning.
Good morning, Sandra. Sam Affendale here, Chair of the Health Committee. Very good to have you here presenting on this. We have you for 5 minutes. I'll hand that time to you now. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Firstly, I'd like to straight off just say that I oppose the bill and I support the concerns raised by many farmers and people concerned about what is now being dropped, really, the clean green image of New Zealand. But I've only got 2 particular points that I want to raise. And the first is about the quality of our law and the clarity and efficacy of this piece of law in particular. So the quality of our law actually relies on MPs and officials properly constructing the law to ensure clarity to the extent required without ambiguity, and therefore matters having to be decided by judges in the courts. I think the Law Commission fails, particularly in New Zealand, in not ensuring that the clarity and efficacy of the law is upheld, particularly the rule of law. And the quality of our law is slowly being eroded due to the ignorance of many members of Parliament and the lack of proper guidance from officials. This is compounded by the inability of any audit oversight of legislative constructs, I beg your pardon. And so this is why I've recommended that there are some very ambiguous statements within this law that need to be properly clarified. That means that the law itself, that this bill hasn't been properly written in such a way that it's absolutely clear and unambiguous about what exactly it wants to do. So has it failed to ask the first essential question, which is what is the issue that is trying to be remedied here? And clearly it's obviously to introduce GMOs, but if you're going to then do something like that, you have to answer the question more fully around the impacts. And I think people have clearly outlined the lack of knowledge held by members of Parliament, which actually comes through all the submissions. So my suggestion would be that this bill actually go back to the drawing board. Another area where there is a lack of clarity and efficacy in this piece of law is actually on clause 4 and 6, when you refer to the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi. So, and you talk about the government giving effect to the principles of Waitangi, and yet you all know that there are actually no principles. None of you can provide the principles of the Treaty of Waitangi, and yet you insist on continuing to refer to them in a piece of legislation, something that you can't produce. Now, that's a total failure of upholding the efficacy and clarity of the law. And then when you do introduce matters which supposedly give effect to what you think the principles are, there is prejudicial bias in favour of a minority. And that is absolutely the case here in this particular piece of legislation when you talk about the Treaty of Waitangi. And so we all have, you talk about the kaitiaki or guardian trustee role of Māori, and yet we all have that role here in New Zealand. It's not exclusive to Māori. And I actually think you insult the bulk of New Zealanders about their guardianship of our country and their love of the land and its purest nature, because we're so far away and we're so isolated. And it's an absolute insult to think that only Māori have that kaitiaki role. And you continue to do that throughout this bill. And then if you fully understood what you were doing in this bill, you'd also understand the cost effects, the economic effects, not just as outlined by the previous submitter, but the additional matters within it, which taxpayers, I presume, are going to be funding, so that you have a technical advisory group, a Māori advisory group, and you also have focus groups. I mean, is this going to be paralysis by committee, which it seems to be a hallmark of governments, which is unfortunate, but it's a reality. And how do we stop it? Well, we can't. It's up to members of Parliament to actually stop that. And so it's members of Parliament that have to look at this bill and make sure they fully understand what it is they're trying to do, all of the implications of what they're trying to do. And that's exactly what submitters are asking for, that you properly understand what it is you're trying to do here in this gene technology bill. And quite frankly, I think the bulk of parliamentarians don't understand.
Well, thank you, Sandra. We're at 5 minutes now. I want to say thank you for coming online and presenting your submission on the Gene Tech Bill.
She's not wrong. She's not wrong. What are your guys' thoughts?
I very much like how she laid out those points, and that fundamental point is, what problem are we trying to solve here? It seems like a tangential problem is a complaint, and a complaint mostly made by plant biotechnologists that somehow their hands are tied behind their backs. And maybe to some degree that's true, although the officials have not done the work, and the scientific literature has not the evidence presented to say that it's really a regulatory burden that has prevented plant biotechnologists from bringing forward these wonderful futures that they keep trying to get us to imagine will come from gene editing. And like I say, we've had gene editing for a long time. We don't have wonder kinds of animals. We don't have wonder kinds of bacteria. So, and where we could use them with reasonable efficiency. Maybe the tools haven't been good enough for plants. I don't know. But in any case, we've had a good 40 years of trying, and we don't have these fantastic magical beings. So it might not be that it's the legislation that's holding us back. But even if it were, there's no clarity on how simply letting anyone do anything with a plant, animal, bacterium, or with a fungus or a virus is going to make that much difference for a plant biotechnologist.
Soraya.
No, I agree with her in the respect of what problem are we trying to solve. I think, and the frustration that she expresses. As far as I know, like 99% of GMO crops on the planet are 4 crops, and they're all Roundup ready, like GMO corn, GMO cotton. So, and so there's only 4 crops that make up 99% of the whole of GMO. So there's not these magic seeds available.
I mean, Judith Collins keeps going on about those magical apples.
And I'm a little confused. Like, America allows GMO research. So why aren't these companies going to America and doing their research? And if it's so wonderful, then bringing it back here. Like, there are places that you can do the research. Why does New Zealand need to change our laws to fit in with places that are already, if they were so convinced about it, why wouldn't they relocate there and do the research?
Yeah, I mean, considering we're such a small country too, I mean, we'd be better off selling premium products that are GMO free.
It could very well be the case, but I would even put that another way. If there was, you know, a great big basket of wonderful things to be made, why aren't they already made in the U.S.? Not that you need New Zealanders to go to the U.S. to do it. You already have a massive country and other big countries that haven't produced these wonderful things yet. The argument might be that there hasn't been enough time. But even so, that particular argument is used to beat us over the head, right? The whole sad story about how egg research has to go overseas in order to test its ryegrass, et cetera, et cetera. And that's then used as propaganda to tell us that it's because of our laws. Well, it might be, but I still haven't seen the evidence. Egg research and other entities are using overseas infrastructure in a commercial decision because all sorts of things are cheaper to do in the United States, particularly when your chief science officer is already the vice president of a biotech company in the United States and has the relationships with the companies that have the testing fields. So I'm not convinced that it's our laws that are causing egg research to go overseas. But if it is, then let's see the hard data.
Yeah. 100% agree with that. All right. Shall we look at the next submission?
Can I pose it?
Yes, we got that.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you. Okay, next up we have Tracy Buick. Are we live? Tracy, yeah, wonderful. Good to have you here. Thank you for joining us today, Tracy. Sam Uffendown, Chair of the Health Committee. We've got Steve Abel here. Deborah will be back. We've got Carla Strong online. We have you for 5 minutes. I'll hand that to you now. Thank you.
Namaste, koutou. Ngā mihi nui, kia koutou katoa. Thank you for being here present. This is a biggie for you guys. There's a lot in this bill and there's a lot for you to be considering. And I acknowledge the effort that's going to go into you doing a report on this one. I will take my online objection to this proposed legislation as read. I would like to use this time to speak to a couple of things, mostly to the removal of section 50 from this egregious bill. As a mother and a godmother and as a woman, I wholeheartedly object to the inclusion of section 50 and strenuously object to legislating for medical mandates. The fact that that's been included in this bill, you'll be aware that most of your submissions are relating to the food and the gene technology, and you'll see, if you're able to have time to read the full explanation of my online submission rather than the summation, you'll see that I've made numerous points in relation to the deregulation of gene technology that's proposed in this bill. But rather than focusing on speaking to that, I'm wanting to speak to section 50 and the other clauses that relate to it, and advise you that that section of proposed legislation has no place in law in any country in the world at the moment, and certainly not here in New Zealand. It has no place in this bill, and it should be scrapped. If the amount of nationwide support that came out lined roads and bridges the length of both islands of this country against the COVID injection mandates, if that's something to go by and to take in, I think you should take that into account.
I'll just jump in there, Tracy. It doesn't mandate that people have to have treatments, and we've had a lot of emails in from people thinking that it was. It was more so where there's 2 overseas jurisdictions have approved something, then it is approved for use in New Zealand.
I think you're being naive if you think that putting that into law in New Zealand is not going to give the ability for that to be utilised.
That's the feedback that we've had from officials.
There's a very good, you may have had that feedback, but there's a very good reason, and really, honestly, gravely concerning reasons why the Public Health Response Amendment Act, that was repealed last November, if my information is correct, and now that's been ducked into this bill. I'm wanting to say to you that I suggest that even more New Zealanders are opposed now to mandates for experimental medical treatments than ever before. And my challenge to you as the subcommittee, and I appreciate it's good, seeing Mr. Uffendown, that you're chair of one, I've been given, I think it's because of the content in my online objection relating to the gene technology, and I did mention that I had grave concerns about section 50 as well, but I think that's why I've been given the opportunity to be able to speak to my submission. But rather than going into my concerns about the removal of the precautionary principle and the issues with traceability and the labelling, because lots of people are covering that, I'm really wanting to, it's really to give you a challenge to take back to the Full Health Select Committee, and because you have a report due in June, mid-June, and I think you need to be clear about the content of the submissions that are made nationally. So, and I'm really, it's a personal challenge for me that you have staff to help you with this. Make a summation. You've got approximately 15,000 submissions that have been made, and a lot of those are going to be covering particular points. They haven't gone over lots of points like lots of us have chosen to do, but some people have made very valid points just on one particular. If you look, it's not probably appropriate for me to say names, but if you look at the detail that's in some of the submissions around section 50, the actual definitions, they're not even well written in the bill. Like, it's just ridiculous, really, some of what's written there. It's like reference this section, and then you look at it, oh, and there's actually no definition for that. So I really urge you to have a look at it.
No, thank you. We're running very close to time here, but
yeah,
we will be doing that. We will be summating, making a summary of all of the input that we have from submitters.
Yeah, so my start time was at 1:45, so you had me start earlier because you had extra time?
Yes.
So may I just finish my summation?
It's a 5-minute submission.
Yeah, may I finish my summation?
It's a 5-minute piece, and that's where we have to keep it to.
Okay, well, I've made my point. Really, I was just going back over them.
We do have it all in writing as well.
Yeah, that'd be good.
And I do hear
Thank
you about medical mandates as well. Thank you.
Yeah, it's section 50. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Super.
There's nothing in the cup for you.
Oh, that's cute.
Well, I mean, I'm not anti-vax, so any thoughts about that submission?
I'm pro-choice, so let people decide what they want injected in their bodies, you know, whatever. You can't, yeah.
I have to say, I've also, as she said, I've been one of those who have focused on environmental aspects of the bill rather than the medical aspects of the bill. Mm-hmm. So it's possible that I haven't fully appreciated all the things that submitter took into account and brought forward. But my rationale was that first, the environmental side is something that is very much in my wheelhouse, whereas the medical side is less so. And I am in some ways comforted by the idea that when it comes to the development of medical tools, there are so many other pieces of legislation that cover that this would not be the only relevant piece of legislation, and it wouldn't override those other pieces of legislation. So I don't think at least you would, from this bill, have the ability to argue that you could play around with COVID 2026 outside of a containment facility. That would be my that's at least the assumption I work under.
Yeah, I mean, it's not, vaccines are a different kettle of fish. It's not like with organisms like bacteria, we're just throwing them out in the wild, and it's like vaccines are pretty well controlled for. And I got to be careful with my language because I've got an older sister that worked in immunology. She's probably going to hit me over the head and say you're an idiot. But shout out to her. But yeah, I mean,
certainly, certainly the last few years have caused a lot of disruption and fear in communities, and unnecessarily, I think, and divided a lot of people. And there was no point to it in a lot of respects, you know. Yeah.
As in, like the lockdowns or the vaccine mandate, or
the debate sort of, because it had to happen online, and then there were a lot of restrictions to what could be said online. People couldn't really discuss things in a reasonable manner because things would be shut down. And so we didn't really fully get to explore it. And so that has created a lot of paranoia in some communities. And it's quite hard to then turn around and redress it and sort of tamp that down. And so as soon as people see the word mandate or anything, they're going to panic. And it's quite hard, and it's a consequence of government overreach in some respects, or social media overreach, I guess, where we've sort of created a tribal thing and people weren't able to speak freely, and it became sort of an us versus them debate, which is really hard to deal with.
I think many submitters have made the point that there wasn't enough consultation. And after we've had such obvious polarization in society over the use of technologies that involve the very kinds of molecules that we're talking about with genome editing, that you wouldn't want to push this in such a cavalier way. No matter what you think about the appropriateness of the developments in medicine or of the history of COVID worldwide and in New Zealand, no matter what you think about that, we should at least have some sensitivity to the idea that this was the opportunity to step back and really talk to people before you tried to push a bill like this down their throats.
I think that's a good place to end this submission. Let's go into the next one.
I wasn't sure whether you guys want to look.
Yeah, looks good.
So,
Okay, next up we have the Power Industry Council with Storm Stanley, the chair, joining us. Good morning.
Good morning.
To have you here.
Maybe a familiar face.
Yes, I know. Just that right to the chair. Yeah, absolutely. No, fantastic to have you both here.
Thank you.
We have you for 10 minutes.
10
if
minutes,
you want to leave time for questions, you may, but I'll hand that to you now.
We'll try and bowl through it. We've got a very short and focused submission, as you'll see from Richard. So to kick off, tēnā koutou, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you, and thank you very much for taking the time to read our submission. The our, or the we, is the Power Industry Council, and that's represented by myself, Storm Stanley, and I'm the chair of the organisation, and Dr. Tom McGowan, who is the Director of Science and Research. Our submission was a very simple one, as I said initially. We recommend that the trade and market access risks should be assessed as part of the assessment of gene technology application in New Zealand. Tom will provide some context and background around power and why gene technology could be an issue, and I'll talk about why the bill should explicitly refer to trade and market risks. Dr. Tom.
Cool. Thank you. So just a bit more context, background with power. So power is obviously a very iconic timeless species to all the fishery sectors in New Zealand. Our concern is primarily with the wild fishery. Obviously, any application of gene technology is most likely to be within the aquaculture industry. For a little bit more global context, power are a species of abalone, of which there are many species around the world, some of which are commercially harvested and raised in aquaculture primarily for the Chinese market. There's approximately 300,000 tonnes of abalone produced globally. The vast majority of that comes from the Chinese aquaculture industry. In New Zealand, there's 700 tonnes of power from the wild fishery and about 70 tonnes from aquaculture production. So in the scheme of things, while New Zealand's contribution to the global market is very small, the high value of the product from our wild fishery, which is one of the last remaining wild fisheries in the world, comes from this clean green label that we're able to sell it as. There's considerable scope for the use of gene technology in aquaculture species, including power. For example, the manipulation of coloration or enhancing growth rates, which may be relevant and important for growth of our industry in a competitive Chinese market. With gene technology in aquaculture red power, there's potential for breach of containment and spread of individuals with modified genotypes into wild populations. So the realistic concern with power is our broadcast spawners, meaning sperm needs released into the water column where fertilization occurs. So genotypes could be transmitted through larval dispersal from aquaculture facilities as opposed to just escapees. And we've got instances of this report from aquaculture facilities already. So this presents a real environmental risk that power with modified genotypes may compete with wild power or food or habitat space within wild populations, and that these genotypes may be passed on proliferated within wild populations, affecting population fitness and resilience. This is a well-documented consideration when aquaculture red species are produced for fisheries enhancement, most widely known as salmon, but also occurs quite commonly in abalone as well. And the consideration of these effects with modified genotypes should be much more serious. So the existence of this very serious and plausible environmental risk gives rise to what is our primary concern around the need for consideration of economic risks and trade and market access, which I want to elaborate on.
Cool. Any questions for Tom on the biology of power, anything with power in it?
Yeah, just interested because you're saying that CRISPR has been used with Pacific abalone, but do you know if it's been used in commercial crops, farmed crops at all?
I'm not sure, certainly not New Zealand. But...
Right, okay. But the other thing is, presumably, if you're using it in abalone somewhere in the world, how far, I presume the larva couldn't disperse from usually China through to New Zealand.
Larval dispersal is, we say it's hundreds of metres, so it's very, so there's no risk of that international. So that's not what we're getting. No.
Thank you.
Okay, so the back to the main point, the main thrust of our submission, which is around a really perception becomes reality where international markets are concerned. You're all aware of that. We're comfortable the bill gives adequate consideration to the environmental risks that Tom's described. But our point is that risks to trade and market access can exist even if the environmental risks are effectively managed. I'll give you a very quick local example and a reasonably recent one. China, which is really a key market for us, not the only market, but one of the key markets, and Chinese communities around Southeast Asia and the world are our markets, and they take their lead from mainland China, imposed an import ban on Australian rock lobster after claiming to detect traces of heavy metals exceeding Chinese safety requirement standards. This was in late 2020. This came amidst broader trade tensions, admittedly, but the safety concerns were officially cited as the reason for the ban. It was an outright immediate ban and a total ban, and the result was a substantial financial hit of hundreds of millions of dollars over a number of years to the Australian rock lobster industry. So factors other than real environmental risk can result in market access barriers. So that's why we recommend that the trade and market issues need to be explicitly considered under the bill, and that's outlined in our submission. Otherwise, the full risks of genetic technology will not be assessed. To support that, obviously, you would need expertise on the technical advisory committee that had expertise in international marketing and market risk and access. That's it. So if you've got any questions, please don't hesitate to ask Tom.
No, great. Thank you very much for the submission from both of you. Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you. It's really substantive and clear submission. You articulate your concerns about the consequences, the trade consequences likely to be significant for power. You quote the New Zealand Institute of Economic Research report that it could be a 10 to 20 billion overall cost to our primary production sector. But can you expand on the importance to Chinese consumers of how New Zealand product is perceived? And you hear quote that they're highly skeptical about eating genetically modified foods and are known to be highly responsive to food safety issues and threats. The 2019 survey indicated that 55% of Chinese consumers are opposed to eating genetically modified foods. So how big a risk is it for us to be perceived as a nation that is no longer a GMO-free food producer?
I'm unsure, but we know from Fonterra's experience, for example, that Chinese are extremely risk averse when it comes to food safety. We also know that in China, for example, they ban the labelling of genetically modified foods. However, they leave it open to their domestic producers to put on their food labelling requirement that it is GMO-free as a marketing tool. But we also know that for us, and I think I'm answering the question, is that the Chinese legislative framework requires a very, very strong approval and licensing of any imported GMO products. And if you look through their hierarchy of needs, their hierarchy of work you have to do to get a license to send GMO products into China, it's quite high. So I'm unsure if I answered your question, but Chinese consumers are very food safety conscious. They're buying a premium product from us and from many New Zealand producers, and I think you could safely assume that we would get hammered with non-tariff barriers if the market perception was out there that we were trying to export GMO modified organisms. Did that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay. That's us.
Is there any others?
No.
We don't.
That's straight.
We'll give someone else some more time. Yeah, well, we thought just focus. It's a massive piece of work and a massive issue, so we just thought we'd focus, stick to that knitting.
That was really good. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Jack, this is definitely in your wheelhouse. How would this bill impact the power industry? Because I was fascinated by what you said before about sprays and whatnot. Could they have an impact on our marine biology?
Absolutely. I mean, the abalone are the cattle of the sea, right? So they're also full of microorganisms. And our microorganisms flow are not just in the sea, but flow from our land into our rivers into the sea. So wherever this process is being used, there's the potential for these organisms to spread and contaminate our primary products, which are intended for export. So it's not just the little abalone sperm and stuff that's only going to go a couple hundred meters. I do think that's an issue, but so that gene flow itself is an issue. But it's the potential to be using this on other organisms by people whose intention may not be aligned with the intention of places like the Power Industry Organization, right? So it can also be used for sabotage. You don't have to be very good at gene editing to create non-tariff trade barriers by creating lots of things that other countries might be able to detect, but for which there's no commercial value, and undermine our exports. So I'm not suggesting that this is going to be, we're going to become the focus of such shenanigans, but I just don't see any value to New Zealand to opening itself up for those potential kinds of challenges for our industry. And for the most part, what I've heard from industry presenters is that they're not against the use of gene technology or the development of gene technologies. What they're afraid of is that if it's not properly regulated, they won't have the tools to keep their products free of gene technology if they choose to. And I agree, they won't have those tools.
So I wanted to learn more about how genetic engineering is detected in organisms that weren't originally genetically engineered, such as, like you're talking about before with the CRISPR sprays and whatnot. I would like to know more about that. How is that detected?
It's always been a challenge. Now, even when you use something as big and dramatic as a transgene, a gene that is purposefully sourced from a species different from what you're making, so like a bacterial gene used in a plant genome, even if you do that, it's really hard to detect because the plant genome is very big.
Yep.
That's why Europe has always required that for market approval, you have to provide for them the protocol to detect that gene. And that allows them to be able to ensure that both it is the gene you said it was in the place you said it was in the genome, and that it didn't go anywhere else, that it's not escaping into their ecosystem too. That's the traceability power. You can do the same thing with products you make with gene editing, provided that you use that gene editing in a laboratory and you fully describe the organism you're intending to release. It can be detected by others. Where it becomes challenging is if it's not in a laboratory and it's not coupled with the tools to detect a particular organism that you made a change in a particular way. That means what's going to happen is the countries are going to be using all sorts of speculation. They're going to see a higher frequency of what are called single nucleotide polymorphisms, or a higher frequency of rearrangements. Also, they're going to see a higher frequency of transgenes, because even when you're not trying to make a transgenic organism, you can't avoid making them at a high efficiency, even using the deregulated processes like SDN1. So if they find anything suspicious and they're inclined to be risk averse, as those last submitters said about China, their first inclination will be to reject the shipment. So the first outcome will be a trade disruption, and the burden of proof will be on the exporter that their product isn't genetically modified in a way that they know of or didn't know of.
So do we have any examples of this happening anywhere else around the world, which exports seafood?
Well, we do have the example of Tip Top, which had a contaminant in it, and now New Zealand no longer owns Tip Top because we had to. They were concerned about a contaminant getting into that product, and so they notified the French government, and the French government took Fonterra to court and basically seized the brand name. So it has huge impacts for New Zealand and trusted brands, even if it's just warning about a contaminant.
even just for plants, for which, Soraya was telling us, that's the major released GMO in the environment, transgenic plants. Since the 2020, since the start of this century, we've had numerous international trade disruptions. We also had Corngate in New Zealand, where our corn was rejected by Japan, and we had multiple incursions of contamination all the way through the noughties.
Yep.
And that's with the most fastidious of applications of gene technology, where it's developed in containment first. So we already know that when we have the best available tools, we still can't prevent contamination that results in adventitious mixtures and then trade disruptions. If countries don't even have those tools, they're going to be pulling the trigger possibly even more cautiously. Now, one of the things people might say is, well, okay, well, we've had gene editing for a while now. Have there been any specific cases of a trade disruption? But we really haven't been trying worldwide to use gene editing outside of a containment facility until extremely recently. It's only very recent changes in some countries, particularly Australia, but also to a degree Canada and the United States, that have taken out this check where you have to do it in containment first. So we don't have yet, and in the pipeline, a history of trade disruption, in part because nobody has made anything, or not much of anything, gene edited for sale. And amongst the handful of products that have been talked about, a good number of them have already been withdrawn from the market. So it's still a hypothetical issue that we wouldn't be able to detect these, and it's too early to say that they won't be a problem.
Okay.
And
I think go ahead, please.
So, and on the other economic side, so on the planet, 1 in 5 people who exist on the planet is Chinese, and 60% of Chinese people, and it's more throughout the rest of the world, say it's really important to have GMO-free produce and products. So that's the active thing. So that's the growth market. And moreover, they share a border with Russia, and Russia is GMO-free and is a huge agricultural exporter. So if we want to maintain, if New Zealand and Australia want to maintain our market to China and Asia more broadly, then we need to retain a GMO-free status to be a highly trusted brand, because we've got a big competitor on the border who they already have a really good relationship with.
That's a really good point. Okay, I think we've got time for one more submission. So, Stacey, please. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Seed and Grain New Zealand with Dr. Sarah Clark and Cressida Patrick. I hope I said that correctly. Welcome, great to have you both here. We have you here for 10 minutes. And that time to you now.
Good morning. Kia ora koutou. I'm Sarah Clark, the Chief Executive of Seed and Grain New Zealand, and this is Cressida Patrick, our Biosecurity and Technical Manager. Thank you for the opportunity to make this oral submission, and I will assume that you've read and understood our written submission. So we're here representing our members. Firstly, I'd like to give some context about our members. In terms of grain production, our members produce and trade grains that are used for human and animal consumption. In terms of seeds, our members produce some seed for consumption and oil, but the majority are involved in domestic and international production of seeds for sowing. And I emphasise that for a reason. The seeds for sowing include grasses, clover, forage species, and vegetable seeds. A lot of the seeds are used for pastures and fodder on sheep, beef, and dairy farms here in New Zealand. And there's a significant seed export market, as you've already heard this morning, that we want to protect and grow. We support the double export agenda, and we want to protect that. New Zealand produces around 40 to 50% of the world's carrot seed and 60% of the world's radish seed and clover seed. Our members have diverse views about the Gene Technology Bill. This ranges from strong opposition to strong support and views in between. The members that support the bill welcome the opportunities to use gene technologies. They see the potential to gain access to new seed varieties and to help New Zealand primary industries tackle various challenges, including impacts of climate change or to combat pests and diseases. On the other hand, we have members against the bill because they fear the consequences of New Zealand losing its clean, green, GMO-free image. Fundamentally, these members fear losing their export trade to customers who demand GMO-free seeds for sowing. A key issue for them is that the Gene Technology Bill proposes to make some gene technologies exempt from regulation. This will mean gene-edited GMO plants can be grown without any notification, and they worry about GMOs contaminating their seed crops. Given that context, we have 3 points to make today. Our first point is about the exemptions proposed in the bill and the deep concerns our members have about seed exports and market access to GMO-sensitive markets. Our second point is a request for a framework that can track the release and growing locations of GMOs, including gene-edited GMOs. And lastly, we request that the pace of this legislation, this process is slowed down to allow for closer collaboration between regulators and stakeholders. We think this is really important to get the best outcomes for NZ Inc. We believe a more considered approach is necessary. So I'm just going to go into those 3 points in a little more detail. Our first point is about the bill's exemption of some GMOs. To explain why the exemptions are a problem for our industry, I'm going to emphasise that New Zealand produced seed is primarily for the end use of sowing. This is in comparison to seeds produced in the likes of Australia, USA, Argentina, which is seeds for oil production or consumption. So our members produce seed for sowing, and they are sold to seed companies around the world to start someone else's crops. Those overseas seed companies are highly discerning about the credentials of the seed for sowing that they buy. Many of them want GMO-free seed, and some of them are sensitive to gene-edited GMOs. Our GMO-free assurances are incredibly valuable in the international seed market, and so it's understandable that our members are deeply concerned about the exemptions under the bill. If no one has knowledge of where the gene-edited GMOs are growing, they wonder how they will give assurances that their seeds are GMO-free, and how will they know if their seed crops are contaminated from pollen from a GMO grown in the paddock across the fence without their knowledge. Which brings me to our second point. We request a framework that can enable tracking and release and locations of the release and locations of GMOs, including gene-edited GMOs. We want to collaborate and exchange information with the government to ensure the framework can coexist with existing systems. We have systems in the seed industry for tracking, but we need to ensure that they can provide reliable records of the gene-edited GMOs that are released, if they are released. We don't have the solutions to that right now, but we can articulate the outcome that our members need, which is a framework that enables them to provide assurances to their customers. And our last point is a request to slow the pace of the legislative process for the gene technology, and we'd like more engagement and collaboration with regulators. We had no contact was made with our industry during the development of the bill, and we want to have that. We want to see that in any future development of the bill and the secondary legislation. We want the process slowed to ensure that we get the settings right for NZ Inc. and the double exports agenda. New Zealand needs to be well positioned to adapt to gene technology settings in our key markets as they evolve, but we must not outpace them. We have genuine concerns that working at pace will result in mistakes on this issue that New Zealand Inc. cannot afford to make mistakes with and potentially can't be reversed. We also want to be involved to ensure our industry's concerns are addressed and that appropriate coexistence measures can be implemented. And that's the end of our oral submission. I'd just like to close by offering our time, knowledge, expertise at any stage in the development of the regulations going forward, and happy to take questions if you have them.
Excellent. We have several minutes for questions. Deborah and Steve both raise their hands.
Great to hear from some seed people because it prompted me to go and hunt through some heirloom seeds that I want for my own garden. Things trigger all the time. Hey, you want to sort of track the use of GM organisms or plants or whatever. So in the legislation, it says that some would be exempt or just entirely outside. Now, would you be more comfortable with legislation if there was at least a register of uses of even those exempt type?
As I said, what we're focusing on is what our industry needs, which is they need to be able to give the assurances to their customers. So whatever that solution is, we would like to work with officials to make that happen. There is a lot of uncertainty about how realistic it is that we can have coexistence. A lot of these plants, the pollen flows, we've heard about seeds on sheep's back, bird dispersal. It's a challenging space to get coexistence. And yeah, you just need to understand that what has been proposed is going to be incredibly difficult for the seed industry to maintain the exports that they have, let alone double or grow what they have.
Okay, thank you.
And to be clear on that point, the ag research confirmed to us that we would not be able to stop the spread of fried rice over the course of years and decades. It's just not realistic to consider that. So what are the risks to your industry of the cost of compliance for trying to achieve this coexistence, aside from the fact it's completely unclear how it will be achieved? Currently, you have a situation where with no effort, you are absolutely confident that you don't have any GM components or gene-edited components in New Zealand produced product because we don't have any GMO production here. So the costs that you are facing could be, extensive if there's release of brassicas.
That's a good point. Thank you for raising that. Yeah, we and we've explained and we've made comments in our written submission that the costs the costs of providing those assurances going forward if GMOs are released are really uncertain. I expect they would be high, and I don't know who can cover those, whether it would be something that would be put back onto the industry. And if that's the case, again, that's just another cost input for our farmers and producers who already have internationally pretty high cost inputs.
The bill currently proposes that those wanting to market as a non-GMO product will wear the cost of proving that. Do you think that's reasonable?
It's a tough one.
I'm quite happy to talk. Yes. So no, we didn't think that was a reasonable. It's the sort of issue that was raised earlier by one of the other submitters, that you're putting that cost on the people potentially showing that they're non-GMO, as well as those needing to provide evidence that they are GMO. So we didn't think that was realistic. I think as well, currently in New Zealand, we don't have the technologies to do the testing. So everything we do has to be sent offshore, which compounds the fact that we need to meet growing seasons. We miss shipments, we miss consignments, like by waiting for those lab results. So it's quite an expensive endeavour to prove, and we were quite disappointed that it wasn't really considered in greater detail in the RIS. And I think that point has been made in our written submission and has been raised by several other submitters.
Yeah, it has been something that we've heard on it several occasions.
Yes.
We're at time. Thank you very much for your submission. It was very helpful for us. Thank you.
Okay, so we're running a little tad over time, so we'll start with some basic thoughts about what we thought about that submission, and then we'll go to closing statements.
I would just say that there's one thing about their submission that I would highlight, and that is that they're a $281 million a year export industry. And I'm not aware of anything in the pipeline from gene editing that would rival that value. Why put $281 million at risk for a few boutique or token kinds of genome edited organisms without the kind of consultation that industry is asking for?
Soraya.
No, I totally agree. I don't understand why this bill wasn't ring fenced. So a part dealing with the medical and a part dealing with the environmental, because the environmental and the farming has to have a much larger component. This here is a plant called pennyroyal, and about 30 years ago, a farmer just up the road planted some oats that was contaminated with it. And now it grows all around the district. You can't stop it. And fortunately, the cattle doesn't eat it because it's actually an abortive agent. So in traditional Roman times and medieval times, it was used by women to induce abortions. So you can imagine if you had cows eating it, that it would be really bad if you had a paddock full of pregnant cattle. So you cannot stop the spread of anything in New Zealand. In Australia, it's not quite as vulnerable, I would say, because they're using annuals, not perennials. And what New Zealand's looking at doing is perennials, and what beef and lamb and ag research is doing is perennials. And I don't really understand why taxpayers have been funding it, really.
And with that said, thank you so much, Professor Jack. Thank you so much, Soraya, for coming on today. It's been an absolute pleasure to talk to both of you. And I hope you guys have enjoyed yourselves.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, and we'll be back with Sam. Here we go.
Everyone must go. Everyone must go. Everyone must go. But where to? For the latest New Zealand political news, you could tune into the 6 p.m. news. Or you can tune into the Order Paper podcast, where you can see the no-name backbenchers you never heard of hard at work, such as Mike, Willis, Lawrence, Todd, Helen, and Hannah. So where everyone must go to get their weekly political update. Everyone must go to the Order Paper podcast. Everyone must go to the Order Paper podcast. Available on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitch. Also available to watch outside Aotearoa, New Zealand, like Australia.
And welcome back to the show. We've got Nick Ruane here, and I'm just wondering what's happened to Linda Grammer, because I've turned her on, but no camera's on.
Well, it's just me and you at the moment, Sam.
Oh, we've got a camera now.
All you got to do is ask.
Oh, thank you. Yes, it's joys of being live. You can run late. But I have to admit, that was a good submission that that the last panel finished off with.
It was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah. Okay, so Linda, our audience don't know who you are. Would you like to give a bit of introduce yourself to our audience of who you are and how you've come to submit and join us tonight?
Yep, can do. I'm an organic farmer and primary producer for the last 40 years or so, and formerly organic farming in Taitokara outside Whangarei, and very actively involved in Rural Women New Zealand, and gave evidence back in 2000 to the Royal Commission into genetic modification, because in Northland we had one of the first. This was actually pre-HASNO, pre the 1996 Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act bill. We had a interim assessment group, IAG approved, controversial GE Tamarillo trial in Kerry. There was also a genetically engineered salmon experiment down in the South Island, but I wasn't involved in stopping that. But the GE Tamarillo trial certainly galvanized orchardists and farmers and beekeepers and basically any primary producers, people involved in forestry. And basically Northlanders were absolutely appalled when we finally managed to, well, essentially break into the Hort Research property at night and lie uncomfortably waiting for dawn to take photographic evidence of the incredibly poor and inadequate containment. So basically that evidence was brought to the Royal Commission, who found completely in favor of local constituents and said that public concern was fully justified. The containment was grossly inadequate and the field trial had to be shut down in disgrace and the site cleaned up. So that was just the beginning of my involvement. And I have to say I was pretty shocked at how slack a New Zealand Crown Research Institute could be. And was involved with Rural Women New Zealand as well, with the Bioethics Council, which was one of the key recommendations of the Royal Commission. And unfortunately, a few years later, when the National Party came to power, was disbanded. And former chair of GE Free Northland in Food and Environment, now farming on the west coast of the South Island. So that's me.
Okay, and Nick, you probably, I know who you are, half our audience knows who you are, but we've got a bunch of new people following us tonight. Would you like to introduce who you are and how things are tonight and how you've come to be on the panel?
Yeah, kia ora koutou, welcome. Welcome, Linda. It's really nice to have your perspective tonight. I feel a little bit in second place tonight because it seems like you've got a wealth of knowledge. I think really I come from the perspective of disability sector and really interested in this from the perspective of more of the health side of it. I was really interested to have a look at the submission from Rare Diseases New Zealand. So I'm really interested in that. The benefits that gene technology can provide for the health side of it. So yeah, I am not really a subject matter expert like clearly yourself are, but I'm really coming at it from the perspective of what opportunities can this provide, plus also where are the real fish hooks that we need to be aware of.
Okay. Yeah, and I just want to state very quickly that the name of our organization that I was formerly the chair is GE Free Northland in Food and Environment. We have never opposed ethical and humane medical research in the strict containment of the lab. And everyone understands that medicines, surgery, vaccines can have great benefit. They can also cause great harm and even death. So just to get our position. My thing is farming, and yeah. So good on you. You bring expertise that I don't have.
Okay, let's kick off with there. Now I'm back to where I am on the panel list. Dr. Troy Braisden, I think that's how to say the name. Let's kick it off where I last finished off at 5 o'clock.
Next up, we have Dr. Troy Braisden. Good morning, Dr. Troy. Good to have you here. We have you here for 5 minutes. I'll hand that time to you now.
I want to try to take you through a little bit of my background as a scientist who came here and found myself sitting in front of an actually much bigger room of MPs in 2001, at a round table held in Parliament that looked at the issues raised by the then Royal Commission, the issue of horizontal gene transfer, and try to give you a sense of where that takes us to today and your decision-making powers. At the time, I had just come from the University of California, Berkeley, where I was not only a PhD student, but also a representative to the decision-making processes in my department, the Department of Environmental Science, Policy, and Management. And that was a university where people in my building, people I knew, had the first commercial release of gene technology. It was to protect potatoes from frost. And they were on American TV, building up the trust of the public in that kind of technology. Then we had incidences and developments where large companies were looking to buy out the entire college, the wider administrative unit in the university, and that was held back because of the public trust. But we also had an academic who found contamination of Mexican land races of maize or corn with genetic gene engineered technologies throughout Mexico, where they were originally from. So it was a hotbed. I arrived in New Zealand and had been following the issues a little bit more than anybody in my field might have, and I had a lot of capacity to work across a number of what happened to be the issues at hand. And what occurred was that essentially in that roundtable, I was able to propose a small theory that politicians could understand and that the institutions and leading technologists of the day couldn't refute. And that led to the situation we have, where we have a ban. It probably made a lot of sense. I followed the science very closely for about 15 years. I haven't followed it very closely for the following 10 years. And what I can say is that 15 years, almost everything I worried about held up, except for one thing, which means that this technology is safe and the advancements we have today allow amazing advances to occur. They mean that the ban as it stands is not fit for purpose and that a whole new body of regulation is needed. And so that's your job to work through that. I'll take you through the remaining elements of my submission and a couple of really core points. First of all, I note I had a chance to check up with the then Minister for the Environment, Honorable Marian Hobbs, the other night, and she played a role in that committee meeting and in making sure those questions that I raised were also asked. And the key issue that remains is making sure that the ability of the regulator or the bodies that sit around the regulator and the institutions are able to look after not only the trust of the public, but also the trust of consumers of primary products, medical uses, and all those things. And I think there's wide agreement around that. The problem is making it happen. That leads me, you can go through my submission, you can understand how amazing these technologies are, but there's really two important points that I'd like to emphasize. The first is that we have an inability, partly because we haven't been moving forward, to engage with the public at large, with communities that would use the technologies, with iwi Māori, and wider institutions. Unless these are clearly supported elsewhere, it's my belief that this should be an explicit responsibility of the regulator at the level of chief scientist or council roles, and that they need to look after the trust, accessibility, and transparency of the regulator along the sides of that. The second point I'd like to make have to do with the precautionary principle. There, I'll just briefly say that I think it is important. It leads to a regulatory environment that actually thinks ahead to make sure that safe use is possible, that it's actually, the science is funded, and with our parlous institutions, we're going to struggle to do that. Okay, hopefully there's about 30 seconds for questions.
Very slow. Deborah.
Thank you. Nice to see you, Troy. I'm just concerned you said you felt that the regulator should have the responsibility for building up trust through education, things like that. I just see that as going directly against the regulator's role, because in a sense they would be there being, I guess. My reasons for suggesting that are twofold. I've understood that there are examples where that does occur and is good. And if it's not, this is a bill that establishes a regulator. And so I give you the responsibility for thinking about where else that should be. That's all I can do. All right. Thanks, Troy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Troy.
I'd say that's short, sharp. I won't know about the word sweet you can add to the end of that submission, but it's interesting. He's saying it's a bill about the regulation of the technology, not a bill about the education of gene technology.
Linda,
can I make comment on?
Go ahead. You're way more expert than me. I mean, that's just my layman's term of taking it.
Well, it's very gratifying to see Mr. Troy, is it Basden?
Yes.
Pointed out the lack of the precautionary approach and the importance of ensuring that that is in any legislation or new regulation. But it also was disappointing to hear him say a number of things which in my view are factually incorrect. There actually is no ban on outdoor GE GMO experiments, field trials, and releases. That is something that the former science minister, who's Judith Collins, that role was taken from her. And she and the Prime Minister, Luxon, have repeatedly essentially whinged about this alleged ban on outdoor GE GMOs. There is no such thing. Any day of the week since 1996, anyone, an overseas multinational, New Zealand Crown Research Institute, private company, can and have applied to formerly IRMA and now the EPA for outdoor GE GMO experiments, field trials, including cruel and inhumane transgenic animal experimentation by Ag Research at Ruakura at the Waikato, formerly Forest Research Scion, involved in experimentation with GE pine trees. And, so clearly that is actually not the case. And I would note that in the entire Auckland Northland region, which is a GM-free food producing zone, there actually isn't outright prohibition of anything other than full release. Anyone can apply to, either IRMA or the EPA for an outdoor GE experiment field trial. And when they clear the very easy hurdle of the EPA in Wellington and get the rubber stamp, which they seem to always do, they can come to the Auckland region and Northland to do these types of controversial experimentation. But they are required, because of the operative provisions, policies, and rules in all the local plans, including the Auckland Unitary Plan, the Northland Regional Policy Statement, the Northland Regional Plan, Whangarei, Far North, etc., the District Council's plans. They have to prove financial fitness. They have to post a substantive bond. They actually have to be personally and financially liable for unintended and unforeseen adverse impacts of their EPA-approved activities. And interestingly enough, that has been quite a deterrent, because these New Zealand Crown Research Institutes, private companies, multinationals don't want to be held accountable. They claim that the risks are negligible, and yet they're completely unwilling to be financially accountable, to at least have to throw money at a problem if there is contamination, unforeseen, unintended adverse impacts. So I definitely bridle a bit at hearing people say that there is a ban. And in my view, what needs to happen is the Hazardous Substances and New Organisms Act needs to be reviewed and strengthened. We certainly do not need a controversial new legislation and a new regulator, in my view.
Yeah, I have no problem with what you just said, Linda. And I also know that New Zealand's a very windy country, right? So as soon as you have things like, for example, a crop being tested in one farm, you have drift, and it's very hard to control or police crop drift, and so therefore, you can't put up like a big box to protect one crop from another crop that may or may not be of the same variant right next door. So it's almost impossible to protect one farm from another farm.
Makes me think of the only way to do that is the Springfield Dome from The Simpsons.
Yeah, it's actually quite offensive. The completely impractical proposals set out by the former science minister, Judith Collins, Ministry for Business, Innovation and Employment. Neither of them have any qualifications or understanding or expertise in terms of biological systems or in terms of farming or primary production. The vectors for GMO contamination, including gene-edited organisms, the known ones are seeds, wind, pollen, vegetative material, soils, waterways, animals, insects, machinery, extreme weather events. And to think that they are claiming, which no other country that has gone down the GE road has been able to do, they're claiming that we can have coexistence between GE and conventional IPM and organic crops is frankly offensive and laughable. And on top of that, in their proposals, they also refuse to have any liability So it's really, in my view, economic and environmental sabotage, what they're proposing.
Oh, let's get to our next submitter, former panelist of the show in the last panel, Dr. Jack, was it Heinemann?
Heinemann.
Yeah.
Heinemann.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next up we have the Centre for Integrated Research and Biosafety, and we have Dr. Jack Heinemann here with us today. Good. We have you here for 10 minutes. You may use that time as you wish, but thank you for being here with us.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, members of the committee. My name's Jack Heinemann. I'm Director of the Centre of Integrated Research and Biosafety.
My name's Andrew McCabe. I'm a member of the Centre for Integrated Research and Biosafety and a co-author on the submission.
So thank you for having us. I would like to support what we heard earlier from Dairy New Zealand, that the bill needs significant amendment to be proportionate, to create a regulatory framework that's proportionate to risk, and in particular, a change in Section 163. And we would say that there should be no use of gene technology that would result in the direct release of an organism into the environment prior to demonstration that it meets the criteria of a risk tiering framework, including the exemption criteria. So once you have an organism that you believe is indistinguishable from that which can be made by conventional process, at that point, you can tier the risk. And I would just like to make 3 points from our submission for the committee. The first one is genome editing tools are nothing other than potent mutagens. That is what makes them attractive to us genetic engineers. And yes, I'm a genetic engineer too, and have been for over 30 years. But they're not being developed in isolation. They're also being co-developed with new innovations in chemical and biological vectors that have the ability to deliver these potent mutagens without regard to species. And that's what makes them different and new. Genome editing is not new. These approaches have been developed since the late 1970s. They were in use in bacteria, fungi, and animals already by the early 1990s. What's new are some new tools like CRISPR-Cas, which are like electric screwdrivers to the screwdriver, the manual screwdriver that we had 30 and 40 years ago. And indeed, they can be used in sequence and in what are called multiplex reactions that bear no resemblance whatsoever to conventional processes. If you look at page 21 of our submission, our primary submission, we have a quote there from the United States Department of Agriculture, which reaffirms that when proposed exempted techniques are used in sequence or in multiplex, they do not appear in any way to resemble a conventional process. Secondly, no use of gene technology, including SDN1 reactions, as proposed to be exempt, result in only the kinds of organisms that we're calling the product of conventional processes. Every use generates a spectrum of outcomes, and that spectrum includes transgenic organisms, unintended off-target effects in those intended organisms, and the intended organism. And it does so, as you can see in table 1 of our submission, at frequencies that rival the frequency of anything you wanted to make. The point isn't that these reactions create only what you think is low risk. They create a spectrum of outcomes, and you get to the low risk one by purifying them away from the byproducts of those reactions. You can only do that if you have used that gene technology in a registered containment facility, and then after purification, decided whether it met the criteria for expedited release. And the third point I would make, and something I've been hearing this morning, is the idea that other mutagens, like chemical and radiation mutagens, are exempt. Well, they are exempt from our GMO regulations, but that's not the same thing as unregulated. Chemical and radiation mutagens are tightly regulated. You cannot use them or release an organism that has been exposed to them because they have to be used in registered containment facilities by licensed and trained personnel. This bill would take other potent mutagens outside of that context by allowing them to be used outside of containment, which is nothing we ever do with other kinds of mutagens, as well as give us no control or ability to trace unintended exposed organisms to those mutagens. So thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you. I saw Steve had his hand up earlier, and then I'll go to Hamish for this day.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very substantive submission. How radical is the proposed liberalisation of the regime here compared to, say, what the United States does in terms of plants, animals, and gene editing?
I think it very well could be that the United States is the birthplace of the standard of conventional process. And even it now has withdrawn that as a standard. So a December 2024 court case now makes the US, again, regulating even gene-edited products in plants. Prior to that decision, the United States had only allowed such an exemption for plants. So unlike the United States, New Zealand would leapfrog into any organism that could be of any type of organism, bacterial, fungal, plant, or animal, could be exposed to these mutagens purposefully or unintentionally, and be deregulated. Plus, if it were progressed, it would only have to meet what the National Academies of Science, the US National Academies of Sciences says is a scientifically unjustified hazard comparison. And that scientifically unjustified hazard comparison is to something that hypothetically could be made through a conventional process.
So we'd be more radically liberalised than the United States?
On those criteria, I believe so.
Hamish?
Excellent. Just some quick questions. if you were to expose an organism to ultraviolet light, what regulation to create mutations, what regulation would that fall under? So you talked about chemical mutagenesis, and you're saying it's all regulated, ultraviolet light.
In that case, they're not regulated by our GMO regulations. It is the mutagen itself that's regulated, which means that you can only access that mutagen.
So specifically ultraviolet light.
Oh, that or a cobalt-60 source or
No,
EMS, something like
I
that.
appreciate cobalt-60, it's regulated, but there's many other ways you can mutate DNA, such as ultraviolet light. You're saying it's all regulated. How is that regulated?
Right. So there are really poor mutagens, ones that you have to use that would be very inefficient to use in this process. And there are lots of mutagens around us all the time. The difference is, though, that if you get to a potent mutagen, one in which you can increase the production scalability of a specific outcome, a millionfold above background, which is what you can do with genome editing, then the harm as well scales. So the issue isn't that you couldn't use something like an ionizing radiation source to cause some low-level mutation frequencies. But if you're working to a particular mutant, these types of site-directed processes get you to that faster in multiple genes simultaneously through repeated processes that can further get more genes. But at the same time, they're also precisely doing that in genes you didn't want them to do it in because they're more efficient in all of them. And that would not be true of a background source like an X-ray from the sun.
So with your table 1, with your comparison of mutation power and other characteristics, you've got a whole lot of numbers there. Interesting you'd choose the first one to be spontaneous in an asexual tropical fruit, but we'll move on from that. Are you trying to insinuate that this is the background rate of mutation that's happening in effect off target from your single nucleotide you're trying to change with these technologies?
I'm not insinuating at all. It comes directly from the peer-reviewed literature. These are measures of spontaneous mutation rates. And those are what you would get in a conventional process.
At background or at a specific point you're trying to mutate?
Oh, those would be background frequencies from the point in time you were looking for that trait to emerge.
Right. We're at time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Who would like to start?
Wow, very, very impressive. See, this is the chilling thing when you have some of our most highly qualified, independent New Zealand scientists analyzing this controversial and risky and dangerous bill. It's actually quite shocking. And perhaps Nick, you'd like to comment first?
Yeah, I mean, the thing that jumps out for me is the comment around that we are, in effect, running ahead of international comparator regimes. And there's no real, I mean, that's one of the core criticisms. There's no real explanation for that. There's no real reason that's put forward as to why we need to run ahead of Australia, the US, around
on this particular issue, especially.
Yeah, particularly, and I think that's a particularly it's a big criticism, and it needs a serious answer as to why we're running ahead of regimes in this space, and I think we haven't had a serious answer to that, and I think if we are going to run ahead, we need to have an answer there. So that for me was the big one that stood out during that really comprehensive presentation there from Dr. Jack, who was just on the panel before. So we have a bringing together there of.
I think we have so much of that today of like seeing, was it panelists submissions that not quite when they're on the panel, but yes, crossing paths. I mean, I remember watching Laura's one about, not Laura's one, Linda's one about 3 hours ago.
Yeah.
Pardon? What was that?
Watching your submission.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually had a really bad toothache that day, so it was not that easy for me. But
you pulled it off.
Hope it came across well, and I just wanted to say I'm getting really quite tired of this argument. Oh, if we don't deregulate outdoor GMOs, we'll be left behind. We're going to miss the bus. Really? We actually do not want to go down the road that, for example, the US has gone, who has the most permissive regime.
It's not like we're trying to land on the moon.
Yeah, and
You
just
know?
the way that they have gone, the numerous lawsuits against farmers who've been contaminated by GMOs, the loss of access to key markets and premiums. They can only sell
I
their
mean, even
corn.
The Good Wife managed to make a couple of episodes around this issue. I mean,
I think you're frozen there, Sam.
Cryogenically frozen.
Yeah. All right.
So what I
There we
was
go.
saying is New Zealand has an amazing advantage. We have a real point of difference. We are in the business of producing safe and clean, nutritious food of the highest quality to our most discerning markets. They certainly don't want GMOs. And that's the other chilling thing about this bill. It's not only pushing utter deregulation, including the most dangerous technologies, which some boffin can be doing in their garage, but they're also talking about not having labeling, particularly of the CRISPR gene edited food or organisms. So if it's invisible to the eye and not labeled, basically means consumers our right to know and our choice is being taken away, which is completely unacceptable and unethical.
Well, you're right, Linda. I mean, that's one of the other big criticisms is around that we've spent decades building up our GE-free, clean, green image and brand, and this is going to almost destroy it overnight. And we've also spent a lot of time working on food labeling and harmonizing the regimes, particularly between New Zealand and Australia. And this is going to almost completely, well, it's going to completely bypass that whole process. So I think those are very good points.
And look
And
at the
welcome, Laura.
submission.
We have a new.
And look at the submission from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade, MFAT. They don't make submissions very often opposing legislation, and they are extremely concerned about essentially sabotaging our access to key markets and premiums.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and that combined with the no precautionary approach, no ethical considerations, and of course, no liability, seems to me a perfect storm for a real major problem for New Zealand.
Yeah.
Kia ora, Laura.
I think you got your.
Am I on mute?
Yeah.
I was on mute. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So we're waiting for Sam to genetically modify his internet connection. I don't know if Stacey's got access to the footage that he was using before. Stacey's got it lined up. Okay. Fantastic. Thank you, Stacey. You're a lifesaver. All right. Shall we continue?
Can I make one comment?
Oh, sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Linda.
I just note the kind of, it would be amusing if it wasn't so disrespectful. The National Party MP, is it Dr. Hamish Campbell?
Yeah.
Accusing Professor Jack Heinemann, our most highly qualified independent scientist and genetic engineer, of insinuating. And of course, Jack just very calmly with a smile said, oh no, actually it's the research and it's the literature. I'm not insinuating anything.
Yeah, I mean, have you guys looked over his written submission? It's pretty in depth. Like
yeah,
you know, it's like a small book.
And what I take from that, because I'm not a qualified scientist and just a farmer, but this gene editing and all the misinformation that it is safe and precise, which it certainly isn't, and there's heaps of evidence. Like if you look at the MIT Technology Review in 2019 about the CRISPR, the gene-edited polled cattle, they decided that it's not enough having the various breeds of hornless cattle that we have and that are highly valuable. They wanted to gene edit them so that they could have new polled breeds faster. Yep. And they were the poster animal for the biotech industry, these wonderful gene-edited hornless cattle. But oh dear, the FDA, who normally is pretty slack, actually deigned to look into one of the bulls, a bull named Bury, and found that the animals, the genome was contaminated with the antibiotic-resistant marker gene. I mean, you really do not want that kind of thing in animals for food. So it
No.
just goes to show they have no idea of these unintended and unforeseen adverse effects. The companies doing it, who have a pecuniary and a proprietary interest, aren't interested in looking. And because the gene editing, from what I understand from Professor Heinemann's very substantive submission, is so fast, that's what makes it even more dangerous, because it isn't safe and precise, but it is faster. And that really does concern me. And I know that the physicians and scientists for global responsibility, New Zealand, their substantive submission also addresses that, the imprecision and the dangers of these new genetic technologies.
Welcome back, Sam. Guys,
Yep,
lovely to meet you. I'm
same
gonna
issue
dip out.
as last time, the router. Not the computer, the router.
Okay.
Yeah, so I think the new rule is when I take my break, I shut down and reboot my computer, which will give the router, it will reset something in the router that will do it. I don't know why it does it, because, I mean, but then if it, if it does, it's a weird one, because if it does it during the day, it's no biggie. It's only when it's in broadcast it's a problem. But I think, was it last week? Didn't this happen when you were on last time with me, Nick?
I think it did, yeah.
Yeah. I don't think it was last week. I think it was the week before.
I'm not taking this personal, Sam, but this is becoming it's becoming something that we're anyway. That's okay. Let's carry on.
Yeah. Okay, so I've managed to reline up the clips and everything, because it's not an easy task when you've suddenly just had everything. You had to basically shut down everything. Okay, so this is going to be the fun part, is trying to get everything lined up. I think it's Dr. William Rolleston is next.
Oh, those would be background frequencies from the point in time you were.
There we are.
5 minutes. Welcome, Dr. Rolleston.
Thank you, Chair. My name is William Rolleston. I'm a medically trained farmer and a biotechnologist. I headed the biotechnology industry in the 1990s, and more recently I led Federated Farmers and the World Farmers Organization. I've worked with, discussed with, and debated with farmers across this planet. I'm a member of the Gene Technology Technical Advisory Committee, and my brother and I own and operate Bleakley Station, a 5,500 hectare sheep and cattle property in South Canterbury, which has been in our family for 4 generations. Today, I'm speaking to you from a farmer perspective. I support this bill. It is risk proportionate, future-based, enabling, and internationally aligned. This bill will give New Zealand farmers tools to increase our productivity, reduce our environmental footprint, and improve the quality of our products. Above all, it will give our farmers choice. Those countries who give their farmers choice to use gene technologies have thriving organic industries. By land area, the top 5 organic countries are all GMO producers. Those countries who give their farmers choice have science-based regulatory systems. They are not paralyzed by precaution. Those countries trust their farmers and their farming industries to manage trade and coexistence. This bill is modelled on the Australian legislation, so I ask you to look across the Tasman and benchmark your questions against that system and their experience. This bill deals with the management of a serious issue of science. However, much of the debate on genetic modification has been based on misinformation and disinformation. If you accept the misinformation, then the rest of the argument seems quite logical. But getting this bill right depends on the underlying facts. I ask you, the committee, to use the science resources available to you. Get under the bonnet. You owe it to New Zealanders to sort out fact from fiction. In countries where genetic modification is enabled, farmers' uptake reaches over 90%. Genetic modification is extremely popular. Managed trade. Farmers will finally have the choice to use the tools of modern technology for the benefit of our economy, our environment, and our people. And I'm very happy to take questions.
Thank you. Dr. Verrill, then
Mr.
Steve.
Chair, we've heard other submitters on the issue of traceability, and I'd like to ask you, as a farmer, what are the pros and cons of including provisions around traceability in this bill? Some of the claims we've heard have drawn analogies with food safety traceability, and I wonder if you see these issues as analogous.
Well, I'd point you to the paper I attached, which was a presentation I gave to the Grasslands conference. It was reviewed by Ag Research, which showed that actually it's not in my farming situation, a beef and cattle situation, it's not that difficult. But I think you need to look around the world and look at those countries that actually use genetic modification, and you will see that they rely on their industries to do that traceability. Traceability is important, but it needs to be done by the people who get the value out of that traceability. And so that would be, for example, the organics industry, who already have strong traceability processes in place. So they could use those processes to actually ensure that they can coexist. Coexistence works.
Right. We're short on time. Steve.
You acknowledge that 99% of the global hectareage is low-value commodity crops, canola, corn, soy, and maize. And you say in your submission that GM will enable us to produce products which our customers are willing to pay more for. Where does anyone pay more for a product that is marketed as genetically modified?
That's an excellent question. I can give you two examples. One,
commercialized products.
Yes, one is the Impossible Burger, which was proudly GMO, but showed that it had a lower environmental footprint and sold for a 50% premium over other competing products. The other product I'd point to is the BT eggplant sold in Bangladesh, which also sells at a premium because eggplants are a staple food there, but they're subject to a lot of pest and disease, and using the genetically modified BT, it sells at a premium because people realize it doesn't need so much spray. So there are two examples, and I think that you raise a very good point.
But 99% of the hectareage is low-value commodity crops.
It's fair to animals, and so is our grass.
Thank you, Dr. Rolliston.
Thank you.
Well, that's an interesting example of the using international approach. The Impossible Burger? Wasn't it like a gimmick from Burger Fuel?
It was a gimmick by a company called Impossible Foods. The interesting thing that William Rolliston doesn't mention is that in New Zealand, when they were selling the Impossible Burger, and obviously marketed as a, less energy intensive, non-animal, non-meat product, they didn't mention that it doesn't use GE soy. It doesn't use genetically engineered soy in that product. It's quite interesting. And I really don't know where to start with the various duplicitous comments of William Rolliston, including that this legislation would provide farmers with choice. I mean, obviously, if this bill were to pass and overseas multinationals, companies, private companies, New Zealand Crown Research Institutes were to avail themselves of doing whatever extreme kinds of genetic engineering out of doors, certain farmers may choose to use some of those genetically engineered plants or animals or whatever it is that they're planting. But that would take away choice from everyone else. You can't have one person on their property experimenting or releasing GMOs and expect that to remain within the perimeter of that property. And I grew up with the country code. I was always taught that, if you've got ragwort or thistles or, some weed or some problem on your property, it's considered a really bad look. It's a really bad form to let it seed and contaminate your neighbor. just like with your animals, you're expected to fence in your animals. You don't let them go
Yes.
trampling and onto your neighbors, including
Oh,
eating
I know
some.
someone who had that used. His sheep sometimes ended up on State Highway 1.
Yeah.
But
So,
when you say about fencing animals, and it reminds me of Danny Perkins, hearing the stories about sheep. He had the farm that later became the Paikakariki end of Transmission Gully.
okay.
Yeah,
So,
and
so for Rolleston to say that this is going to give farmer choice when, I mean, you heard the submission by the New Zealand grain and seed industry. They're saying you're going to not only take away choice, you're going to saddle us with incredible new costs and paperwork and basically just creating an impossible situation and a huge burden on farmers, primary producers, or companies.
yeah.
Nick, your thoughts?
Yeah, I didn't react too well to the ableist language that got thrown around there at the beginning. But I think that the argument around choice is kind of like a dog whistle to our right-leaning friends in the political spectrum. But that argument around choice is an interesting one because I sort of think back to our discussion around crop drift. And I think it may be a choice for a farming family to set up a GE, crop within their farm, but it's certainly not a choice of the farming community on either sides of that farm to receive GE material. So I think that argument is,
It's not like you're putting petrol into a car whether you're choosing to put a 91 or 95 or 98 or convert it to LPG, which is at 100 octane,
And then it's going to go under the bonnet or in the fuel tank of another vehicle when they don't want that and that doesn't suit their vehicle.
Yeah.
And I'm actually expat American. I'm still in touch with my former farming and forestry colleagues. I grew up on a dairy farm, and I know from firsthand information all the instances in Canada and the US. Percy Smizer over in Western Canada with his farm contaminated with Monsanto genetically engineered canola. And I don't know whether it was the wind or animals spreading the seed, whatever vector it was that caused the contamination. And then essentially Monsanto stooges came along and said, right, you've got, the farms in Western Canada are quite large. I can't really pin down the numbers, but let's say your farm is 10,000 hectares. You've got our proprietary genetically engineered canola. You owe us X. You're not paying. We're taking you to court. And they did, and they won. The poor man and his wife, it broke them. And he came and gave evidence to the Royal Commission in Genetic Modification in 2001. The other point that I want to make, if I may continue, is it's particularly rich for William Rolleston, who was formerly the president of Federated Farmers of New Zealand, to talk about protecting or advocating for farmer choice. Farmers and primary producers, beekeepers, foresters, they liaised constructively with their local councils from South Auckland right up to Cape Reinga in the far north. They begged their councils to look into this issue, to address this threat, particularly after the botched and problematic GE Tamarillo trial in Kerikeri. And over a period of years, the Auckland and Northland councils formed the Intercouncil Working Party on GMO Risk Evaluation and Management Options. They worked in a collaborative and fiscally responsible manner to address the concerns of their farmers and primary producers and other ratepayers, iwi, hapu, everyone. And as a result of that, put in place precautionary and prohibitive GMO provisions, policies, and rules in local plans. Well, William Rolleston dragged our councils and our communities and farmers through the courts for probably about 12 years. Northland, Auckland, Hawke's Bay, Hastings District Council.
God, he's just as bad as progressive when it comes to liquor licenses, from what you're describing.
And I have to say, it was very gratifying that in every case, our councils and GE Free Northland prevailed in the courts, Environment Court, High Court, Court of Appeal, Supreme Court, Environment Court again. And as a matter of fact, the principal Environment Court judge, Laurie Newhook, said to Federated Farmers the last time, and I put up a few links to some of the farming newspapers about these court cases, said to William Rolleston and Fed Farmers, you will not be running these arguments again. You cannot drag councils, farmers, local mana whenua through the courts endlessly with essentially your spurious arguments and trying to undermine local democracy. So you can see I'm pretty brassed off even listening to William.
Well, we've got one more submission for this hour, Grasslands Innovation Limited. This will be interesting. God, that...
Next up, we have Grasslands Innovation Limited. We have you here for 10 minutes.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Morning, I'm Dr. Derek Woodfield, General Manager for Grasslands Innovation. I've been involved in plant breeding and biotechnology research for more than 40 years, and I was a witness for the Royal Commission on Genetic Modification in 2000. Grasslands Innovation is an incorporated joint venture between PGG Wrightson Seeds and AgResearch. We currently invest more than $9 million annually in developing proprietary forages for pasture-based farming systems. We've been developing genetically modified forages in New Zealand, but testing these in Australia and USA because of the clear regulatory framework and clear pathway to market in these countries. We support the aims of the new Gene Technologies Bill to better align New Zealand with those in place in Australia and many other countries. In particular, we support the tiered science-based framework to assess the risk of new gene technologies and the inclusion of controls and risk management proportional to the risk. The current regulatory framework, as others have said, is outdated, overly cautious, and unworkable for introducing innovations into New Zealand farming. Despite the main findings of the Royal Commission stating that New Zealand should proceed with caution, the outcome has actually been an extremely cautious approach, with minimal progress as evidenced by the very few field tests of GMOs over the past 24 years. New Zealand farmers have not seen the benefits of new gene technologies and are increasingly at a competitive disadvantage compared to Australia, North America and South America. No genetically modified products are available to New Zealand farmers, contrasting sharply with the 93 foods listed from GM plants that are sold in New Zealand on the FSAN's website. We can eat them, but we can't produce them. Gene technologies are important tools in the plant breeding toolbox as we seek to improve the main plants upon which New Zealand's agriculture is based. We are actively investing in several GM products, including high condensed tannin white clover, that offer considerable potential to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, as well as improving animal health and productivity. There are no other methods by which these products could be produced. In the case of the high condensed tannin, outdoor trials are currently underway in Australia under licence from the Australian Office for the Gene Technology Regulator. We've also previously grown that in the States. The hurdles and significantly higher cost in gaining EPA approval for outdoor field trials in New Zealand has been a major factor in us going offshore to do these trials. Outdoor field trials in New Zealand will be an important step for each of these programs to demonstrate at scale their ability under New Zealand conditions to deliver the benefits that we believe that we've already shown in containment and in overseas field trials. These new laws, if enacted in New Zealand, would lead to us applying for field trials in New Zealand as soon as possible. We support the intent of the bill, the purpose and objectives of the bill to enable the safe use of gene technologies by managing risk, the intent of establishing a more enabling and modern regulatory regime for gene technologies and GMOs, the objective of having a nationally consistent approach to the regulation of gene technologies by removing local authorities' ability to restrict its use, and the formation of an independent single decision maker, acknowledging that this approach has worked well in Australia for the last 20 years. It increases the efficiency and reduces process time, and provides for clear accountability. Some considerations on the bill are listed in our submission, but include ensuring that the 4-stage risk tier framework, that it's clear what fits into each of those and how that assignment will be made. We also would like to see in the establishment of the Technical Advisory Committee that committee includes people with practical knowledge in the primary sector and indeed in the plant breeding expertise. And lastly, we want to make sure that the terminology is clarified in the bill to ensure that it doesn't unintentionally include processes that are already naturally part of that process, including mutagenesis, which there are literally hundreds of cultivars already used out there. So in summary, I believe the bill is essential for New Zealand to reduce our environmental footprint, to improve animal welfare outcomes, and to ensure that we remain internationally competitive as a plant-based export economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave.
Thank you. You agree with your colleague from Ag Research that over the course of years and decades, it's not practical to consider that we could stop the release of genetically engineered grass from spreading?
I do. I think there's a lot of publications on coexistence. There will be gene flow, and so then it's how do you manage that?
So you manage the coexistence through allowing a permissible amount of contamination in those producers who don't want to have GE, but doesn't that just mean that you're actually sacrificing the true GMO-free status of the non-GE producer?
I think we have to measure that and assess it. I don't have data. I know for the white clovers that we've looked at, most of that spread is within 24 metres of the source, so it's quite contained. But there will be gene flow.
Excellent, thank you. Just two quick ones. So really to kind of follow up, you have a fairly good understanding of how pollen flows for grasses and clover. Is that what you're saying? Yes, excellent. You also talked about there's hundreds of examples of grasses. Is it grasses that you're referring to that have been bred through mutagenic processes?
In our case, probably the clearest example is our forage brassicas, which were developed using chemical mutagenesis. They've been out on New Zealand farms for approximately 20 years now, being actively used. But there are many examples worldwide. There's over 5,000 varieties that are listed on websites with chemical mutagenesis and other forms of mutagen.
Would you say that we have poorer understanding of the outcomes from some of those processes that we would have from something, say, CRISPR-Cas9 processes?
With every one of those plants that have been released from mutagenesis, they have gone through exactly the same process that we would have to go through. We test animal safety of those products. We test their environmental resilience and fit. So they go through a very thorough process before they're released.
Do we need to label that?
I don't think so. I think the outcomes of those have been consistent with conventional products in every sense.
What are the risks with producing a novel grass species through genetic modification once it has been established and perhaps spread on us discovering something that we didn't notice early on?
That's a good question. Again, I think with every one of those plants, we take them through the same process. In terms of our grasses, they all go through an animal safety trial because they have a novel endophyte almost invariably in them. So they go through animal product testing for anything from 1 to 3 years. They also go through a range of environmental testing at up to 8 sites for 3 to 4 years. Right. So I think we do a good job of testing them to ensure that there are no unintended consequences.
Because you can create novel toxins potentially in a plant species through genetic engineering.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those in terms of unintended or novel compounds. We do test we do a forage quality analysis on all of our products for those. I haven't seen any at this stage.
All right. Thank you, Derek. Thank you very much for joining us.
Just got to unmute myself there. Helicopter landing at Wellington Hospital, hence why I muted. So because the noise was travelling into the stream.
Yes, straight off. Did you notice how resistant he was to not only regulation but labeling, and how he got his 5 cents worth in about opposing the right of local councils to put in place any additional requirements? So obviously Grasslands Technology Australia, whose parent company is AgResearch, would like to undertake either outdoor experiments or releases, for example, in Auckland or Northland or Hawke's Bay, and completely disregard the wishes of local farmers and communities and councils. And of course, with the lack of civil liability, then any problems caused by the spread of the pollen or vegetative material or seed of these controversial GE grasses would fall on others to carry the can for the cleanup.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And,
that point about coexistence was really interesting. It was a tacit acknowledgement that we will have genetic material going between, basically the whole country, really,
Yeah.
And there was no kind of hiding away from it.
And excellent questions from the Green Party MP, Steve Abel. And I've put in the chat a article by the investigative reporter David Williams. Grass isn't greener for GM trial in Australia. So the gentleman presenting obviously did not mention that earlier, was it last year? 2 years ago, that they withdrew their application for the limited and controlled release of its GM grass in Australia. And essentially, they were not able to meet the standards required for a field trial in Australia. Sustainability Council Projects Director Stephanie Howard says, AgResearch hasn't been able to get trials off the ground on either side of the Tasman, so it can't just be the New Zealand law that is the problem. And then Professor Jack Heinemann makes comment as well. So highly dodgy. I mean,
Yeah.
got to say.
We're going to have to wrap up because I've got 2 panelists waiting to come in. So,
Understood.
Yep. Thanks for joining us for this hour. Brilliant meeting you both again.
Thank you, Linda.
Lovely to
Really
meet
appreciate
you.
it.
That's all right. And we'll kick off for the next hour.
Walking through the city, lights all aglow. Everybody's got a story to show. Wheels keep spinning, streets overflow. Hustle never stops, we're in the flow. Skylines high like our dreams in the air. Concrete jungle, we got flair. Rhythm of the night, we don't care. Underneath the stars, we breathe rare. In this urban jungle, we're alive. Heartbeats echo as we strive. Dreams collide where the streets survive. Together we'll thrive, side by side. Echoes of the past linger near. Future calls, we face it with no fear. Every corner tells a tale so clear. In the city we chase what we hold dear. Shadows and whispers blend in the night. City's most beautiful.
And back for another hour. I just need one of my panelists to turn on their cameras and then you'll suddenly see 4 people on the screen. So how's Michael? We haven't seen each other in probably about 5 years.
No, it was there was a tough time, wasn't it, doing the election thing? Hey, did you know that Australia's actually just legislated for small parties that they have a spending cap?
Small parties got a spending cap now.
Yeah. So basically, it's scuppered all small parties, and the 2 major parties have got unlimited spend, so they can spend up to like 90 or 100 million, and a small party can only spend 90,000, I think it is.
Oh God! Everyone should be on the same equal footing. I think isn't it something like an electric level? It's like $33,000.
Yeah. And even the donations, like if you donate to a small party, it's like X amount and it has to be declared, where it's just unlimited to the major ones. So yeah, it's really sad because, you want those small parties are what give you just the immense value in your representational system, don't they?
Well, and also like the other thing with Australia is they use preferential voting for both their House of Representatives and their Senate, so you don't have the drastic extremes of the spoiler effect of smaller parties either, because they've got, STV, which I mean, okay, depending which part of the country you're in. I know where we both live, we've been using it since the crack of dawn in that aspect, but in other areas it's so new they only knew about it from the last election. But yeah, it's like, I don't understand why Australia's doing it unless they're really trying to crack down on it. But I mean, Juice Media's been having a lot of fun with that, because it's been speculated that Australia in their next general election is looking for the House of Representatives going to a hung parliament potentially again.
Yeah.
Yeah. And welcome back, Laura. Thanks for rescuing my butt when the computer decided to, the router decided to bump up my IP address.
I think you need to genetically modify your internet router.
Well, it's probably a hell of a lot safer than genetically modifying crops. Yeah. So, Michael, other than just talking about Australian politics, what else?
Oh, well,
background.
This the GE thing. It's been a train wreck in slow motion really for quite some time. But what I really worry about is it's sort of now a bonfire for science. Like what's happening in the background is science is being reformed, and if we sort of roll like my submission, like I lived next door to a really cool soil scientist that gave me such a background in soil geology and just the makeup of soil. And, he handed me hand-drawn maps of our farm that he'd done from when he was in the DSIR soil. And, it's just those people, when fertilizer companies came into science, at the same time we dropped the subsidies in New Zealand. Basically, we started subsidising industry, and this is the next step. Now that these big ag companies or big ag seed companies and things like that have come in and sort of, they're taking public money, mixing it with their own, and then doing these startups around these GE things. And it's sort of just, it's like a bonfire that's just sucked the oxygen out of the room, man. Like, we had so much happening in the regen space and in natural farming, in agroforestry, permaculture was humming. And then this industry has just sucked the life out of where we could have been finding first advantage. And it's just so sad. And, like, we're going to lose a lot of scientists in this that are really, we owe a lot to. And we've got people like Jack that are potentially at risk because he's not going to say the right things. And, and that's incredibly dangerous because there's such a thin meniscus of the outer cell between us, which is our communities, our scientists, our industry, and our way of life that's so reliant on agriculture, and just these few people that are left that are willing to say, hey, look, I can't run with this, man. This is not making sense. The risks overwhelm any benefit. We're better to do something else. And really, this legislation is steamrolling its way through the House. But on the other side of it, there's also, straight as that happened, there's massive reforms in science and the Cawthorne Institute's being slashed. whether we all sort of might look at these different things and go, oh, well, they're the ones that are doing this, or they're the ones that are doing that. We're going to lose really good people because the yes people are going to still be there.
Yeah.
You know, and we need, you know, you need that disagreement, because a good, healthy disagreement is how you make things, you know, like a good, you know, like in an Irish relationship, and there's nothing like a good argument, you know, like it makes a good marriage in a way, you know, like you got to be able to argue. You can't just get away. You can't make anything good by, oh, well, they don't agree, so okay, we'll get rid of them. And that's sort of what's happening. I worry about that. So
yeah. Now, how do I say it? It's Elvira. Oh, and now we got no sound. This is one of the great things of doing things live.
Have you got some headphones?
Me?
No. Just she plugs in headphones, might have a speaker on the headphones.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No, not in my case. No, that's my computer speakers in there, and I've purposely put the echo thing in there so it won't do that. Won't repeat the echo.
Oh yeah. I did a radio interview when I was campaigning, and it was echoing all the way through. My God, having yourself talking, you know, like echoing back, it was really hard to do, and I was terrified to ever listen to it. It was about 3 years later I listened to it. But it actually came out all right. Can we hear you?
Yeah, no, it might have to be one where you go to the browser and you hit refresh. Yeah, so go to the browser at the top and basically hit reload the whole page, and that'll probably correct the error, because you've been sitting there since like 3 o'clock this afternoon waiting to come in.
I think I can tell what she said there. Oh my God. Yep.
Yep.
Can you get rid of the chat?
Oh.
To the other person.
Yeah, it's a shame I can't just hit refresh on it. But yeah, on Google Chrome, it's the third icon from on the top left-hand side.
If for whatever reason we can't get audio from Elvira, what we could do is have her type in the chat, and I can speak on her behalf.
Oh yes, we see the funny part there. Well, we'll get to our first panel while we're trying to get the sound to actually work, and it's got Associate Professor Paul Gardner.
Today. Okay, next up we have Associate Professor Paul Gardner joining us by Zoom.
Koto, can you all hear me?
Have you there? Good to have you here.
Great, thank you very much. So my name's Paul Gardner. I'm an associate professor at the University of Otago, deputy director of the genetics teaching program, and my co-submitter is Dr. Nicole Wheeler. She's an expert in AI and biosecurity use based at the University of Birmingham, and has a PhD from the University of Canterbury, where she worked on developing machine learning methods for predicting pathogenicity or invasiveness of different bacteria. Yeah. So the points we wanted to make that, you know, in line with the other submitters as well, we're very much in favour of modernising the current regulations. So we applaud the government's efforts to develop a more balanced and risk-aware regulatory framework. We do think there are some other areas where a little more development could be made. So it turns out to be quite a complicated problem to assess risk, right? So, you know, this is at its heart, well, this is a fairly challenging computational problem here. So, you know, we can use AI-assisted gene editing methods and gene design methods that can employ synthetic DNA techniques to, you know, produce novel genetically modified organisms. Many of these will be benign and absolutely fine as well, but others, you know, there may be either intentional or unintentional potential harmful applications for some of these. Currently, within New Zealand and also internationally, there's no well-developed best practice for screening these sorts of methods. as well. And in particular, none have been developed with sort of the New Zealand issues in mind. So we suggest strengthening the monitoring frameworks for synthetic DNA technologies, and recommend that New Zealand get involved in some of these international efforts to develop more robust screening frameworks there. So, we'd quite like to see more support for mandatory nucleic acid screening, and in particular with AI-aware methods. So one thing Nicole's group did was submit a whole lot of novel designs to some of these biosynthesis companies, and most of her designs passed without issue as well, except for those that absolutely exactly matched some toxins there. So it's relatively trivial to work around some of the biosynthetic companies' existing frameworks there. So I think I'd better leave it there. I really hope we can align with some of these international best practices there, and I'm open to answering any questions if I can.
Right, we'll go with Kim.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Paul. My question I've got about your comment about AI, I haven't seen that in any other submission. What are you envisioning with AI specific regulation? Could you talk through a bit more of the AI risk that you see?
Sure. So this research area, we're using AI tools all the time for analyzing structure, analyzing evolution, identifying relationships between different genetic sequences and things like that. But what we can do is flip those models around and make them generative as well. So, they can produce novel genes, novel sort of synthetic bias sequences as well. Some of those could have very useful properties. Some could, be toxic or increase pathogenicity as well.
Could I just ask for a clarification? Are you saying that the AI that you're envisioning would actually be doing the genetic modification, or is it designing it? And if it's designing it, where's the harm? Yeah.
So it's the same side of the same coin, right? So the same tools that can be used to assess risk are the same tools that can be used to produce more risky compounds there. So it's kind of using fire to fight fire.
So if I may, Mr. Chair, just to clarify my original question, we're at time.
We're at time.
Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Sorry about that.
You're right.
That's right. Thank you, Paul. Thank you for the discussion.
No problem.
Thank you.
Okay, next up, 14 minutes we have.
Okay, so what do you think about talks of AI when it comes to gene technology?
I mean,
Well,
oh, sorry. No,
Sorry.
Go ahead, Michael. Go ahead, Michael.
so luckily, I did read a paper that was produced by a Chinese tech firm, and also a big gene edit company, and that was using CRISPR-Cas12 and basically a machine learning AI thing, which was incorporated in the back end of that structure in a company that coexists with that, and to evaluate the potential off-target and on-target edits and all of that sort of stuff. And so it's 282 pages long, the paper, and it goes through the process of that. It concluded with the fact that there was still a hell of a lot of, wasn't really the golden egg. There was still, the machine learning couldn't really catch up quick enough. There was still a lot of off targets, and a lot of the on targets were off. So, I mean, ultimately, this already sort of speaks to what Tim Cook said when they announced that basically the day after that China announced that they'd released DeepSeek for $6 million. And Tim Cook is standing there and he says, well, that's, okay. Trump says, okay, we're going to dump another 500 billion into this project so that you can catch up to the Chinese. And Tim Cook says, well, basically we're going to incorporate our version of OpenAI with CRISPR-Cas12, and which China's already tried to do and said it's waste time. And we're going to basically take Sam Summers, because he's got cancer, and he's going to come into the clinic and plug him into this machine, and it's going to assess him, and then the next day he can come back and have a dose, and he's going to be cured of cancer. So it's I mean, they're all Elon Musk, aren't they? Like, they're all sort of, it's sort of like they'd be better writing comic books and staying the hell away from us. But unfortunately, they have an enormous amount of sway when it comes to these sorts of things. So it's sort of old news what the guy's going on about. And I think that, again, it's just a major money pit. You know, like I guess to a politician, you know, like, you know, looking at, like, I'm very intrigued with the panel. I think that when we submitted, I think that the Green MP has just been amazing. The questions that he's asked, you know, that tracks back, and it's deep within the history of the Green Party with Rod Donald. You know, he was so right. You know, fair trade, not free trade, and, you know, ban GE, no nukes, and all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And he's carried that on. Just simple thinking, like us, you know, like proper farmers are. You know, like there's got to be, the risks got to be low, and the rewards got to be good, and all that sort of thing. Yeah. And then you look at Joe, and I think this is how we've got there. The New Zealand Labour Party it's sort of like the 8% in the survey about the farmers that sort of said, well, okay, I'm going to sit on the fence. I'm not going to say I don't want it. I'm not going to say that I do want it. I'm going to let you guys fight over that. And that's sort of what Joe's doing, and that's what the Labour Party stance has been with it, where they could have been more firm and just look deeper into it and sort of look at the cui bono of it. Who's benefiting?
Yeah.
Like, that's the problem. And it's like, and at what cost? So in grasslands, I mean, we've always had a great critic of us in Regen, which was Doug Edmeades, and he's retired, and it's such a shame because it's always good to wake up in the morning and pick up the farming paper and find yourself being sort of torn to bits by Doug Edmeades about how much money regenerative farmers are getting from the government or something. Like, I haven't had any of it, but anyway. And just what you know, we're all liars and all this sort of thing, and, you know, da. But Doug said, look, Grasslands New Zealand, it's got no new cultivars of rye and clover. What are they doing? What the hell have they been doing? It's like, well, this is what they've been doing.
Yeah. Anything you want to add, Laura?
I mean, it makes sense to use deep learning and AI. I mean, I literally just asked AI about, how is AI used in genetic engineering? It makes sense. If you've got huge amounts of genomic data to go through and you want a machine, you want machine learning algorithms and AI to, you know, to analyze the data, yeah, it makes sense to use that technology. I'm not an expert when it comes to artificial intelligence or machine learning, so that's out of my wheelhouse. But yeah, if you've got huge amounts of data, it makes sense to make the process more efficient and utilize AI and machine learning.
Yeah. Okay, let's get to the next panelist, which I'm not sure because Health Select Committee doesn't know how to order things. It could be Revel Drummond, but I really don't have a clue.
Oh, we'll find out.
Really don't. First.
Go get 5. I'll take 10. I get 5. All right, good afternoon.
5 minutes, 5 minutes.
Yeah. Tēnā koutou katoa. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. I'm here in support of my personal submission on the bill. The bill, it's not perfect, but it's a huge improvement over has-no because it's going to enable us to use gene technology safely for the benefit of New Zealand. My name is Revel Scott McGregor Drummond. I'm of Clan McGregor. My 500 great-grandfather arrived in the country on the Sir Allan McMahon. We settled in Motueka. I was born in Christchurch and I live in Auckland, Pumpkin Makoro. I am a proud Kiwi and I want to make this country the best. I have trained and worked for 30 years as a molecular biologist because I believe that is the way we can move forward. We have to be better at growing food. We have to do it more environmentally friendly, more productive. I would like to discuss 3 points today. 1, I love DNA, I love genes, and I love genomes. But genomes are a hot mess of complicated variation. It's beautiful, but it's so messy. In the context of the lab, people get really scared about that complexity, but not so in nature. This apple is a Fuji apple. No, this apple is a Royal apple, but it's a sport. It's a mutant. I have no idea about the genetic variation that's caused this Royal Gala to look like this. Hamish has bravely eaten an apple already today in this room.
Royal Gala.
It was a Royal Gala. Very careful. Between Fuji apples and their mutants, it's been shown to have 100,000 DNA changes. Nobody's ever looked at them until just a couple of weeks ago. Nobody's ever been asked to prove they were safe. But if I make one change, one single base pair change to this apple, I have to prove it's safe. And every other change that happens. It has no act, makes that so hard, so difficult. Nobody's ever tried it in New Zealand. 2, on plant transformation. I have heard some rather alarmist opinions on plant transformation, how easy it is. I'm literally doing plant transformation right now. I started in December. In about 2 weeks, I might get a plant in the glasshouse, if I'm lucky. Actually going pretty well. Oh, I will get a plant in the glasshouse. It's slow,
It's complex. I can't do it in my garage. Couldn't do it in a field. And no matter what people have imagined, plant transformation sets look to remain difficult, slow, and lab bound for some time yet. Third point. Why do I keep doing this when it's so hard to have the impact that I clearly want to have? Because the power of gene tech to make positive changes for agriculture is huge. We have already used gene tech to make huge changes to agriculture. No in low-till farming. No in low pesticide use. GM cotton in Australia uses 99% less pesticides than the traditional versions. 99%. We've reduced food waste, non-browning apples and bananas. We saved the papaya industry in Hawaii completely from a virus. Healthier foods are now available. Nutrient-dense brassica greens, vitamin A-rich golden rice, antioxidant-rich tomatoes, pineapples, and a heart-healthy soybean oil. All commercialised, if not for Greenpeace in a couple of cases there. Can we make similar products for all New Zealand? No, we can't, because the rules are stopping us. We are giving up on those benefits. And the problem, this bill only sets out a framework, and it can still get tied in knots, and we could still go nowhere. So to finish up, regulator and a framework, great idea. Let's get on with it. Some of the details could use a little work, and the regulations that come next are super important. They have to be scientific, they have to be rational, and they have to be pragmatic. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. We are at time.
Ooh, anybody want an apple? Brave.
Yeah, I was hoping he was going to throw it at him. But it's a bit of a red herring to, I mean, as Professor Jack said when he came on before, it's a bit of a red herring to go, oh, you don't like this technology, you're anti-science. The problem is not the tech, the problem is the unwanted spread and the corporate interests attached to the GMO.
Yeah, it's really sad because like I've met quite a few of these guys and like I don't want to, like, this guy's exciting, he's vibrant, and you know he's isolated into a part which is he's doing a job. So he's like a guy building a house and he's putting the frames up. He's making the frames all wrong, and the guy that comes to put the windows in can't fit them. But it doesn't matter. He's still having a good time. He's not connected to.
I had to throw in a computer joke.
But he's not connected to all the things. He's not, you know, he's not working from a position like Jack where you're looking at the unintended consequences. So when they managed to, like, with the talons and they did the horns on cattle, like, that was huge, man. That was awesome. That'd be so good because it's really awful cutting horns off cattle, right? But like to have a sequence that was unintended of antibiotic resistance that was in that editing process that meant the cattle all had to be culled because they possessed that and it could spread, and you know it was sort of could even spread to humans. You know, that takes all of the luster out of that thing. I remember going to the Blue Greens conference, and I didn't realize it was $300 to go in, and I didn't even have $300 in my account, and there was two of us, and they let us in for $50. So it's 20, and I said, oh, that's cool, $25 each. And she said, no, 100. And I said, oh, $25 each, and she let us in. We got in there, and there was one of these guys there, and he said he could just about do anything with GE, and I think he could, but I think the thing is that's where we've got to sort of like find the place for genetic engineering. Maybe it's not causatory, maybe it's reactionary, and then you know that's the thing. It's like, do these tools have use? Absolutely, they do. They can show us the universe of what's in the genome, what's in the DNA. It's what we can use to understand things to the highest definition, and that's what they're risking here. And it still means this guy has a job, but it's just much different. It's not causatory, it's reactionary, and it's also, he will be like Jack. Like, Jack's such a wonderful teacher, you know, like every moment with Jack is a teaching moment, and I think that this guy, when you look at him, and how he presented in the thing, he's frustrated because he's got all these people saying it's Greenpeace that are holding you back, it's hippie farmers like me that are holding you back, and all that sort of stuff. And they haven't been held back. They've been dolloped huge amounts of money and had open slather to do anything they bloody want. So, and they have got zero products that are ready to be commercialized for it, and they need to be honest about that.
Yeah. Elvira, can we try the sound?
Yes.
Oh, wonderful!
Got the sound.
Really, your brains.
Fantastic. Yeah, just nice to meet you all. And just picking up on what you've been saying, Michael, I kind of want to, I don't know if other people have said this, I had the channel on, but I was sort of in and out of the house, and I was just kind of hearing bits and pieces of what was going on. I think there has been no emphasis on, first of all, they took away all the biodiversity by getting rid of all the old varieties, the heirloom varieties, the pest-resistant varieties, the disease-resistant varieties, you know, and they could have easily had really good hybrids or just grown those old varieties on optimal soils that are rich in life and rich in organic matter. And they keep, what I found when I was working for Crop and Food is that they keep creating problems. Oh dear, we've got a problem. We need to engineer a solution. And the problem isn't actually a problem if you are a good problem solver in the first instance. You know, if you grow crops on rich, healthy soils, rich in minerals and organic matter and microbes and worms, you will grow healthy plants. I mean, you see that. I see that in my own veggie garden. I'm growing cauliflowers, and then some of them do really well, and some of them are pathetic. And I know it's just a little wee regional variation in the quality of the soil. And it has nothing to do with the genetics. This genetics thing is overrated. You know, genetics is good, it's great, and it certainly has its place, don't get me wrong. But the thing to say that it's all down to genetics and nothing else, you know, and we can't possibly move forward if we don't keep advancing our genetics. Well, no, nature is really good at optimizing things and really good at functioning genetically optimally. And there's not really a reason to do this at all. It's just that we can do it, and there's money to be made out of intellectual property, there's money to be made out of patents, and there's money to be made out of suing people like Percy Schmeiser. You know, when your pollen and your seed goes onto the next door neighbour's farm and they're supposed to be non-GM and they're stuffed. You know, farmers in Australia have been absolutely stuffed. Their whole season's income gone because they've been contaminated. Especially with canola, that's just so easily, pollen and seeds so easily spread.
Yeah.
So, and also I mean, you know this anyway, but I'm going to say it. When I worked for Crop and Food, I'd worked there for 8 years, right? And I was doing GE work on onions. I actually set up the GE onion program. Interrupt me if you want to say something, by the way, you guys.
I was looking at the next submission, but haven't quite. The bits you're saying is still quite interesting.
Okay. I want to hear about the onions.
Okay, so I kind of got the technique going just because I just had some ideas that were a little bit out of the box, and I thought to myself, why am I doing this? There's really good varieties of onions. There's really good onion breeders. There's really good onion growers in New Zealand. We actually don't need anything. What am I going to do? The only things that they were suggesting that you put into plants at that stage when I was there were two things. One was Roundup resistance or Roundup tolerance, and the other one was the BT gene, which basically gets plants to produce their own insecticide, a bacterial toxin. And they kept saying to us, we had the guy from Monsanto visiting Crop and Food, you know, he was a regular. And they kept saying to us that Roundup is really great because it breaks down really quickly. It's really harmless. It's not toxic at all.
Oh boy, man, did that prove to be wrong?
Yeah, exactly. Now it's in the carcinogen bracket, and now there's people suing Bayer Monsanto for all the damage done for their non-Hodgkin's lymphomas and everything else that they've had to suffer from. So we just were fed that, and then we were fed the myth that the BT toxin, when you engineer that into a plant, it's harmless. Well, what does it do? It destroys the gut. It basically kills the insect. The gut basically explodes. And what does it do to our gut when we're eating it, you know, in crops? You know, it doesn't make sense. The logic that they used was that organic farmers sprayed BT spray on occasionally. They would spray it on occasionally and they'd leave a withholding period so it would break down, which it did do in the sun. But that was an occasional spray. Here, when you engineer crops, you engineer them to produce the Bt toxin 24/7, really high rates of toxin production, no let up. So it's completely different. So I'll let someone else talk now.
Yeah. Oh no, we'll get on to the next panelist because it's
Sam likes to stick to a strict schedule. Me, I'm a bit more...
Dr. Roger Dungan. Yeah, I like to stick to it so then we can at least get breakdowns of clips. Otherwise, the clips go, like when I do the post-production stuff and put the little smaller clips in there, they go on for ages.
I mean, I'm cool with that, but yeah.
Yeah, I know, but then people don't listen to the fun conversations at the end.
Brave soul. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Skyan with Dr. Roger Dungan.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I'm Roger Dungan. I'm going to hand over to my colleague, Alec Foster, who's the technical expert.
Excellent. Welcome, Roger. Right, welcome, Alec. We have you for 10 minutes. Over to you.
Good afternoon, members of the subcommittee. My name is Dr. Alexander Foster, and I'm the General Manager for SIAM for Forest Bio-based Products. Before I joined SIAM, I led one of the world's largest synthetic biology programs. I'm also a member of Biotech NZ, where I served as an executive committee member. I was also part of the technical advisory group for MBIE in helping pull together this bill. Now, as a Crown Research Institute for forestry, industrial biotechnology and advanced manufacturing, we have a unique practical insight into how gene technologies impact New Zealand. We collaborate with the vast majority of New Zealand's industrial biotech companies, and we've operated New Zealand's only GMO field trial for the last 22 years. That gives us real-world experience of the current regulations, real-world experience of the negative impact that these regulations have had on New Zealand. It is our view that modernisation of gene technologies is essential. It's long overdue. As existing regulations have stifled research, has stifled innovation and the benefits for New Zealand as a whole. So we strongly support this bill. And our reasons are really three: protecting the environment, the tiered risk framework, and the potential to grow our economy. So let's first talk about the environment, because really that's one of the most important things to SIAM. There are products today that are having huge impacts globally. In New Zealand, if we wish to be clean and green, we need to be embracing such technologies. And a great example of this is fertilizers. It damages our waterways, it causes all kinds of emissions. A biofertilizer developed in the US by a company called Pivot Bio uses genetically modified bacteria, and that captures nitrogen out of the atmosphere. This year, they're predicting to reduce emissions from carbon dioxide by 1 million tonnes. That's a huge impact. That could be a huge impact that we have on New Zealand. And we're developing similar such products at SIAM, but we're also developing things like biomaterials, bioplastics, biofuels, high-value biochemicals using modified bacteria that capture carbon dioxide, that capture waste, and convert them into new and different products. So precision fermentation. However, the regulations today make it prohibitively difficult to move our research into commercial application. We also have a number of innovations with our trees that really benefit the environment. We're including trees which capture twice as much carbon dioxide. You've heard about trees this morning, which are sterile. However, we've been unable, even with our field trial, to grow them to a point where we can measure wood properties. That's how prohibitive the regulations are. The second reason that we support this bill is a hybrid approach, because we're confident that having different risk tiers is a thoughtful and common sense approach to balance innovation and risk, allowing the risks to be managed in the secondary regulations as both the technology and knowledge evolves. In our submission, we highlighted how containment is a great example of how this could be applied. Consider gene editing, which is really at the heart of this legislation. And Level has a bit of fruit, so do I. So many of our fruits are the product of mutagenesis. I could have picked out several different fruits in our supermarket, and this is a grapefruit. It's got a nice red colour. That's a product of mutagenesis in the 1970s, using radiation to cause hundreds, if not thousands, of random mutations. So we consider this safe. Now think about gene editing. On one hand, we've got random mutagenesis, hundreds of thousands of mutations. On the other hand, a precise mutation making a single change. Why are we worried? Why are we concerned? And that is really what it boils down to. We need a common sense framework, and being able to work within a risk-tiered framework is key. Now, the scientific consensus on this is all aligned. It is really quite clear. Similar to things like climate change, similar to things like vaccines, the vast majority of scientists believe that gene editing is safe. It introduces no more risk than traditional breeding. That's not to say there's no risk, but there is no more risk than traditional breeding, and that is key. So this, and for us, we've also got the benefit of being able to draw upon Australia, who've had 20 years of practical experience. So we can look at different countries. We've got that advantage. Now, the last point that I really want to bring up is the economy. And that's another reason why we really support this bill, because we believe it will have transformational impacts on our economy. Australia predicts that it will have a $30 billion impact on their economy by 2040 and create 50,000 jobs. That is huge. They're able to decarbonize while also grow their economy. Environmental and economic success hand in hand. To be clear, we can benefit. Such impacts and also have the benefits of organics. It's not one or the other. They can both coexist as they do in most other nations. This legislation isn't about if gene technology should be used. It's about creating a framework that enables New Zealand to benefit from these technologies that aligns with our values and priorities. As a Crown Research Institute, SCION is committed to helping this committee make the best informed decisions upon the best available science. And we're here to help the committee in any way that we can. Thank you for your time and consideration. I welcome any questions.
Thank you. I've got Jenny and then Steve.
Just on the, obviously you do quite a bit of science, a bit of research. How many field trials are you doing? Are you doing field trials overseas?
No, we've got a field trial actually at SCION. So this is the only one in New Zealand.
Right. So in terms of the cost of that compared to other organisations that have to go overseas, clearly it's financially more.
Oh, it's a huge cost. So essentially, it operates effectively like a prison. Electric fences, security guards, having to check each individual tree with a cherry picker every week. That comes with huge costs and a huge burden to the research that we do. It is very prohibitive.
So in terms of this legislation, what would the impact be in terms of your research cost around containment?
I think it could have a huge impact because particularly around gene editing, there potentially wouldn't be the same necessity to run it in the same sort of field trial environment. And this is particularly important if you wanted to test something like a pest or disease. We are not going to bring a pest or disease to SCION to affect our trees in that environment. However, we would like to be able to do a trial where that is making a huge impact to a local region. So it unlocks new and different opportunities that we just simply can't see today.
Steve.
Given the power of the technology, the ability to intervene in the life of the genetic level, you give examples such as precision fermentation, which I think is significantly less contentious than environmental release. Do you not think that it's appropriate that we maintain the precautionary principle and also have ethics considerations in terms of the span of opportunities that genetic engineering offers?
I think you've got to be this proportionate and follow science. And I don't think that this taking an approach where the precautionary principle leads first, I actually think that's inhibited New Zealand. And I think actually many of the environmental benefits that we want to see, we just simply can't implement because we've gone well above and beyond what the science states.
Even if we've been risk proportionate, are there not ethical considerations for some applications, such as the release of sterile plants or terminated technologies, for example? There are broader ethical questions than simply environmental or health risks.
Well, I'd like to ask what sort of impacts would you say? So,
well, say in the United States, where they did develop terminated seed for wheat, it was widely opposed because it stopped farmers from being able to save seed and plant seed the following year. So it meant a highly proprietary control on farmers' ability to produce food. That's an ethical consideration, whereas you could say the terminated technology actually served as some environmental protection, arguably. There's broader ethical considerations that need to be taken into account.
What I would say is New Zealand's based a lot of its agriculture from developing new and different varieties, which are proprietary. So those are key.
Sure.
Can I just if you're going to plant a forest, would you go collect the seeds in an existing forest, or would you go to a nursery to buy your seedlings?
You go to a nursery.
Thank you. Can I just set us up on that? The ability
we're at time. We're actually over time. Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, Sam Uffendale always abruptly ends it.
I don't know what that question was about trees. Like, yeah, of course you would go to a nursery to buy saplings. Don't know what the point was there.
Basically, they all make the same argument. It's we're missing out, and to start with, if we had antitrust laws and he actually had to say, well, look, like Michael Trotz pointed out in the thing, he's boasts about having 40 patents himself. I'm invested in this, so I stand to benefit.
Yeah.
Then he would. Then it would be clear to the committee that what he's actually saying is we're missing out, but we want to make sure that the majority of you miss out once this passes. And if you really want to have this thing, you're going to have to pay through the nose for it. The Terminator technology, as far as pine trees go, that would be salt in the eye to New Zealand because since pine started to really expand, we went from 192 million tonnes of soil loss annually, which was the last published soil conservation thing in 2000.
As someone who is, sorry, Michael, just quickly, as someone who does have a background in forestry, pine trees, radiata pine, have really shallow roots. So yeah, I agree with you about the soil erosion.
Yeah, so if you introduce like Terminator type thing into pines, which they've been advancing this to do this for about, I think on memory, about 15 years. That would potentially go into the soil and make that sterile. You'd not get your normal standard regrowth. So you're not going to get your soil retention post-harvest. So you're probably looking at, just exceptional soil loss. So if he's sort of trying to say on the same sense of it that we would do this and this is going to enhance our carbon storage, it's an argument that I've had for a long time, and it's gone to the fact that when we're talking about carbon storage, it's got to be in the soil, not in the biomass, because the biomass is part of a thing that goes out. So it's basically a good plant grows 2/3 of its volume down into the soil and 1/3 up, so it gives back more than it takes.
But yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. It does lead to another interesting question, because we do know that for those that are into mycology, into fungi and stuff like that, they often form symbiotic relationships with trees. I don't know what a GMO tree is going to have, what impact it's going to have on our fungi species.
Exactly. Yeah. And also with going back to glyphosate, the Roundup thing, because the bulk of our GE crops in the world are still herbicide tolerant, or mainly Roundup tolerant, but also glufosinate and some others as well now. Because what happened was the weeds got clever and they got resistant to the Roundup, and they grew really thick and really strong, and they competed and came above the corn because they were such strong plants. And what glyphosate does is it chelates minerals, it destroys, it's actually an antibiotic originally, so it destroys soil bacteria, destroys soil fungi. Basically, when you have a Roundup ready crop and you spray with glyphosate, you kill everything. You kill all the soil microbiology, you kill the worms, you kill everything, and you have these dead soils that just sit there. And even the old growth, the old leaves and twigs and stuff, they don't break down because there's no microbes to break them down, or worms to break them down. It's just a disaster waiting to happen, really. And he goes, most scientists agree. Well, that's a load of hoo-ha. When I was at Crop and Food, most scientists didn't even know what the heck we were doing. It wasn't like it's not like all scientists know a lot about GE. They don't. And also, when I was there, you could say, I'm going to do GE, and you get money thrown your way, boy. But yeah, we had a really good bee scientist, he got made redundant. We had a really good entomologist, they got made redundant. Who do we need when we're assessing risk? We need bee scientists, we need entomologists. Ecologists were getting made redundant. Who do we need to assess risk? Ecologists. It's like everybody.
The right people were losing their jobs.
Yes, exactly.
Not the wrong people, not the waste, not the people, not the dead wood, but the quality experts.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, we are in a slight pickle here. The next submission is 10 minutes.
I'll go for it. Why not?
Go for it? Okay.
Yeah.
Only because I'm looking at 11, so yeah. Okay, let's, it's this one here. Let's kick it off.
Right, Alec. Thank you. And next up, we have the New Zealand Institute for Plant and Food Research Limited for 10 minutes. Excellent to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Hand that time over to you. Thank you.
Kia ora koutou, members of the committee. My name is Richard Newcombe, and I'm here with Professor Andy Allen. Andy Allen, also for Plant and Food Research, is also a professor at University of Auckland and member of the Technical Advisory Group as well for MB on this. I myself am Chief Scientist for Plant and Food. And have a long memory and was also a witness at the Royal Commission. I was a lot younger then. Yeah, had things like hair and everything. Thank you for inviting us to speak today. We're excited to see this bill come to the committee, as we believe it could create a wealth of opportunities for Aotearoa New Zealand if well implemented. Firstly, we think it's worth reinforcing why we need to change the way we use gene technologies in our research. The world has come through, it's got some really big issues to deal with. Global population is increasing. We're going to have another 1 billion people on the planet by 2050 that will need to be fed. That's only 25 years to start growing crops to produce more on less land while meeting goals around protecting the natural environment without pressures from pests and diseases, and not to mention climate change. Our food production sectors need to be more resilient, more productive, and they need to do it quickly. Conventional breeding alone isn't fast enough. It takes more than 20 years to breed a new crop plant, and by then it will simply be too late. We need new tools to be able to tackle these big challenges, particularly in a country like New Zealand that relies on primary production for income. Gene editing is a powerful tool when yielded appropriately. We've seen through history that massive gains can be made through plant breeding. For example, Norman Borlaug, got the Nobel Peace Prize for breeding dwarf varieties of wheat, maize, and rice that dramatically improved food security around the world. It took him 20 years to perfect this. If he'd known how to edit the gene for dwarfing, he could have done it in half the time. The media have done a pretty good job at accurately representing the benefits and concerns around the technology as we've headed into this process. However, inevitably, there's been some misinformation. We want to take some time to address some of this with science. Gene editing is not straightforward. It's not a case of spraying a field and walking away. It's not something that can be done in the garage. It's a highly technical process that involves taking a single cell from a plant, in this case, gene editing, which only works some of the time, and throwing it and then growing it back into a full plant. There's many technical steps. Our team have some of the best plant geneticists in the world and more than a century of combined experience. It took 3 years to successfully produce a viable gene-edited plant. They have specialised equipment in labs where they work on the characteristics to look at what those the genes involved in those characteristics. Yes, it may get easier and faster with time. There's also concern that once regulations change, gene editing will be everywhere. That's simply not true. Gene-edited crops are unlikely to be in commercial production for at least 5 years. Gene editing allows us to shorten the time to create a new variety, but it will need to go through all the necessary assessments needed to ensure it's commercially viable. In our case, we're most likely to take something that's already in a breeding program with great qualities, apart from, say, 1 or 2, say it doesn't store well, and we'll fix that with gene editing, and then put this new variety into commercial assessment trials. That will take 5 to 8 years. It's still something that needs to be done outside in an orchard at scale. Alternatively, there are organisations overseas who have already developed gene-edited crops. If they did decide to bring these to New Zealand, which in itself is not likely, those plants will take 2 years to go through quarantine and also a few years to assess and propagate to commercial numbers. Changing the regulations doesn't mean gene editing becomes the norm overnight, but the ability to take plants outside the lab for assessment is the first step in making able a full understanding of the benefits the technology can deliver for New Zealand. There's also a concern that using gene technologies will damage our clean green image. Our consumer research team has been undertaking research in our key markets, talking about new technologies, engaging how overseas consumers feel about gene editing. Their findings are going through peer review, but what I can tell you is that we found no evidence that producing gene-edited products in New Zealand would have negative connotations overseas. We've talked to consumers in the UK, China, Japan and Vietnam, and perceptions of New Zealand clean green image do not change if they are asked about a gene-edited apple versus a conventionally bred apple. Many consumers overseas, in fact, see gene editing as an improvement over current production methods and generally safe, but that does vary between different jurisdictions. The research also shows that consumers in New Zealand are perhaps the most cautious of gene technologies, aside from perhaps Japan. So could it be that we're projecting our own feelings onto those in export markets? Just going through a Japanese example, they're already producing and selling a gene-edited tomato. It is gene-edited to produce more of the health-promoting compound GABA, which is good for your heart. Sanitec first sold plants to home gardeners, and now these tomatoes are being sold in Japanese supermarkets. The question seems to arise fairly frequently on whether gene technology is safe. Let's think about that, what's currently available to consumers, and that's genetically modified products. So if we compare the Japanese gene-edited GABA tomato, which is 4 direct DNA changes, to that of Kumato. Kumato is a conventionally bred tomato. It's a wide cross between a wild and a commercial tomato. It's sold at a premium in farrow at twice the price of an everyday tomato. We don't know all the ways the DNA differs between the regular tomato, but because of how it's produced, it's considered safe. So many modern-day potato varieties were produced using mutagenesis. That's bombarding a cell with radiation or chemicals to induce gene mutations. This technique is unregulated but creates potentially thousands of changes at DNA level. And did you know the differences between the peach and the nectarine is just a single nucleotide change in a particular gene that makes the skin go from fuzzy to smooth? This happens spontaneously in nature, but if we did the same thing in a lab, it would be highly regulated under current legislation. Well, that took exactly the same time at the DNA level to our naturally mutated nectarine. Whilst the legislation on the table makes clear differences between genetic modification and new gene editing, genetic modification is the best historical comparison we have. Globally, GM crops are 20% of the world agricultural production. There have been no reported issues. And while we proudly say New Zealand has been GMO-free since the Royal Commission 25 years ago, chances are you're eating GM on pretty much regular basis. In New Zealand, there are 100 GM ingredients that are approved by FSANZ. So even though we're not growing it, we're eating it, and we're certainly wearing it because almost all of the cotton in the US and Australia is genetically modified. So if we're happy to eat and wear pants made with gene technologies, why are we afraid to grow it? New gene technologies are already approved for use in more than 20 countries, including some of the biggest export markets, Gene editing foods are already available in supermarkets in Japan and the US. GM production has also shown us there are paths to coexistence. In the US, where GM crops have been produced for 25 years, there are still strong organic base as well. 55% of crop production is GM and 1% is organic. Whole food market, which has a strong brand value around natural foods, has an annual revenue of over 20 billion and is so successful it was bought by Amazon. Walmart has 10 times the stores and 20 times the revenue. People make their choice based on their belief and their wallet. The same can be demonstrated in New Zealand. With our organic sector, 3% of our kiwi fruit is organic, 7% of our apple production is organic. These are produced, sorted and sold by the same marketers selling non-organic fruit. For those consumers who want choice, they have it. We believe the new gene technology bill can be implemented in a way that keeps New Zealand safe but enables the innovation that we need to face the big challenges we're already starting to have. Having independent regulator making decisions based on evidence and advised by science and Māori is the best way to ensure risk is appropriately managed. Legislation, as it's written, is flexible and accounting for future developments in technology. This should be paired with secondary regulations that focus on how to appropriately manage risk based on currently available technologies and knowledge. We believe international market access is best left to the marketers to make decisions on how and when to apply gene technologies for their own product development. They know the markets best. They know best to bring their sectors on the journey, but scientists need to be able to apply these technologies now so that when these decisions are made, we're in a position to act immediately, not spend years getting up to speed. That's how New Zealand will lose its competitive advantage, by being ill-equipped to address the needs of the nation as they inevitably change.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good. Appreciate your time. We're out of time. Thank you for presenting to us today.
Mr. Chair, can we make a note?
What a shame there's no questions for that submission.
I was looking up GABA tomatoes. It's like, are they grown outside or are they grown in a fancy greenhouse? And every photo that I saw of GABA tomatoes was inside a fancy greenhouse in Japan. They're not. I don't think they're growing outdoor fields of GABA tomatoes. But GMOs should not be used as a silver bullet to address climate change or as a replacement for good ecological practices. And that's my real concern here, is that the technology is going to be pushed for those purposes and to try and get more profit out of per field.
And the fact that they use these things like the rice, the golden rice, which is supposedly got elevated levels, not of vitamin A, by the way, of a pro-vitamin A thing. Those elevated levels are found, much higher levels are found in varieties that are naturally bred, not GE, and they're found in the actual vitamin A part of it rather than the pro-vitamin A, because the pro-vitamin A is a precursor and it doesn't always convert. Yep. And also if you cook it or you process it, you lose that anyway. And the thing is, there's lots of food that's really good for your heart. You don't need to just take the tomato itself. A normal well-bred tomato, a good variety, will give you lots of heart benefits. Walnuts will give you heart benefits. Lots of nuts will give you heart benefits. Yep. Good oils, avocados, all that.
Like where in the market do we need a GABA tomato?
No.
Well, I think what they confuse is so when he rattles off the statistics there, what he's talking about is highly subsidised markets and how the subsidies work, which is we don't necessarily understand that really in New Zealand, but they have crop insurance. So crop insurance will then, the best deal that you can get might just be, well, it will be the GMO corn, the BT or the Roundup Ready or whatever. It'll be the 5 big things, or it could be the golden rice, right? So you're going to grow it because that's like your margin might only be 7 cents per bushel that you're going to get, but it doesn't matter. It's better than growing organic, which whatever, so that's how it's. So every food dollar that's produced in America, 50 cents of it is from subsidies. And then that filters through into the, if we would have the same system here, it would be that guy that just submitted and it's going through him. So he justifies his existence. But they all do the same thing and they've done it for 10 years. They say, we're going to use Terminator, we're going to use this. And it's like they're new things. The golden rice, the golden rice or the tomatoes, like you say, hardly anyone's buying the tomatoes. It's hardly marketable. It's probably going to be dropped. What was the big thing? The big thing was the pump and dump. And the pump and dump is when that got passed and that company got sold, it sold for hundreds of millions of dollars and all the people that developed it got rich. And that's what this guy's hoping. And those two guys, when they came into the committee, they sort of said, we are personally shareholders in the things that we're trying to pump onto you, and we're going to dump them and run because we know that people like Jack or somebody like that's going to pick it up in the future and it's going to be a problem because it doesn't grow or whatever,
I mean,
it's very interesting.
If you're in an environment where you can grow a vitamin A tomato or a vitamin A rich rice, you could probably grow things like carrots.
Yeah. There's 55,000. There's 55,000.
And it'll be cheaper too.
But
vitamin A. Oh, sorry.
You go.
vitamin A in lots of tropical fruits and lots of tropical vegetables, and this is basically in the tropics where they grow rice. So what's the deal? It's like you're not allowed to grow anything else apart from rice. You're not allowed to grow any other vegetables. Anything that's yellow, orange, red, even a lot of green vegetables have
greens.
vitamin A, loads of it.
Yeah.
You know, so it's like saying you can only grow a monoculture. That's all you're allowed to do. You know, they're not allowed to let you eat.
I wonder how the company I work for gets with buying orange carrot. Was it yellow carrots and purple carrots when they come in season every year?
Story about carrots is carrots used to be purple, but the William of Orange was a Dutch king back in the I think around 1600s, and he wanted an orange carrot because orange was the national colour of Holland, and so he employed carrot breeders to do selective breeding and get an orange carrot. So it was done
in the 1600s.
I think one thing that guy said, which I thought was interesting, that would sort of been quite crushing to his submission. He said that it takes exactly the same time to gene edit something as what it does to naturally breed it.
Yeah.
He sort of completely just shot it out, and
Shot himself in the foot with that one.
Yeah, and it's a problem. I've got to realise that these guys have done so much media training and stuff like that, and he'll be getting told off for that one and just hoping that nobody really noticed it. But that was a real sort of golden rice moment, you know. And that's we've like there's still people today that think that urea is a byproduct of the of the energy industry. It's a byproduct. Is the product. You know, like urea is something that's made from the energy sector. It's heating up the atmosphere and dragging out the nitrogen from it and turning it into a pellet. It's not a byproduct. There's people that still think that. And these guys have got these little phrases, these little catchphrases. It's if it just appears in nature and it's like what appears in nature, then why should it be regulated? It's like because you probably want to see if there's not something an off target that's hiding in there that could do something really bad to society. So, you know, anyway, but yeah, they're tough to watch. They really are tough to watch.
Just picking up on that, in the USDA, it's called APHIS, it's the Animal and Plant Health Inspection Service. And they have said, you know, because all these people are going, oh, SDN1 and SDN2, they're fine. They're just exactly the same as conventionally bred plants. APHIS from the USDA has said that no, they're not. And there are some changes that just are not comparable to conventionally bred plants. And so you can't compare them and you have to separately regulate them. And so what happens here with these scientists is they're not even geneticists. I hate to say this, but they're not people who know how to traditionally plant breed. So they don't know how genetics works, and they don't have that skill set. They don't have the skill set in risk assessment. They don't have the skill set in animal testing and knowing, you know, about pathology of animals and histopathology of animals. They can't assess anything. All they want to do is get their product out there, and they don't care. They really don't care. And I won't mention any names, but when I worked for Crop and Food, this particular scientist went on a trip to the States and came back and hid some genetically engineered bacteria in his luggage and his socks and not declare them at MAF. And he said, no. You know, this sort of stuff was going on all the time, and people just taking stuff home to grow in their own gardens, you know, see if it would grow in their own garden and just not telling anyone. And it's kind of like they wanted to deliberately release it because they were, you know, just sick of having to play by the rules. And no talk.
We're going to have to wrap up this hour.
Sure.
Yeah. Yep. So thanks for joining us, Michael. And was it Elvira? We're getting you for another hour.
Yeah, please tell me about the GMO bacteria in the socks. That sounded really fascinating.
Well, you can wait for the next hour to find out what was happening in there.
Oh, I want to see what happens next.
Yeah. So we'll see you back in about 1 minute's time.
Okay.
Thanks for watching. Make sure you're subscribed to our Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok, Blue Sky, the Order Paper Podcast.
And welcome back for hour 7. Well, what does it? What do you remember what it said in Today Marty? I forgot.
Sorry, was that a question for me?
Yeah, I can't remember what it said in Today Marty. Ono? No, Ono was for 6, isn't it? No, it wasn't Ono. It was something. It was another one. That's all right. Wayne was the one who did the translations for me.
Was 7. Sam, you sound
Well, I
incredibly
was saying,
quiet.
oops, but yeah, there's a bit more to it, to the hour part. It's actually, ironically, it's in the images here. If we turn off all our, if we just, we'll just put it back to the normal background.
Sam, it's all right.
It's too hard to work out, and it's the last hour of the night.
Yeah,
So Elvira, now we don't need a proper introduction now, followed by Cara with a proper introduction.
So you want me to introduce myself, or would you like to introduce me?
Yeah, so we find out why you've worked with these companies, so now we can connect the dots of why these names make sense.
My background is I don't work in anything to do with biotechnology now, but I did work in biotechnology for 8 years at Crop and Food Lincoln. And in that time, I set up the GE Onion program, which when I left, because I didn't hold out any hope for this going forward as a breeding technique, because it wasn't a breeding technique. It's really different. And that was the older style GE, but they're still using older style GE crops in our food at the moment, like all these FSANZ approved foods. They're mostly older style GE foods, and they're still using all the banter that they use for the older GE style foods. It's all exactly the same. They're just recycling it and inserting gene edited instead of, older style gene. And I just, I couldn't wait to get out of it, because actually from a creative side, because now I'm in the creative industries, I'm in the music industry now, it's really dead. It's really creative. It's not exciting research at all. You're just a production team. You're just in the sterile cabinet all day. You're just working in a sort of a soulless lab all the time. It's really awful.
That sounds very relatable to what my sister went through.
Really?
Yeah, she worked in immunology.
Yeah.
Developing vaccines for animals. Yeah, same story. Just
soulless.
It's like, yeah.
So, Cara.
Hi.
Since I know you've been at least waiting to go in for the last 2 hours.
Oh, no. I've been trying to catch up. I was curious to see the format and hear how it was working. So, no, it's been great. Thank you.
Well, that's the joys of being in the last day. You get to watch everyone else screw it up.
Well, I wasn't sure what to expect. So, yeah, no, great. Did you want to know about me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an Aussie, and I came to Wellington back in '96. And I think I first came across GE, or I heard of GE, when I went to Australia House to vote in the elections, as a good little Aussie should do. And as I came back through Parliament, I saw an anti-GE protest, and one of the girls I was working with at the time said, "Oh, come and join us." I went, "What the hell?" And it was just so new. Nobody knew what GE was. That everyone used to just joke at me whenever I said anything. Oh, General Electric this. It was the only term that GE was associated with back then. They'd just take the piss the whole time. Anyway, since then, I just started going, oh, that's right. I went to a BioGrow. Seeger Mason had an open night up at Thistle Hall on Cuba Street. And I thought, okay, well, that should give me a good understanding of what it was. And I went in there and came out and went, oh, my God, this is so not what New Zealand should be about at all. We were only 3 million people back then. And I thought, well, if I'm going to be here and I want to stay here forever and live in God's zone, because coming from Australia, it's the place where if you hear something in the bush, you walk very quickly in the opposite direction and try not to disturb it. Here's the opposite. If you hear anything, it's, oh my God, what could that be? So the ecology and the nature and everything is just so divine. I just love being able to run around with no shoes on, because everywhere you go, there's prickles and things that you just don't make it habitable to a great extent. Anyway, and consequently back then, the more I learnt, and we just started getting involved with all the activism. And we had some pretty cool things back then, a lot of big marches. There was a lot of people interest. And then a few of the first initial group I got involved with sort of dwindled out a little bit. And things were very organic and people were popping up and down everywhere. So then I said, okay, well, it's all very grassroots and it's all very hippie, but I'm going, this is not what people want. Everybody wants clean access to food and we just don't want this contamination. So I then looked around to see which group had the biggest profile or I thought would have the biggest reach. And Alana Curry had set up Mothers Against GE, the Madge team, the Pink Bras ladies. And so I thought, okay, that's great. And one of my friends here, she actually knew Alana as well. So we basically became the sistership to the mothership in Auckland. And with this, we managed to do a whole bunch of really fun campaigns and awareness. And and it was exhibitions. People were sending in photographs saying not here, and back in the old day, we had a big exhibition down on the waterfront that went for weeks. And we tied them all together into this big net. So it was this big organic bio net all connecting to one another. It was just, anyway, consequently, we had enough effect and the work since the Royal Commission has been amazing. I'm just so proud of so many people that have put so much effort into making sure that all our regulations have been upskilled to actually include this technology. And they should be maybe widen that a little bit more so we don't have to keep going back and seeing people trying to slip through a technology that can actually sideline what we've already a finer, less invasive method. So therefore they can actually try and get it through because it looks substantially the same. And we haven't quite messed with the genes as much as we thought as we did before. And all these other subsequent methods still trying to actually make this appealing. Consequently, Madge ended up going under. I think they lost a court case in the end. So basically financially that didn't go well. So I ended up moving to G-Free, New Zealand, and working with the crew there. And that has been amazing too. There's just so many clever people that just keep up with all the science because I really am not a science person at all. For me, it's just common sense more than anything. I am a farmer's daughter from Western Australia, so I have a little bit of awareness and lots of drought, actually, come to think of it. Back in the 70s, we were plagued with drought. I remember my parents made an offer on the farm of buying the property for $1 an acre because they were so desperate to walk off the land. And I think that's sort of back when a lot of our suicides started happening back then. And people, I think, just sort of realised that just by mass clearing and the erosion, that we fear a dust storm coming in and just seeing the whole topsoil take off again. And it was a mess. I don't know how they still managed. Well, I do know, actually, they do have some GE then. Before Dad passed away, he was saying, yep, the farmers, if they think they're going to be told they'll get a bit of $1, they give it a go. But the irony is has not ever been a better dollar associated to this technology. The better dollar is always with organic. And it's like, guys, this is cheaper, easier, better, healthier, tastier.
Yeah.
It smells better, that sort of level of what we're dealing with. And so consequently, 25 years later, here we are going again, trying to actually get this. I actually was changing the paper on my bird cage today, and I found this as I turned over the sheet. And
what do we got there?
It is a photograph of a very young-looking Judith Collins, and the date was June the 12th, 2023. So a year and a half ago. And her comment is about wanting GMO crops.
Oh,
so let's not.
What a coincidence.
There's no surprise. This is the ultimate what she brought this bill into Parliament for is they want commercialised of GE crops to be grown, is what she's literally said. They've softened that a lot more now since then, trying to get this through. But make no mistake, that's ultimately where she's hoping this will lead.
Yeah. Okay, and I hope one thing, you have since got your New Zealand citizenship so you can stand for political office.
Oh, the problem is I can hardly remember a phone number, let alone a lot of the details that are required around the science. So unfortunately, I don't know if I've much help there. But
have a Kiwi passport?
I have my passport. No, I still have my Aussie passport, actually.
But you've got the New Zealand citizenship?
Yes. I had to do that because during COVID we had to go back to Australia, and actually my husband now he was German, and he also got his Kiwi passport and his residency, But the fear was coming back through quarantine. We didn't know if we'd be able to. It was so early on. I had to go back. There was a death in the family to support my family. And we went for 3 months. So we secretly ran off and got married, just so I was married to a Kiwi, just in case, because when I rang Australia House, they said, well, they're not letting anyone other than citizens and residents back in the country. And I wasn't that, even though I've been living here for 20 odd years. And I thought, oh my God, this could get really hard.
Yeah, no, it definitely exposed a lot of cracks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Anyway, yes, I have reassured. I have my permanent residency now, so they can't kick me out anymore. I'm fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, well, let's get to our first what's it called? Speech. Was it not speech? Oral submission for this hour. Sir Peter Gluckman.
Oh.
The officials, there's some useful changes proposed in the submission.
Yeah, that should be.
Which I'd like, yeah.
Very nice anyway.
I mean, there's plenty of useful changes proposed.
I just wanted to make sure it was not. Didn't have a chance to ask on it.
Okay. Next up for 5 minutes, we have Sir Peter Gluckman. Thank you for being here with us today, Sir Peter.
Thanks. I'm going to be very quick if I can, in case there's questions. Thank you. May want to get. I think the choice you have ahead of you is whether New Zealand remains an advanced economy with a strong biological basis. And really, that's what this bill is about, a licence to develop an advanced biological economy. It's an important step forward, in my view, overdue. We're still dependent heavily on agricultural science for our primary economic survival, and we have major challenges to our environment where this set of technologies could help. We've had many years now, as previous submitters have pointed out, of experience with this technology, with precise genetic modification techniques, with no substantive evidence of harm, and indeed more than 100 years experience with much cruder ways of producing multiple mutations in plants and animals, particularly in plants. And indeed, our whole current agricultural and food system, including the organic industry, is based on that cruder radiation or colchicine-induced mutagenesis. I'm now engaged internationally with experts, literally on developing a methane-free cow and eliminating nematode parasites from sheep. Imagine both of those things in terms of our economy and in terms of environmental consciousness. The potential of these techniques is obvious, and we have enough evidence to understand that the processes themselves do not need regulation, but the uses of the technology may need application. And that's the point. All technologies, the history of mankind is about every technology has upsides and downsides. And it's not a matter of the process, it's actually the use that needs to be considered. And so this whole bill's purpose is to manage the risks these technologies might potentially make to human health and safety in the environment. And that's the critical statement. The bill is about managing the risks. And I worry that within this bill, risk is actually not defined. And I suggest that within the definition clause of the bill, risk should be restricted to human health, safety, and the environment as the purpose states out up front. It's for the market to define other considerations. And it would open a Pandora's box if you open up the definition beyond that, which would effectively stifle the bill's application. I'm going to stop there and open it up for discussion.
We have several questions. The first one, Deborah Russell.
A couple of short questions. Thank you, Sir Peter. Nice to see you. In your bullet points, you talk about separating safety issues from ethical issues and talk through those ethical issues in terms of animal and human applications. This is a question I still haven't got satisfactory answer that I'm satisfied with. What about the ethics of the environment?
Well, health is easy to deal, so we don't need to deal about. The ethics of the environment is, of course, a philosophical question at one level, not a technical question. The safety to the environment is the technical question, which can be answered through the regulator. Perceptions of the environment vary across our population, and no regulator is going to be solving that except through the social license, which is not going to come until we start using these technologies. As previous submitters have probably said, it's 5-10 years before any of these things are going to hit the real world in New Zealand. That's time in which social license needs to be achieved by the market, whether it's the public market in the case of, say, predator eradication, whether it's the private market in case of, say, we're eliminating nematodes from sheep. The market, that either the public is going to have social license to use it. And that is where the ethics comes in my judgment, is achieving the social license, which is case by case.
Social license, the second question I was going to ask, it leads on quite nicely to the second.
We don't have
just quick question.
So
We
we're
lack
at
trust.
time, so I'm going to.
What achieve science by the help of building that
Dr.
trust?
Russell.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We're at time. Thank you. Social better.
If he's that excited about methane-free cows, we could. Here's. Have I frozen?
No, you haven't frozen.
No, you're here.
Oh, okay, I'm here. I'm still here, guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so methane-free cows. Here's a novel idea. We could try less cows and try improving soil health. And if he wants to go down the GE route, why not embrace technologies like precision fermentation, where it's done in a controlled environment? Do we need to have GE cows running around in a field?
Just one thing about the methane thing. What they don't tell you, and perhaps what they don't even know, a healthy rich, diverse pasture. Like we've had so many ruminants in the world, in their millions. We've had huge herds of bison, of buffalo, of deer, of giraffes, you name it. They're all ruminants. They're all exactly the same in their gut. And what he doesn't say is that in a healthy pasture, there are methanotrophic bacteria, and those methanotrophic bacteria love methane and they feed on it. And if you've got that healthy soil, live soil, you will be mopping all that methane up. This is just more hoo-ha. You know, they just trot out all the stuff. The other thing too, you know, they go on about the carbon. Don't they know? They should know that a lot of glasshouse growers have to import carbon dioxide in to make the plants grow faster, because plants aren't growing fast enough. And in periods of time when CO2 was at a higher level, plants grew faster. They can tell that from the tree rings of the trees. So you take out more carbon dioxide, your plants are going to grow slower. You know, no one's even looking at that question. It's just mind-boggling. One more thing, sorry, well, I've got for a moment. He talked important, not important. It's just the end product that matters. Well, hang on. If you walk somewhere, you can walk whatever way you like. You can take whatever route. You can do whatever you like. There's no rules about walking apart from you got to preserve your own life. But if you go somewhere in a car, there are rules, there are regulations. If you go that same distance in a helicopter, there are rules and regulations. And that's because each method of getting there is different and it needs to be differently regulated. So, you know, unbelievable.
You've summed it up quite nicely. That's why an epileptic can walk to the bus stop or walk somewhere, but an epileptic can't drive a car.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Cara.
He also said upsides and downsides to every technology. It's like, what is the downside of staying GE free? For me, this is the corker. We have the cornucopia right now. We have as the previous guy says, there's an awareness of farmers. I know my old man would have loved to have been a bit, in this later generation where he would be able to actually help. In fact, he was trying to be innovative. He saw what they were doing to the soil. So he, at the worst time, he invested in a $250,000 dozer at 20% interest when we were still in this dreadful situation to actually build what they were calling were basically banks to stop the erosion, because as they cleared the land, the salt was climbing creep. And as a result of this, he ended up diversifying the farm into an earth-moving business, as well as creating these erosion banks and helping nature try and restore itself. So, you know, if he knew what he knew, and this amazing document is the one that I took to the Civil submission, did the submissions the other day, is this 40-year field trial in Rochdale and in the States or Pennsylvania. And it clearly shows everything we need to do for climate change is preserve organic. It shows everything outweighs, it does tilling, partial tilling, all the results all the way through, and how the healthy soil is climate change. All of these things, we are already doing what we need to do with the situation. And why
what was the name of that? Well, what was the name of the report? Because I might be able to put a copy of that in the chat.
Yeah, it's Rodale Institute 40-year report, FST, Farming System Trials.
Yep, got it.
Cool, thank you. And for me, a lot of this comes down to, and in the end, because I feel too, and Elvira feels the same, there's a lot of us that have been involved in and trying to keep abreast of what's happening internationally with this technology for years, and seeing where it happens and how the consumers get pushed around, etc. But I feel with the younger generations, all the Gen X's and Y's and things coming along, there's been a big shift away from, this was a science topic that was so minuscule, but people were able to grasp what it was basically. But now it's become so much more complicated. People don't have the time to actually understand all the science behind this, to actually have a proper opinion. So they sort of trust the system. And younger people are being surveyed these days, and the two things they care about is the environment and ethics. They are showing time and time again that they will buy products from people whose values are the same as them. They want to support the people that are doing the right thing. They're seeing corporates just taking advantage of everything. And those two things for me just come right back to, this is climate change. We have to bring back the bioethics committee so that we can actually work and update what we do have. Like, you don't want your regulations to be stale. Yes, they probably do need or could do a bit more attention, as a lot of these things are, but throwing out the baby with the bathwater and starting again when all this hard work has been done is just ludicrous. And our reputation is impeccable at the moment. So why would we, of all places, first, but we're such an ethical country with anti-apartheid, anti-nuclear, first one to vote. It's all about looking out for each other, and this is pretty frightening.
Okay, next submitter is TNG Global, which I wonder if that's turners and growers. Just because we'll see how that goes. See if they come in uniform.
So we have Turners and Growers Global Limited. They're joining us from Zoom. It's all right to raise my voice there, didn't I?
You did.
Dr. Russell.
I got. I'll get the full name next.
Good afternoon.
All right. G'day, Morgan. Good to have you here, Sam Affendale, the Chair of the Health Committee. We have you here for 10 minutes. You may use that time as you wish. If you want to leave us time for questions, you may. I'll hand it over to you now.
Good afternoon, all, and thank you. I sit as the General Manager of Venture Fruit, TNG Global's plant variety and commercialisation business. Bit of background on TNG. New Zealand's horticultural sector contributes about 7 billion to the New Zealand economy, with about 40,000 jobs and nearly 5 billion in exports on an annual basis. TNG Global is a major player in the industry. We've been here for over 127 years as Turners and Growers, and we've grown fresh produce and worked with independent growers to market, sell their fruit and vegetables here in New Zealand and through exports around the world. Today, we're the country's largest grower of tomatoes and citrus and the largest exporter of apples. Our business spans the entire value chain, from licensing and commercialising of the plant variety genetics that we trade in, through to growing, post-harvest operations, imports, exports, and the actual consumer-facing sales and marketing component. Two of our premium global apple varieties that we've taken to the world, Jazz and Envy, are now grown in over 13 countries and sold across more than 50. Sustainability is at the heart of our business, and we treat land, people, produce, resources, and communities with the greatest respect and care as guardians of their future and also ours. So I think with the key points of the submission we want to kick into, firstly, we'd like to thank the Health Select Committee for the work that's gone into preparing this bill. We are supportive of modernising the regulatory system for gene technologies, and as such do broadly support the bill. However, note in our submission there's 4 areas where we believe further consideration is required to ensure the bill achieves the desired intent. The importance of a balanced approach. The safe adoption of advanced breeding technologies will potentially provide significant opportunities to New Zealand's hort sector, improving benefits and outputs while reducing environmental impacts faster than what's currently possible through breeding practices. We're just not getting there fast enough, and as PFR rightfully point out, we need to speed that process up. Given that, though, it's important that the regulator adopts a balanced and considered approach when considering the impacts, and that any potential risks are managed appropriately pretty much on a case-by-case basis. The bill must be an enabler to enhance New Zealand's competitive advantage, improve that sustainability, and boost economic growth. And to do that, there's going to be a very interesting balance between enabling but also ensuring the health of our people and environment is kept at the forefront of our thoughts. There are potentially significant commercial impacts of the bill, and it's essential that the industry manages the likes of trade, market access, broader implications, and consumer sentiment acceptance. However, the regulator will need information in these areas to support its role in decision making. A decision itself cannot be made only by the technical Te Maori perspective, as there will also be opportunities, implications, and risks from a commercial perspective. So we've put forward the recommendation that there is a commercial advisory function within the Technical Advisory Committee to support those elements. And a lot of that has been highlighted today by the submitters as well. We do believe it is important to maintain, develop, and set up a register and a declaration of statements from a market access and trade point of view. Many countries have different levels of acceptance, and not at the moment, but also from the New Zealand border of what is coming in. So we can regulate what's happening in New Zealand, but making sure we've got that choice of when it's coming in and being able to manage that successfully. The registration would need to be supported by declaratory statements for the organisms both excluded from the application of the bill or exempt under it as proposed. And that register would ensure that an accurate list of which organisms are here, as well as those entering global markets from New Zealand. And our submission would be suggested a potential tree for the regulator, how to manage that process. We've also highlighted there that it's important that the activities and resulting organisms of those activities are registered in a way that does not compromise the ability to protect the IP. There's going to be a significant amount of investment made, and disclosures and declarations made by people could potentially unwittingly compromise the IP protections, but that needs to be considered if that was implemented. And finally, on the Plant Varieties Act, obviously our focus is plants and horticulture, but we have suggested some changes to support adequate IP protection through some amendments to the Plant Variety Act if we were to bring that on board. So I'm happy to provide some answers at this time or do any questions that people might have had, but essentially that's my summary.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you. Very clear, substantive submission. We've heard from the science side that they think that assessment of market and trade risk should be left to the industry. But the industry is very clearly saying you want the regulator to address that. You want to make sure the regulator is taking into account trade and market risk.
No, not necessarily. We are suggesting that the decisions can't be made in isolation. There's got to be a crossover to ensure that the regulator also supports a commercial element of consideration in those decisions. So, not solely with them.
Yeah, so an advisory committee or some such with industry perspective?
I think an element within the technical committee could be a commercial subgroup or an element in there that could consider border transfer commercial.
Another quick one, quick stuff for that. Sorry.
Excellent.
Yeah, it's just, you spoke about benefits.
Sorry. Excellent. Thank you, Morgan. So Turners and growers have the plant variety right for jazz, is that correct?
Correct.
Yes.
So the variety that is jazz, yes.
Yes, sorry. That's a cross between Braeburn and Royal Gala?
Correct.
So there's quite a few DNA changes. You're asking for a registry for things that may have a small base pair change, but when something has such a drastic change, that would be okay?
Correct. If it's applied through the technologies that would be regulated by the bill, that is correct. If it's exempt, if it's exempt, if it is traditional breeding means, that's not what we're suggesting.
Which is interesting follow from that, because I am interested in that register as well. And it goes to the issue, I think, of public trust, which was raised by earlier submitters as well. Do you think that having that register would help to build the public's trust in gene-modified, gene technology-produced food and the like, that they know about it, whether that register exists for a long time or a short time?
I think there's still a lot of work to be done around what a register would look like due to the commercial sensitivities of that. But knowing that there is a register there that supports legislation and regulation, I think would go a long way to state that at least we know what is happening, what is coming and going.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
You point out that you think there should be an assessment of both risks and benefits. This is something that seems to be logical to me. I wonder if you can expand on it, because for us to evaluate whether a risk is worth taking, we need to know what the benefit is going to be. So some sort of thorough evaluation of that is appropriate.
Yes, correct. So, sorry, restate the question. So you want me to give an example of that?
Yeah, just to verify why it's important, not just to assess risks, but we also need to assess benefits.
Sure. If a particular crop can pick up 30%, can be bred to use 30% less water use, or be resistant to shrinkage due to high sun rate, or you're losing product and you're able to get more yield out with lower shrinkage, that benefit would benefit everybody, the producer right through to the consumer. Also the sustainability of the land and the people that live around that particular crop, for example.
We want to be able to test whether those benefits are reasonable claims that have been made by the applicant.
Well, I think that's part of the process, yes, but that would start as why are you doing that particular cross or change. If the ideal way of doing that is to provide that benefit of higher heat tolerance or lower water use, that would be a claim made through that process.
And to whom the benefit accrues, I guess.
Yeah, who the benefit accrues on water use is, I think that's a broader benefit, right?
Thank you. Hey, Morgan, thank you very much. It's been very good to have you here, and thank you for your submission on behalf of...
That was an interesting submission.
He is talking like a businessman. He's talking about we want to make sure that the IP is protected no matter what, and the people that need to get money out of this are getting the money out of that. But we're going to be really careful. But one thing he doesn't talk about is that, and this is GM Watch is a website that I recommend people go on if they don't know about it already. They have a lot of examples of crop varieties that have been bred conventionally. You can use this thing called marker-assisted selection, which is a molecular marker which speeds the process up enormously. So it speeds up traditional breeding by molecular methods that aren't GE. And they have produced crops that are resistant to saline soils, crops that are resistant to drought, crops that are resistant to pests, crops that are resistant to disease. And this is all conventional breeding, it's not anything genetically modified. These are all here, they're all out there. But this is basically a technique looking to make money and a technique looking for something to do because there's so many people employed in it. What are we going to do with all these scientists rattling around in the labs who can't make money out of these things because actually, because in the field tests, they don't do well at all. Everything that's been field tested so far, because when I was out at Lincoln, they were field testing already, just didn't do well in the field. It was just not a goer, Yeah,
I mean, I don't understand the argument from, we need GE because it cuts down on our water use. It's like we live in a country where we throw away $2.9 billion worth of food every year. Maybe we can start there, try to find ways to minimize food waste in the market first before, going for, drought-resistant GE crops.
Yeah.
Also, exactly. Oh, sorry.
No, go, Elvira.
I'll just be really quick. The way that you retain water in the soil is you have a lot of organic matter. Organic matter holds moisture. It holds huge amounts of moisture, and you have a really good soil, a rich mulch holds the water in. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, exactly. Well, from that article, I mean, that Rodale study, they literally say through this 40-year study, this is the other thing. It's not as if it's actually just a couple of years of field trials or whatever it may be before they put it out. This is ongoing. They did a report when it was 30 years, and 10 years later, they've built on it again. So it's just, it's the only evidence that we've really got that's showing exactly what we need to do. And it says that healthy soils have increased biomass activity, they hold peak nutrition, they hold moisture until the plant needs it, they create symbiosis for the fungi to extend the roots networks. It creates healthier aggregate, which sticks the soil together to prevent erosion, contains active microbes that ward off plant diseases, it's able to absorb water faster, so it reduces flooding and runoff, holds carbon and keeps it out of the atmosphere. All of these things are happening. They're right. We do need to move fast, and we need to move faster towards this methodology. And I just read something today as well. It was on some gardening newsletter thing from the States. The lady was saying that the amount of emissions from food, oh, that's right, they said something like it was 30%, was well over 30% of the food waste in America, but 30% of it was actually just the consumers and the retail alone. And they said if you actually put together all the methane that came from that landfill that goes into landfills, that mass, and if you put that amount into what the countries are doing, America would be the third, the food waste itself, as far as methane, would be the third biggest contributor. So China, America, and then the American consumer biodegrading wasted food. There's so many simple things that are just, again, refining best practices and learning the old ways. Like it is so much more rewarding and self-fulfilling when you are actually putting your waste into the compost and feeding the worms and putting that back into it. And then all of a sudden you've got things growing accidentally, self-seeding, and you've got it happening in front of you, saying this is the whole country should be like this, and we should be leading the world with this. And we're on the way to doing it, except this thing is going to throw us back and just take away and jeopardize so much, all for one or two IPs that literally, I don't even think any of the money from these products would actually stay in New Zealand. Surely all the shareholders are offshore.
I like GE technology, but we have so many tools available already to manage the problems we have currently, right? It's not like we're like a desert or like the planet Mars, where it's like, okay, we need to start genetically engineering everything to have a chance. No. The Earth is still capable of growing natural shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, let's get on to our what will be our last submission for the night.
You're looking pretty tired there, Sam. So that's
well. I normally get up at 2 a.m. to do a paper run on Sunday.
Oh my god!
And then now I sleep from 5 to about 10 in the morning, and then life goes. But marathons do take a lot of work out of it, but they are worth it for the increased viewership numbers. And this day has been quite an amazing day.
We do it because we love you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yeah, really good.
All right. And finally, we have Livestock Improvement Corporation Limited. Maria's Winthrop is here to present to us.
Online?
Online? No. Okay. All right then. Last chance, last call. She's here.
All right.
Hope it's warmer weather.
Pardon me?
Hope it's warmer weather.
Fresh in here, isn't it?
Freezing.
Keeps
Clear.
us sharp.
Freezing.
All right, we're back. All right. Maria's, great to have you here.
You should be
Hi, Sam Uffendale, Chair of the Health Committee. We have you here for 10 minutes. You may use that time as you wish. If you want to leave us time for questions, you may. I'll hand that to you now. Thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. I'll just introduce ourselves. My name's David Chin. I'm the Chief Executive of Livestock Improvement Corporation. I'm joined by my colleague, Richard Spellman.
Chief Scientist here at LIC.
Yeah, what we'd like to do is give you a high-level overview of LIC and then just get into the submission response that we have submitted. LIC is New Zealand's herd improvement cooperative. To give you an idea of the scale, about 4 out of every 5 cows in the New Zealand dairy herd are bred through our breeding scheme. We also supply the farm software for farmers who run the herd inventory, one of the larger genomic testing laboratories. We do an extensive herd testing service and also offer animal health testing services as well. LIC is strongly supportive of the bill and its purpose of enabling the safe use of gene technologies and its purpose of unlocking potential gene technologies in New Zealand. These technologies, we believe, are vital for the agricultural sector to remain globally competitive, ensuring high-value outputs while addressing critical challenges such as animal welfare, sustainability, and climate resilience. As an innovative organisation and one of the largest private investors into R&D as a percentage of revenue, LIC continues to actively explore gene editing as a breeding technology, and the end of the effective ban on gene editing under the bill would allow LIC to provide significant benefits to New Zealand dairy sector and wider population. I'd just like to hand over to our chief scientist to maybe go over some examples of where we see the applicability of gene editing.
Yep. So LIC has invested into 2 programs recently. So we have a climate smart cow piece of work that we're undertaking with ag research. So this is a genetic variation that LIC identified 10 to 15 years ago, which confers heat tolerance to animals, as well as in a traditional breeding program, which we're now 14 years into and still have another 2 to 3 years before we can get to market. We have been doing gene editing work directly with ag research and have generated animals on the ground which have conferred heat tolerance. We're also working internationally as well. We have a project which is working with the Gates Foundation and an American organisation that does gene editing, where we're gene editing animals for heat tolerance and other health and welfare benefits, which will be working to distribute into Africa in the next 4 to 5 years. So we have working experience with gene editing. We have a research program underway which continues to find genetic variations in the population, which we would look to be accelerating through this mode.
And that's the end of our part. We'll just hand it over to the panel for questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, LIC, for your and opening up with the work that LIC has been a part of creating a massive genetic wealth for New Zealand and our dairy animals. I'm just reading through your submission. I'm really interested in hearing you talk about the gene technology regulator proposal you've got in there. You've suggested moving it from the EPA to MB. Could you just elaborate on why you think that would be a good idea?
We think this just creates better alignment with innovation goals and stimulating growth in the primary sector, and that would be a better role, a better place for it to sit.
So is that is it a push or a pull factor that you're referring to, or both? And could you elaborate on either?
It's a bit of both, to be honest. And we think they, as per the previous discussions, balancing the risks of this technology with the commercial benefits, we just saw it MB in a better position to balance both sides of those arguments.
So it sounds like you're saying the permissive nature of this bill would be better at home in an MB situation. Yeah, thank you.
All right, so
you give the example of the polled cows, that the hornless cows, and are you aware of the antibiotic resistance that was conferred to them? I presume you are the literature on that.
No, not across that one at all.
Yeah, so one of the effects of that gene edit was to confer antibiotic resistance. That would be a major problem, wouldn't it?
I certainly would like to see the literature on that, because I certainly haven't. I've talked to a lot of people about the whole gene editing that's happened in probably 3 or 4 different labs in the world, and haven't been aware of that.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, so LIC puts out a team of bulls every year, and a few years ago, maybe a decade, there was a bull called Checkpoint, and I believe there was some issues of, I can see some other reasons, heritability. How would those? I think it was dwarfism, could be passed on through Checkpoint's genetics going down. How was that mutation arrived at? Was it through genetic modification, or was it through standard breeding, as we call it?
Okay, so Checkpoint himself was a bull that was used heavily, Howie's Checkpoint, but no, he may have had genetic, so all animals have genetic defects, all humans do as well, have variations. We've certainly had, through our genetic research, we found, so small calf syndrome was a introduction of a variation that came into New Zealand probably back in the 1970s and manifested itself through the 2000s, 2010. And that was found through farmers observing information and also the depth of DNA information that we have across our animals, and combining the phenotype with the DNA information, we could find that variation. So we do things now where so every bull that we purchase and use commercially, we sequence through the animal's genome and read all 3 billion base pairs and try and find new variations, so de novo mutations that may confer quite a abrupt phenotype in the animal. So there's a lot of measuring the progeny to see how they perform, but also looking at the DNA of those animals before they're used widely.
All right, Hamish.
Excellent. I'm just following up on that answer. You sequence your cows to find potentially mutations which confer beneficial advantages. What regulations then do you have to follow to further breed that cow?
At the moment, no regulations at all. I mean, so no.
Thank you very much.
Yeah. In terms of creating a cow that is heat resistant, is it legitimate for the public to be concerned that in our industrialization of farming, we are more willing to genetically modify an animal to deal with extreme heat in the open because we've cut down all the trees for central pivot irrigators, and we're not prepared to just give the cows some shade out in the open? I mean, this is a real problem. There's cows baking in the sun or freezing in the cold. And rather than actually, de-intensifying, we're prepared to just keep on modifying these animals to serve commercial interests.
I'm not sure that's what.
It's kind of a broader ethical question around the whole effort that, how far do we go with like dehorning cows and changing their color and changing their heat resistance just to exploit them for commercial purposes? It's kind of an ethical question, I guess. And is there any place for those considerations?
I mean, absolutely. I mean,
I'm not sure we're really in scope here.
He's prepared to answer it, Chair. He said absolutely.
He doesn't have to, but he may if he wants.
I mean, why not? Is it not a legitimate question?
He's provided the answer.
So mankind has bred animals since animals have been domesticated. And as an organisation, absolutely, we look at the ethical decisions that we make and what we breed for. So naturally, and the selection that we do at the moment continues to modify the genome of animals that we have in our farms. The broader aspect of where farmers and the industry should be protecting animals, for us as a business, absolutely, we're trying to increase the animal welfare opportunity or potential for our animals. And so I'm quite comfortable. And if there's ancillary pieces of work which continue to provide more shade for animals, that's also a benefit to the animal.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thank you very much. Very good to have you here.
Thank you.
Submission.
I have to say, Sam Uffendale trying to sit there and stop a question being asked. Oh my God! It's like, but he's willing to answer it.
I just don't understand the logic here. Like, why do we need heat-tolerant cows? Is it so we can pack more on a boat or inside a shed? Like, what's the point here? How much profit do we need to extract out of a sentient animal?
Yeah,
it's the usual thing, isn't it? You just destroy the environment that they like to live in and they're used to living in, and then you say, oh my goodness, we have a problem now, so we've got to genetically engineer our way out of it because the cows are getting hot. I mean, we remember the days when there were hedges everywhere and there were trees, and a lot of farms were divided up by hedges, and there were just like random trees for them to sit under.
How I've always known organic farms to look like.
Why do we need antibiotic-resistant cows? Is it so we can treat our cows like shit?
No, that was a mistake. Yeah.
Oh, that was a mistake. That wasn't deliberate.
No. What happened was they were gene editing for these hornless cattle, and
why do we need a hornless cattle?
Exactly. You said it. But see, what happens when you're working in the lab is no matter how careful you are, no matter how sterile your technique, there's always contamination. There could have been, and also what happens in your selection processes when you're selecting for the genetically engineered stuff is that you plate it on media with antibiotics in them, and then you select the antibiotic resistant cells because that's a marker, what they call a marker gene. And so they've got this, sorry, I'm getting late in the night. They forgot to get rid of that because you've got to drop that off. You can't keep that going. Otherwise, when your cow gets an infection, you can't treat that infection with antibiotics because they're resistant to antibiotics, Yep. It's just sloppy lab work, really. And sloppy screening. They should have screened for that.
And we've had so much failure with all the animal trials that we've been doing here for the first 10, 15 years. It's like I think there was one animal that actually lasted 1 year before it died. Everything else and the scientists were leaving because it was just so gruesome watching these poor animals. And the photographer that was meant to photograph them, it's just absolutely disgusting what went on. And all for what? It's like, guys, this is crazy just because you can. It just feels like everybody is doing this God thing because they can. It's like, even just on the news the other day, they could genetically engineer a long-haired mouse. Let's bring back the mammoth. It's like, why would we bring back a hairy old elephant?
Mammoths are cool, but we haven't got the environment to put them in.
And what would we do? Why would we bother spending billions of dollars? And not to mention that there's a whole lot of millionaires that are putting money in to bring back the dodo, and you're just going, this is just because they can. And sure, keep it in the laboratory if that's what you have to do for your ego. But the science, can we please put some money, or at least some proportional amount of money that goes into all our taxpayers' monies that we've been putting into Scion and everything for years anyway, just a proportion to go towards helping our scientists study the natural soils and to work out what all these funguses do and what all the algae can do and what we can actually find to actually find natural solutions. They're all there. We just are learning them in recent years. The knowledge we've learned about soil health has been absolutely, it's validated. Now we've got the science to be able to do it, to prove that that's what has been happening for decades and centuries now.
Yeah.
Kind of reminds me of Jurassic Park. Just because we can doesn't mean we should.
Yeah, pretty much. Yes, that is so true. Okay, now before we get to final statements, let's sit down there and see what bills that are coming up for submissions that are due soon. The multi-purposes bill submissions closes Thursday, 27th of March. Oh, yeah, I'll just copy and paste them out of the sheet, Stacey. The anti-money laundering and counterfeiting of financing of terrorism amendment bill closes on the 28th. The regulatory systems occupation regulations amendment bill closes on Tuesday, the 1st of April, after April Fool's Day finishes. Consumer rights to repair bill closes Thursday, the 3rd of April. The regulatory systems amendment bill closes also the 3rd of April, and the Auckland Council Auckland's Future Fund bill closes on Tuesday the 8th of April. So those are the bills that are coming up. And back to the fun part.
Sam
For
is
the panelists, how have you found tonight?
Pretty good. I really enjoyed today.
Yeah. I've got Blake has got panelist envy.
Oh, does he?
Oh yes, he's like, where did you find these people for? Could they come on our show?
I don't know, you have to ask them, Blake.
I don't know, yeah. Oh no, it could be, yeah.
Yeah. We've got to
So
get
nice
this out
to hear.
there so much to help people
Yeah.
understand that it's not stable. There are still so many off-target effects going on in the science, and the risks are crazy. It's just unnecessary, and I think there's just such a younger generation that has grown up to trust the systems, that what we've been had, and that they wouldn't let that happen to us. God, we live in New Zealand. We have the best of everything. Why would anyone jeopardize our situation? It's like,
yeah.
The corporate push is big going on at the moment, and it's going to probably get harder. So I think we just have to hold ground and retain what we have. It's not as if we're actually trying to change anything. We're just trying to hold true.
Yeah, keep the ideal optimum we're at the moment.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
The potential is absolutely amazing. When you read that document, it's like, wow, if we could just support farmers to getting into this, we would have the young generation on board, because one, it's ethical and they can see that there's no harm to anything happening, let alone the environment, and it's climate change. It's the one thing that they must absolutely stay awake at night, or in the back of their minds, thinking what's their future for them,
God, I keep going, the day I can get out of a petrol car. That does go through my head. But then at the same time goes through my head, the day I'm going to have to give up on a manual transmission vehicle.
I love a good manual transmission.
I know. I love my Suzuki APV van. I've just spent $1,200 on having a new clutch pressure, a new clutch and the pressure plate put in after the previous pressure plate collapsed. Which is it's not the common thing that goes out when a clutch goes out normally. Normally it's the disc that goes, not the pressure plate that protects the disc.
Riding the clutch, were we?
No. So I have my APV is only 1600 cc's, but I have my coffee cart and it's 1.5 ton, and the coffee cart during the week lives in Rongotai, and its main market is Newtown Market on Saturday, and Constable Street and Crawford Road with hill starts can be a contributing factor for it. That's not a bad contributing factor. It's usually when I have to go to Johnsonville or somewhere like that, does it. And the one thing I hate is the flattest route through the CBD is driving along the quays, but the number of red traffic lights you stop at is a pain in the butt. But going through the terrace tunnel is too steep. Yeah. You do, as you go along, you go up a hill on Cara Drive, then you go down a hill to the terrace tunnel, then you go up a hill through the terrace tunnel, then you go down a hill to the Tenacori Road exit, then you go up a hill to Hobson Street, and then you go down a gradient to get to Aotea Quay.
What can we say?
But you don't realise that unless you're towing a heavy trailer. It's like, like the average person wouldn't even know that's the gradient difference in that. And it's like it changes a gear and knocks 20 k's off the clock.
But we love Wellington, as Hilly.
I know. Well, put it this way, I'm too scared to take it over the Brooklyn Hill. Like I had one event from a Faro Bay and I had to get to Arrow Valley, and I drove around Island Bay and then drove the flasher route because I was too scared to go down the Brooklyn Hill with the weight behind it.
Yeah.
Because if I had brake failure, oh my God. I could probably control it, but who wants the risk when you can just go a different direction that takes 20 minutes longer?
You see, you've done your risk-benefit analysis, haven't you?
Say thank you. Mitigating risk is very important.
Oh, you've got to when you do it. I mean, I've got new brake pads on it now, but I was for a while. That vehicle, 140,000 Ks of me owning it on the same brake pads. That was something in there. And it was like every wheel alignment, it was, which is about every 3 months done on the vehicle. It was, check the brake pads because they take the tyres off. Yeah, so that's the best time to check the brake pads is when the tyres are off the car. And it's like, brake pads are fine, brake pads are fine, brake pads are fine, brake pads pass the warrant. And, and it was going on like that for about 3 years. Like, they think like, we put the second or third set of tyres on this car and the brake pads go there. And it got to the point where it's like, in case you're clocking up, you're going to fail its next warrant at the rate you go. It's like, finally, time to change the brake pads.
You feel safer now.
Oh, yeah. Okay, well.
Olivia, how did you find tonight? Just to, I didn't hear from you how you found tonight. Was it fun for you?
So, you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah, great. Yeah, really good. Just a really open, relaxed vibe, and we can just say whatever we like, and people understand.
We didn't hear about.
I think I mispronounced your name too, by mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, look, everybody does. I'm just so used to it. I don't even think about it.
Okay. Well, it's been real fun hanging out with all of you guys. It's been awesome. I mean, I really enjoyed today. We had so many awesome people turn up.
It's like amazing what one bill brings.
Yeah,
it's like, and I will say thank you, Lisa, for connecting me and Laura to all these fantastic people.
Yes.
Because it was just like, I remember we're playing to this and Lisa's going like, I know a lot of people who could be your panelists.
Good.
And it was like, and that was when I told Lisa about a week ago. I said, we're planning to do this, and we want it, and you know the right people in the industry. I wouldn't know anyone about GE3, gene technology. And she goes, I will find the right people. And look what happened.
She's well connected, is Lisa.
Oh, yeah. I know. Well, I put it this way: it was Penny Bright who connected me to Lisa. And I mean, that's going back, that's it's about 6.5, 7 years since she died.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. It's scary thinking about it. It's like, oh, heck, so long has passed. Yeah. Oh, well, if you want to stay for post-show chats, feel free. But for our audience out there, it's been a long day. It's time to sit there and take a break, and we'll see you back next week. Laura and I will be discussing after whether it's time to do another gene technology marathon build, because this one went very well.
Thank you so much,
Whatever
Sam and Laura.
Yep.
Yeah.
Whatever gets us out there. It's like people just need to know nothing's changed. As otherwise we would have heard about it. We haven't heard one crop that's outweighed any conventional. It's like, guys, this is crazy. So, yep. Thank
Yep.
you for doing this.
Okay,
It's
everyone.
great to have,
Okay, we'll hit the closing credits.
Thank you for watching The Order Paper, your express ticket to the New Zealand House of Representatives. Every episode, we unravel the complex world of legislation, debate, and democracy. From bills to select committees, we've got it all covered. From our team of political commentators who will dissect and explain what's happened so you can remain up to date on what's happened in the Aotearoa, New Zealand Parliament. To support our channel, you can become a Patreon member at patreon.com/it'sintheballot. The Order Paper podcast